I'm Earl Forsey, and here's what's happening. Nationals have the night off tonight. They deserve a little bit of rest. Nats had a big weekend up in Baltimore. Capped it off yesterday with another win over the O's. Nats hitting 5 home runs in a 10-4 win against the Orioles.
The pitch swung on, drilled in the air to deep left center field. This is way back. This one is going, and reaching up, jumping is Mullins. He cannot get it. It is gone. Goodbye. Into the Orioles bullpen. Bang! Zoom goes Dylan Cruz with a 3-run home run to left center field.
Yeah, that was the rookie with a big shot. One of the 5 homers. C.J. Abrams homer twice. Nats end up taking 5 of 6 in the season series against Baltimore. The O's have lost 6 in a row. They have the second worst record now in the American League. Nats are heading back home after tonight off. They'll be back at it tomorrow night, Tuesday night, against Atlanta, 6:45 here on The Fan. Hockey, the Panthers pound the Maple Leafs 6-1 to win their playoff series in 7. So Florida, Carolina now for the Eastern Conference Finals starting Tuesday night. Panthers are in the Eastern Conference Finals for a 3rd straight year. Oklahoma City destroyed Denver to win Game 7 of their series Sunday. So the top-seeded Thunder advance. They'll host Minnesota Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals Tuesday night. In golf, world number 1, Scotty Scheffler pulled away in the back 9, finished 11 under to win by 5 shots, his 3rd career major championship Sunday at the PGA Championship at Quail Hollow in Charlotte. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. It's 106.7 The Fan. Listening to the Junks driving in. B, I believe, is on the last day of his 2025 golf journey at this point. I think he's played both west and east coasts of the United States at this point. I believe he's in Charleston, South Carolina today. So I know we got listeners down there. If you see B, shout him out. But just beware, if the sun reflects off his head, it might blind you. Excellent weekend if you like sports. Nats are red hot. Orioles just completely in the tank. What a mess. What has happened up there. But good for the Nats. Good for Dylan Cruz. Landfill, how you feeling about Dylan Cruz, baby? As the number 1 Dylan Cruz hater.
I mean, he's been awful. So
had a bomb.
Hitting like 183.
I heard my guy, Earl Forsey, just played the highlight.
That doesn't, blind squirrel finds a nut every now and then.
He's over 183, dude.
Okay, he might be like 191.
I just pulled it up. Hang on. Currently batting 191.
Okay. His career average is under 200 at this point. I refuse to concede that this guy, maybe he'll be good one day. Hasn't been good yet.
Career average 203. What is the Mendoza line? 200? 206?
Something like that. I feel like,
it's too early on a beautiful Monday morning for you to be hating on Dylan Cruz.
Here's the thing. This is what AAA is for.
No.
Sit him down for a couple, weeks. He's hitting 191.
He just hit a bomb in Baltimore. I'm good with Dylan Cruz. There was so much going on this weekend beyond the Nats, who got hot, played a bad team, got hot. That's what you're supposed to do. Obviously, I guess, we're all it's time to get used to where we are in the calendar, folks, because the Caps, unfortunately, are over. We had rookie mini camp, but last week was all schedule driven. I do want to circle back on the schedule and have a discussion about the best road trip. But we've reached the time of the year where, at least locally, it's baseball and nothing else. That's the only thing you get to watch every night. So hope for all the Nats fans, it's your time to talk a little Nats. Mark Zuckerman from Massive Sports is going to join us at noon. We are going to have Fred Smoot on at 10:30. I can't wait to ask Smoot what he thinks the best road trip is. I want Smoot in Spain. I think the world needs that for, global relations. I don't know the tariff situation right now, but I'm not sure what the United States relationship is with Spain right now. But I know that Fred Smoot can only help it. We're also going to check in on the Giants. Who the hell's the starting quarterback? Paul Schwarz going to join us from the New York Post. And then there is a big golf tournament going on at Congressional this week. Over the weekend was the men's PGA Championship down in Charlotte at Quail Hollow. This weekend is the senior PGA Championship at Congressional in Bethesda, and should be really cool at 1:30. My guy Jason Epstein, who is the head of golf out of Congressional, is going to join us, kind of tell us what to expect from the seniors this weekend. Landfill, do you know who the defending champ of the senior PGA Championship is?
Is it John Daly?
No. He might. I believe he's in the field, though.
That's all I got.
If
if B-Mitch was a PGA member, he'd be playing because he's a senior.
He definitely is old enough. These dudes are really good, though. I think B would quickly distance himself from being able to play at this level. I'm not doing a bit here.
Is it VJ Singh?
No.
That's all I got.
Jeff, do you know who the defending senior PGA champion is?
Brian Mitchell.
No.
It's like, nah, I don't know, man.
What if I told you that the defending senior PGA championship champion is named Dick Bland? No bits. Richard Bland. They call him Dickie. So, shout out to Dick Bland. Maybe we'll get him on the program this week. He'll be defending his title. I think he's a live guy. Dude, I feel like we're oddly surrounded by live supporters. Like, I know, Valdez is all in. Jeff's always wearing his, range goat hat or whatever. I also think Jeff, if you just give him free gear, will just wear. He's a supporter of whoever's giving him the gear. But
no, I actually bought that.
No chance.
I actually bought that hat.
There is no chance.
I bought the hat.
You paid American dollars for that.
And then, look, I was mad because I didn't check the
No, they brought a bunch of stuff in here, and you got junkie producer leftovers on that hat. That's my take.
Jeff Walker.
No, I bought that hat. I literally walked in the store. I said, oh, I like that hat. I bought it. And then I was mad after I bought it because then my boy JP gave me some live money that I could have used to get it. So I got the shirt because I like their logo. It's tight. I'm the GOAT. I'm a Capricorn. I like it.
Cosmetology.
Jeff Walker is a fan of whoever gives him free tickets.
Correct.
And Liv holds an event in the DC area, and they typically give Jeff free tickets.
Yo, if you give me free tickets, I'm gonna spend my money. I'm gonna do something to support back.
Liv had a tough weekend. The bottom half of Liv is not high level golf, but the top is where they compete, right? And it's Bryson and it's John Rahm, and Bryson was good, and then he kind of fell apart. He started blaming his golf ball. I can't figure Bryson out. He's obviously a great golfer, undeniably. He's a lot of things. But John Rahm, for a stretch, was the best player in the world. Has won a Masters, has won a U.S. Open. But since he's gone to Live, his game has kind of fallen apart. And Rahm got hot Saturday, competed with Scotty Sunday, and then kind of fell apart after. He ended up falling down to, I think, a tie for 8th. But I think the worst part of this, all the Live dudes have, Bryson especially pretends like he loves it on that tour, but Rahm has been particularly critical of it and just said, he's like, dude, I took the money. I can't wait to get out of here. And Rahm's comments this week, I just thought were really telling. He just talked about how much it's the most fun he's had playing golf, how different it all feels. And it just, like, it's got to be tough for the other league that knows they've just paid so much money and they just can't get any substance. Now, I am excited. I want to go to the live. When is the live tournament here? Because I know that dude was at the 106.7 The Fan live night that said we got to ride in the golf carts. Shout out to my guy.
I think it's the 6th through the 9th, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. I hope I get to go to that. I'm playing in the Woodmont member guest that weekend, so we'll see. But dude, Scotty Scheffler is just unbelievable. The way he closed on Saturday, if anybody watched that, was just unbelievable. I think he went birdie, birdie, par, birdie, birdie coming in, and I mean, just distanced his lead to something that was incredible. I think it's really, really stupid if sadly, I think it's like the yelling shows that have popularized this to such a degree where like anything that happens immediately has to be compared to something else. And anything that happens has to be described with some great historic context. Nobody is Tiger. Like, stop with the Tiger comparisons. And yes, Jeff.
Oh, no, I was raising my hand.
Right. Usually you do that when you demonstrate you have something to say. That's when
I was raising my hand because I identify as Tiger.
Jeez. Jeff's mic's cut for the rest of the segment. Like, we've got to stop with the need to compare Rory, Scotty, any of these dudes to Tiger. Because Tiger was incredible at a different level. And I think there's probably a lot of folks that felt that way with Tiger that watched Nicklaus play. I never watched Nicklaus play, so I don't know what to say about that. I think Scotty, though, this stretch of golf we're in, where unfortunately you've got these bifurcated tours where half these dudes are playing in front of tens of people in like Korea and Argentina or whatever. And it's just been, and I'm not like pearl clutching on behalf of the PGA Tour. They tried to make a deal with the Saudis too. Like, money is changing professional golf, and that's fine. Go get paid. It just sucks as a viewer of golf that week after week after week, we don't get to see the best players on the same courses. But that's why the majors have become so important now. And it's why this is such an awesome time period for major championship golf. I mean, Rory gets the Grand Slam. Scotty wins the next one, which takes him a step closer to a Grand Slam. Scotty feels like a Grand Slam capable player. I would say, I mean, Rahm's already halfway home on it, right? Like, he's got a Masters and US Open. I believe Xander has a PGA and a British. Spieth has everything but a PGA, but Spieth's game is far from what it once was. But like, there's just so many excellent players that going into next month in the US Open, you feel like any of them could win. And it's just, it's an awesome period of time if you are into golf. And I do think, unfortunately, the PGA is like the least, I think it drives people to their televisions the least of any major. And there was a lot of beef with this course, which I think like, and I am a consumer of the golf podcast complex, but I think like, and maybe I end up like this. Whoa, 10 day in the building. Maybe I end up like this in football. I hope not. But like, I think people when you're really in the weeds on a certain sport, you tend to just overly complain. Like, I don't think viewers were upset with Quail Hollow this weekend. I think it looked like a pretty dope golf course. We're going to talk more with Barry Svrluga at 11. I want to go around kind of a lot of things with Barry. I want to talk some football. I want to talk some baseball, the puck. Ovechkin came out and said he's coming back. I think that was always the expectation. But dude, for the Caps, Carolina's in their division. the way the NHL playoffs are set up, you always play a division opponent in the second round. As currently constituted, there's nothing fluky about that playoff series loss to the Canes. So I almost wonder, I think there's a number of reasons why the Commanders beefed up their offensive line so significantly. You want to take care of Jaden. He's your best asset. I mean, every offense is better with a better offensive line. It's not rocket science to always want to beef up your offensive line, but a lot of it was probably predicated by the Eagles' defensive line being so damn good. And I just wonder if the Caps have to try to figure out a way to get past the Canes, because the Canes seem like a problem. In hoops, I was kind of fired up to watch a little Game 7. Now, my day yesterday got completely taken over by 9-year-old lacrosse, but I was excited to watch a hoops. I don't know why that was a 3:30 game, but I'm not the schedule maker. But it also didn't matter because the Thunder just kicked the tar out of the Denver Nuggets. So we now have conference finals set: Thunder, T-Wolves, Pacers, Knicks. The games don't start until tomorrow. You've got Thunder, T-Wolves first, and then Pacers, Knicks starts Wednesday. It's a lot of rest for the Pacers. Down go the Celtics. Jason Tatum's out for a long time. I mean, sports is unpredictable, man. In the puck, you've got Stars, Oilers, which is a serious series, and then Panthers, Canes. I said before that I thought whoever won Caps, Canes was getting to the Stanley Cup. I still think so. I think the Panthers have to be gassed, but they certainly have, the heart of a champion, defending champ. I'm rooting for the Oilers. I'm all in on the Oilers. I might order Oilers swag. Would that be a step too far, Landfill? If I come in here with an Edmonton hat? I don't know that I will actually do that. Like Jeff, I'm waiting for somebody to send me free stuff. The biggest development of the weekend for me, though, was on the personal side. It was my daughter, my 9-year-old daughter, her team in lacrosse. They were the 4 seed going into the playoffs. And this is the very beginning of legitimate lacrosse. Like, they're playing on a full field. You got little 9-year-old girls that weigh 60 pounds having to run. And it's bigger than a football field because there's no, end zones. Like, you can run behind the goal and everything. So they were the 4 seed. The seeding in this tournament was kind of funky. I don't really understand it. But their first game was at noon. So we got to the lacrosse field at 11:30, Landfill. 11:30 for warm-ups. Shout out to the Voggies, the coaches. They did a hell of a job all season. So we get there at 11:30, and I'm sitting with my boy Kelly, and he's like, dude, I think they're going to win this one. And at that point, we're like, that's cool. Happy to get them to win one. But it also meant, so the game was at noon. The games go roughly an hour. Then we got to wait an hour for the next game. And the next game, Landfill, was the 1 seed, the Orange team. I don't know what their names are. They were good. And our girls played them the first game of the year and got smoked. So our girls play the first game. They win. It was cool. It was good. It was nothing too crazy. Our girls were better. So they won the first game. Then we got to chill, and we're watching, and the Orange team wins. And my boy Kelly, who called the first game, is like, I don't know about this one. And we all were unsure. This is the number 1 team in the tournament, undefeated on the year. I mean, they really had some talent on their team. And I don't know the hows or whys, but we had to make a goalie substitution. The goalie from the first game was not the goalie in the second game. And beyond that, the goalie in the second game hadn't played goalie for us all year. Had not played goalie all year. And this is now the semifinals of the tournament. She was an absolute brick wall. She was awesome. Shout out to Adaya. She was fantastic. I think she plays goalie in other sports, but had never done it in lacrosse. Taking out the 1 seed, so our girls got a lead on them. And I believe it was 5-4 with a minute left. They called a timeout. I didn't know there were timeouts. I've learned an incredible amount of girls lacrosse over the last couple months, but really yesterday. I still have no idea why the penalties get called so often, but whatever, here we are. Up 1. They have a rush with 30 seconds. This young woman, Adaya, must have made I mean, legitimately 5 incredible saves in the second half, including 2 with 10 seconds left. She was fantastic. All the girls were great. They all just played their hearts out. It got a little chippy with the 1 seed parents when the 4 seed took them down. Now, some of it was there may have been some discussion that was not meant to be derogatory towards someone, that was taken in a derogatory way, but it got a little chippy, Landfill. It was interesting. It was a very interesting afternoon. But, much like when Wisconsin beat Kentucky, when Kameninski beat that undefeated Kentucky team in the Final Four, and then they lost to Duke. You know what I mean? Like, you got to see it to the finish line. You beat the 1 seed, you got to get all the way home. So another hour break on a lacrosse field. And then they played the last game, say it was 3 o'clock. So, I mean, my day has completely been blown up. No, it's closer to 4 by this lacrosse tournament, but it was awesome. They win the tournament. My daughter played well. She improved so much over the year. All these girls played really, really well. I got to throw my hat because I think Lila and Bryn had hat tricks, and they won the title. It was remarkable. I'd never had a feeling of watching my daughter and her friends that I've known since they were all in kindergarten or pre-K or whatever, to watch your kid win a championship. And this is 9-year-old lacrosse. I'm not trying to overstate the value or importance of any of this, but to watch, and my kindergartner had just won one, but it was very different. Those weren't real games. This is the real deal. It's a special feeling, man. It's really, really cool. And I was talking to Bickle about it. It makes you realize like how some of these parents get so crazy at chasing kids' sports, and like it was exhilarating. It was awesome to watch, and you just have a sense of pride that is hard to describe. You know what else is hard to describe, Landfill? The value of going with John Leahy if you're looking to buy or sell a home. John Leahy and the Fine Living Group are the people to call, just like my friend Marilyn did. She had a Greenbelt condo, but she had to move. But her condo didn't qualify for FHA, so it made her buyers list a little funky. A bunch of these buyers loved her condo, but they weren't able to get it. So you know what Leahy and the Fine Living Group did? They found a previous client that was looking for an investment property, and bang, the buyer paid cash, $2,000 over asking, and John Leahy was able to get it done inside of a week. That's the kind of difference he can make. And if you want to know just how much money your house is worth, check out johnsellsdmv.com, and you can use that equity tool to get a better idea. Hey, maybe I should be selling too. Call John today, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing.
I'm Earl Forsey. We are sponsored by Coach Wooten's basketball camp, CoachWooten.com. That's 2 O's and 2 T's. It was a pretty good sports Sunday in D.C. The Nationals capped off a 3-game sweep up in Baltimore, 10-4 over the Orioles yesterday, completing that sweep of the weekend series. They finished 5-1 head-to-head against the O's this season. C.J. Abrams hit a pair, 2 of the 5 homers hit by the Nats yesterday. They're off tonight and then back in action back home Tuesday night, 6:45 p.m. here in the Fan against the Atlanta Braves. WNBA, the Mystics won again. They are 2-0 after a 90-85 victory up at Connecticut. Football, D.C. Defenders over Arlington at Audi Field Sunday with that win. D.C. clinching a UFL playoff spot. And JP was just talking about it. There's golf action in town this weekend. The Senior PGA Championship is in town. They will play Thursday through Sunday at Congressional Country Club out in Bethesda. Coach Wooten's basketball camp, they instill a love of the game by teaching kids how to play, the values of the game, and having fun. Join the rite of passage for beginners all the way up to rising high school stars and experience the legacy of the Wooten basketball camps, Coach Wooten. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. I got to get something sent over to my man Landini. Frankie Louvu was on Good Morning Football this morning and just had a really cool discussion about his upbringing and you know, it's funny because I think on the East Coast we're not as I suppose familiar is the right word with kind of the Polynesian culture because you know it's the Pacific Ocean and I think a lot more folks of Polynesian descent are on the West Coast. But it's really fascinating to watch and learn and kind of read about stuff. And with Frankie and Mariota, like it's a cool little component of what Washington is building. And I think it's a big factor in kind of what has allowed them to, you know, build the camaraderie and the brotherhood and whatever you want to call it. And I get people, it's just funny because I think as long as they're winning, people are into it. And this fall is going to be a hell of a opportunity for them to try to win. I think I want to talk a bit about the hoops because my guess is we're just going to get so locked up in the rest of the program. How are we feeling about these series? Does anybody – I think Thunder T-Wolves seems pretty wide open. I don't know what the regular season was there, and the Thunder are obviously really good. I think for them to get past Denver in that manner where they just kicked their ass, and I know who was hurt? Gordon was hurt, right? The odds makers will tell you the Pacers are slight underdogs. I see it as Knicks minus 155, Pacers plus 135. And it opened, I think that got bet up on the Knicks side. I think you're actually getting, I don't know if they'll win it, but I think you're getting really good value on the Pacers on the plus number. White Brian, tell me what the Pacers and Knicks regular season series was because they probably played 4 or 6 games. My man White Brian's dead asleep. Check it out. I think I woke him up. I mean, if this ain't Monday in May talking, I don't know what to tell you. Just for that alone, I think you guys should all have to be on the stream too. Because I got to keep talking, but if you guys were at least on the stream, you'd all have to stay awake. That's what I'm saying. Landfill. White Brian never speaks, always looks hungover. Does he have a drug problem? I don't know. What do you think's going on here? What'd you get into last night, White Brian? Maybe that's why they call him White Brian. Know what I'm saying, lady?
I fell asleep at like midnight. Just tired. I'm not a morning person.
I mean, 10:30, not really the morning anymore. Like you could go with like I'm not a morning person at 7 a.m. I think not a morning person expires by 9 a.m., dog. Anything after 9 a.m. is just kind of the day. I can tell you don't have children because children are morning people. Give me Pacers Knicks line, please. Tell me what they did in the regular series, in the regular season. Please try to stay awake. This is crazy to me. The T-Wolves are plus 285 in that series. The Thunder are that big of favorites. I'm a guy that usually takes underdogs anyway, but man, the Thunder were great all year, but they got pushed to the brink. Maybe it's because the Timberwolves got past a Steph-less Warriors team. What do you got for me?
The Knicks won 2 out of 3 in the regular season.
All right, give me T-Wolves Thunder too, please. So Knicks took 2 out of 3.
Pacers winning that series, though.
Dude, I kind of think so too.
Hella buckets.
I think Carlisle's a really good coach too. So, dude, I don't know, Jeff, if we should actually do this. The Thunder are favorites to win the title, minus 175. Then the T-Wolves at plus 475. Then the Knicks at plus 550. Then the Pacers at 7-1, so plus 700. I kind of like that. I also think it's ridiculous. Are the T-Wolves that much better than the Knicks or the Pacers? I understand why the Thunder are massive favorites here. They're loaded, and they had the MVP playing at an incredible high level. I don't know, man. Those numbers seem crazy. Does anybody think anybody but the Thunder is going to win the title?
Nah, I think they got it this year, honestly.
Yeah. I tend to agree with you. I think it's going to be what's crazy is 3 of these 4 teams have never won a title. The Thunder, I guess Seattle won a title, like back when the Bullets won a title. Are we counting a Seattle title from the 70s for the Thunder? I left hand up, I'm not going to. So eat it, Thunder. The Pacers definitely haven't.
Did you notice how ridiculous the starting dates for these series are, the conference finals?
They don't start till Wednesday, right?
Right, but like the time off that the Pacers and the Knicks have had is just massively longer than the time off that the Thunder have had.
Dude, the Thunder's the only, everybody else was done in 5 or 6 games. The Thunder went a full 7.
They should have at least started the Eastern Conference Finals before the Western Conference Finals.
Right, because the Thunder then have to play tomorrow night.
Right. The Pacers get 8 days off. The Knicks get 5. The Thunder get 1.
That's crazy. I don't really understand why they do this. Dude, if you look now at the NBA Finals are already scheduled, and the Stanley Cup, like both of them are scheduled. So these games are going to start May 20th and 21st. I think the NBA Finals don't start until like June 5th or something. So if any of these games go 5, like if these series, the first game is June 5th. So if these conference finals only go like 5 or 6 games, there's going to be a week easy until the finals come on. And I don't understand that. Like, I'm not going to pretend at all to work at the network level of programming, but I understand television programming on some level. The networks would make time for these. There's nothing on. White Brian's fallen asleep, for God's sakes. There's nothing on. They can, you know what I mean? Like, we can watch, the baseball can get moved. There's nothing else going on. I don't understand the need to lock those dates and times in. Like, it'd be one thing if it was like an Olympic summer or an election year and maybe you're worried about, debates drawing large audiences. But why do they have to lock this stuff up so far out? And do we really have to live in a world tonight where there's no puck or hoops? Who the hell did that? What am I supposed to do? I spent all weekend with my family. But who's the brainiac? Look, am I correct? There is no puck or hoops tonight. There are people.
WNBA on.
Is it the Sticks?
Not sure.
Find out if the Sticks are playing. Or I think the Nats even have a day off, right? You telling me there's no puck, no hoops, not even baseball? What the hell are people supposed to do? What does a red-blooded American male do tonight?
Yeah, the Nats are off today, and the Mystics don't play till Wednesday.
No wonder B-Mitch is off. There's nothing going on. Good God. I got to start consulting a calendar more often. What does this dude want on line one, Jeff? Should I take it? All right. My guy Chris is in Culpeper. Chris, what the hell am I supposed to do tonight? There's zero sports on.
I have no idea. Just sit there and stare at the TV and just spin around in a circle, I guess. You were talking about the time off between the basketball teams and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's so dumb.
The Nuggets and Thunder just had 3 days off. I think they played Thursday, so they had a massive time off. I know they played yesterday, but I just kind of feel like it's going to even out the way it is. They're athletics. I'm sure they can figure it out. Who do you want to win out of these four teams? Like, we don't really see these four teams. Like, this is totally different in the NBA.
Yeah.
I'm an East Coast guy. I always root for the East Coast teams, Wizards, of course, but we never do anything. So,
yeah.
I'm leaning towards the Knicks. I don't know why. I'd love to see the Pacers do it as well. I just think it's kind of a little wild. You don't see those two teams in. And thank you for letting me make a comment. Appreciate you.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. It's a good question. Who are we rooting for?
Tyrese Hallibuckets.
All right, Jeff's on the Pacers. I got to think about this one. You know what I don't have to think about? My new garage door. It's the best. The folks from Door Pro America came to the house, showed me a ton of different options, got rid of my old, clunky, loud garage door, gave me this new, sleek, black one that makes our house look better. Honestly, it probably drove the value of my house up, getting a new garage door. And it's silent. I can open and close it on the app. The MyQ app is dope. I have a camera in there. If anybody's trying to break into my garage refrigerator, steal my surf sides, I'm on you. Don't be trying to steal my surf sides because I got a camera in my garage door. Bang! Call Door Pro America today. If you call, you can save $60 on a repair. That's the other thing. You don't have to just get a new garage door. These dudes are experts. They can come out and just fix your existing one. Maybe you don't have to get a new one. But if you call today, you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. 877-DOOR-PRO. That's 877-DOOR-PRO. Tell them JP Finley sent you. Or check them out now at doorproamerica.com. Island in the sun. Weezer's a very underrated band, for the record. The Blue Album. Shoot, I was 7th grade, I think. I bet I listened to that album every day. And then Courtney Moore borrowed it from me and never gave it back. So I got receipts, Courtney. Yo, this is awesome. I don't know this, but it looks like Sean Merriman, lights out. Let's reach out to his PR guy. He's always so good to us. Looks like his son committed to the University of Maryland. Shout out to Coach Loxley. Lights out. What do you call Sean? Let's learn some stuff before I make more comments on that. Here's what we did learn. Monday, May 19th, a day that will live in infamy. There's no NHL playoffs. There's no NBA playoffs. Coming off a weekend where there's crazy golf on all the time. There's no golf on. There's obviously no football. The Nats don't play. I assume the Orioles don't play either. Somebody let me know if the O's are playing. So I naturally, went to social media. I said, what the hell am I supposed to do tonight? And I've gotten some comments. Got a lot of comments, as tends to happen. On Twitter, I've gotten some recommendations. Landfill. This is a very oddly specific one from Daniel's Believer. He says, order spaghetti and cry. Seems kind of intense. My man Gonzo says I should plan the Madrid trip. A lot of people say just watch Jaden Daniels highlights. It might not be the worst way to go. I'll tell you what I definitely won't do. Bud Johnson says, rewatch the Subway Series highlights from last night. Oh, I mean, he's talking Yankees Mets, right? I won't spend a second of my life doing that. Somebody told me to go fishing. A lot of people are telling me to watch wrestling. Is Monday Night Raw still a thing? Is that still on USA? Does USA still exist?
I think it's on TNT.
I think TNT has Shad Khan's wrestling league. Where's Rooster when you need him? He'd be all over this. My guy Hamid Safardi says, cuddle with your wife. Well, Hamid, that requires both of us being into that idea. And I got a feeling that won't be the case. Jamarcus, I cannot read what you said, but that was funny.
Monday Night Raw's on Netflix.
Really?
Apparently.
Who knew? I got some comments on my Facebook page. Charles Newsom said, make the wife think you carved out the day for her and the girls. I've been nothing but Family Guy since Friday. We went to the beach. We had a blast. I dug a hole. I hung some lights. I spent all day yesterday playing lacrosse. I got my 6-year-old to sleep last night. I may have fallen asleep in the process, but whatever. We all fell asleep. So I've been on family mode. Jeff, what do you think about this? Tim Sluss says I should play you in Madden tonight.
You would probably cry.
I wouldn't cry because much like the dude that sent in this pamphlet about changing one cartoon to another, I would not invest that type of emotional time into caring. I would play you in Madden. I don't have a device to play Madden. My daughters have a Nintendo Switch. Can I play Madden on that?
I don't know. I never played Madden on a Nintendo product.
Well, I would play you in Madden, and you could throttle me. I think I would get me versus Jeff in Madden. The line would be Jeff minus 40, I think. Video games have passed me by. I wouldn't be upset to lose to you. I think it'd be fun. All right, before we get Svrluga on the phone, Jeff's rooting for the Pacers. He's made that clear. I know who I'm rooting for in the puck. I'm rooting for the Oilers all the way. In basketball, I'm torn. I like Anthony Edwards a lot. If he's going to become the real face of the NBA, I think he's got to stop suggesting that people perform like sexual acts on him to random fans in the crowd. Like, he's pretty aggressive with what he yells to fans in the crowd. I think I'm rooting for the Pacers with Jeff. of all the New York teams, the Knicks are the one I dislike the least. Like Giants, Yankees, Mets, like all that. The Rangers, like get out of my face. The Knicks, I oddly kind of have liked over time, but I have a tremendous fear that if the Knicks were to win a title, that the wild amount of bandwagon New York Knicks fans that would emerge from the crevices of nowhere would be so annoying. I don't think I want the Knicks to win a title. I'm not rooting against them, but I don't want that to happen. So I think I'm rooting for the Pacers. I mean, Indy's a nice city. Tim Meek lives there. I don't have a lot to say. Terry McLaurin's from there. Who are you rooting for, Landfill? You got 4 NBA teams.
Timberwolves.
Why?
Kevin Garnett used to play there.
It's as good a reason as any. We got a Prince poster in here. Why, Brian, do you like the Knicks, Brian?
I don't hate them, but I don't like them. I can't really claim fandom.
Who's your NBA team?
I don't have one. I guess the Wizards.
Welcome to the Wizards bandwagon. There is plenty of room. Plenty of room. I've been rooting for the Wizards / Bullets my entire life, and I got to tell you, not a lot of highlights on that. The Gilbert years were the best. My favorite teams were Rod Strickland, Weber, all that before they broke everything up. Do you remember, I think it was 1999, when MJ and the Bulls swept the Bullets in the first round, and MJ said they were the team of the future? That didn't last. Here's what we're going to do. Barry Svrluga, Washington Post, joins us next.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Surfside, iced tea, and vodka. What a weekend for the Nationals up in Baltimore. They busted out the whooping sticks on Sunday. Nationals finish off a 3-game sweep with a 10-4 win over the O's. C.J. Abrams homer twice, 2 of the 5 Nats home runs Sunday.
Here's Abrams driving one to deep left center field. This is way back. At the wall is Laureano leaping. He can't get it. It is gone. Goodbye. And the Bluebirds are out here at Camden Yards in the second inning. 5 runs home for the Nationals with their 3rd home run of the inning. It's the Nationals 6 and the Orioles nothing.
Charlie Slow's call here on the Fan. Yeah, they deserve those boos. Well earned up in Baltimore. Not enough Natty Bo to drown the sorrows up in Baltimore this season. The O's have lost 6 in a row, second worst team in the AL. Nats have won 4 of 5. They get a break tonight, night off. Back home this week, starting Tuesday night, 6:45 p.m. on the Fan against Atlanta. Hockey, Panthers pound the Maple Leafs to win their Game 7 yesterday. So Florida, Carolina now in the Eastern Conference Finals starting on Tuesday night. Oklahoma City destroyed Denver to win Game 7 of their series. Top seed Thunder take on Minnesota, Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals on Tuesday. Football, DC Defenders are going to the playoffs. They clinch a UFL playoff spot Sunday with their 33-30 win over the Arlington Renegades at Audi Field. There's no better drink to enjoy in the golf course than Surfside iced tea and vodka. It's light, refreshing, made with real vodka and real brewed iced tea. Only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right. No carbonation. Cheers to hitting the fairway and cheers to Surfside. It's tea time. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Excited to get on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable HVAC products in the DMV. And talk to our friend Barry Svrluga, Washington Post sports columnist. Barry, what's up, dude? How are you?
JP, doing well. Hope you're doing well as well.
Yeah, man. My oldest won a lacrosse tournament this weekend. It was a lot of fun.
Congrats.
Yeah, dude. There's a lot to discuss. I made notes for our discussion because I don't want to forget anything. I think we start with the Nats. They had a good weekend. They could use a good weekend. They had one. The Orioles did not. Where are we at with this Nationals club?
You know, I was thinking going into this weekend that this is not a good place to be. Like they talked about rebuild fatigue in spring training, and I think the fan base has it, and I think there are pieces on the roster that make you encouraged not only about the future, but it should, hopefully make you encouraged about the present. And it was not playing out that way. They lost, I think 7 in a row. That ended with a win in the Braves series, but they did lose 3 out of 4 in that. And it felt to me like, are we getting close to a shakeup here? And then they go in and they not only sweep the Orioles, but they win a tight one on Friday night and take 7-0 leads in the 2 weekend games and really kind of show their potential for offensive dynamics. I mean, 5 homers yesterday, 2 by C.J. Abrams. James Wood has 11, I think. Maybe it's 12 now. Those guys are both in the top 15 in all of baseball in OPS. So you're starting to see some signs at a time when I felt like you really needed to see some signs. So it'll be interesting to see whether they can carry that momentum into the homestand. It starts with the Braves tomorrow.
Dude, and after what happened to the Braves, what happened with them at the hands of the Braves last week, I think Atlanta, they take 3 of the 4?
3 out of 4.
And, Atlanta's turned it around and is playing much better baseball. What did they start, like 0-6, 0-7 or something? And now
they started 0-7,
yeah. I think rebuild fatigue is a really good way to phrase what's going on with the Nats. I think it's, for me, it's ownership fatigue. It's these dudes said they were going to sell it. Everybody got excited. Now they're not. What the hell's going on there? Abrams playing well, Wood playing well. There are things to be excited about, but it's like where I don't know that there's a light at the end of the tunnel. I don't even know if we're in the tunnel.
So, I obviously tie everything back to ownership, but at some point they have said, we're holding on to this thing. Now, I've said this before. I mean, they're holding on to it until and unless somebody gives them, the X, whatever the X is, more than $2.5 billion that they thought was worth selling it for. But if the ownership is going to stay in place, and it appears right now there's no end date on that, then it's up to the people that ownership has hired and is sticking with to make it work. And it's not all about major league payroll, although that's a factor. Like, you have to go out and buy players like you did when you had an awesome run from 2012 to 2019. But it's also about drafting and development that has frankly not been up to the level that it needs to be to fill out a roster that is competitive. The best players on their big league roster, almost without exception, are players acquired in trade. James Wood and C.J. Abrams and Mackenzie Gore from the Juan Soto trade. Keibert Ruiz, who is coming back with a pretty solid season behind the plate after a disastrous 2024, was in the Scherzer Trey Turner trade to L.A. They just are not drafting and developing impact players at the major league level at the rate necessary to build a core of that is a contender that you add then free agents to. So I think it's there's a kind of a wide angle view of the organization that of course makes ownership the most important element, but you really have to look into the last decade of who have they developed into big league stars. Really the last major league star they developed was Anthony Rendon, and he was taken in the 2012 draft, I believe.
Wow. That's an indictment. That I don't want to put words in your mouth, but that also doesn't sound like the most bullish take on Dylan Cruz.
Oh, I'm not down on him. He's not a star. I have always thought with him and look, I didn't scout him at LSU. I'm not a scout. But he feels like, if you talk to people, that he is a high floor guy, not a high ceiling guy. And that can be a good thing if you're a plus major league player. And he certainly is defensively and likely will be offensively. He may not be, and I don't think he is Bryce Harper, but if he's a 10-year regular solid contributor to your team, then that's fine. They have coming up. I mean, Dylan Cruz was taken with the second pick in the draft 2 years ago.
Right.
They have the number 1 pick in the draft coming up, and this has to be an impact player. There are a few. I don't know the baseball draft inside and out, but there are a few players in contention for that top spot. The rise of this franchise was really built around 2 1-1s in Strasburg and Harper in 2009 and 2010. You got to get that one right, and you have to have it added to a core that I'm not trying to be down on them overall, because I think Jake Irvin is a guy that they drafted and developed, that a lower round pick that is coming through for them. They're not like for the world, but it has to start happening at more a high frequency, and that 1-1 pick has to be part of that pool.
For sure. Talking with our friend Barry Svrluga here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can give Barry a follow at Barry Svrluga, SVRULUGA, on Twitter and Instagram. Let's switch to the Caps. I thought whoever won Caps Canes would get to the Stanley Cup. We'll see if that ends up happening. The Panthers are obviously a formidable opponent in the Eastern Conference Finals. But the way the NHL playoffs are structured, you're going to play a divisional opponent in the second round every year. And for Washington, that likely means Carolina. That this Carolina team doesn't appear to be going anywhere. Brendan Moore is not going anywhere. Their coach that has that very specific system. I think we've seen the Commanders this offseason try to better compete with Philly, specifically by adding so much on the offensive line? Do the Caps have to try to combat the Hurricanes?
That's a really interesting way of thinking of it, and I hadn't thought of it that way. I mean, they definitely have a Carolina problem, and you're right about the weird way that NHL has its playoffs configured at the moment is, the top team, the top seed in the East plays the lowest wild card, regardless of what division it comes from. But then when you get to the next round, you're going back in division if you're the top team advances. So they were going to get the winner of that Carolina New Jersey series. Carolina got rid of Jersey in 5 games. They looked really good doing it. They looked really good in beating the Caps in Raleigh during the Ovechkin goal chase. They beat them 5-1 there, and they do play a structure that the Capitals find really difficult to combat. And I think Spencer Carberry said this after game 5, and he was giving the Canes all the credit in the world. Like, the core of that group, Sebastian Aho and Jordan Stahl and those guys have been through it. They've been in the playoffs 7 years in a row under Brind'Amour. That's only 2 teams I think have longer streaks, postseason streaks that haven't been broken. So they have learned in those small moments how important everything is. And I thought when Carberry said that, I was like, oh man, like, you've got Alex Ovechkin and John Carlson and Tom Wilson with like a bazillion years of experience doing this as well. But then if you go down the roster, it doesn't compare. I mean, Carolina is just a much more postseason seasoned team. So I think the positive takeaway from the Caps postseason experience is that they had it. They got 10 more games. They learned. I mean, you can go into a bunch of little moments where they didn't come through. They failed to clear a puck and couldn't get a line change. Carolina, it's coming after them, keeping it in the zone, and they break through for a goal. I mean, that's kind of what they do, and they have. Carberry said the Caps have to learn how big those small moments are, and that was Alex Alexiev, and I can't remember who else was out there, but guys who aren't Wilson and Ovi, who have done it a million times. So I just think that the entirety of the Cap season has to be viewed as a positive because of not only the Ovechkin chase, which was really, really cool to get it done this year, but because a lot of people didn't even have them in the playoffs, and they were a front runner in the Eastern Conference from day one. They were really, really good. And I think it's, there's a developing core that is ready to make another run at it again next year.
I want to switch to golf, but quickly on the Caps. I wasn't there for game, what was that, 5? We were at the beach, but I had multiple people sending me photos of empty seats. Were you at the game?
Yeah.
Was that accurate? Because that can always be like kind of twisted, I would say.
It wasn't. I would say it's accurate. It wasn't like big sections were not full. It was like you could say, like, you could look and be like, oh, there's a little cluster of 6 seats over there that's not full. And I would say, I know I talked to somebody who was going, and I hadn't checked the prices myself, but they said ticket prices are dropping before game 5. And if you think about it, it's against an opponent that, unlike Pittsburgh or Boston or New York or whatever, you're not selling it to any out-of-town fans, or not many anyway.
Yeah.
And if you're a Caps fan, like, game 5, nothing can be decided in a positive way. Like, you should go and support your team, but if it comes back for game 7, I don't think you'd see those empty seats. You know what I mean? It's like, it's just a weird little hole in the market that probably makes it not super attractive for a Caps fan.
I agree with that. All right. Talking with our friend Barry Svrluga here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Let's talk about the golf this weekend. 3 players and people really stood out to me most. I think we start with the winner in Scottie Scheffler and what he's been able to accomplish. I'm out on like who we're comparing him to and predicting how many more majors and all that. Just right now, he's an absolutely fantastic golfer.
I mean, he's the best on the planet. And I know Rory won the Masters, but I think Scotty reestablished himself with no questions. I mean, he was so calm when things were falling apart. That's probably his superpower. But he also just, I mean, you just look at the shots he hits. It's so impressive how high, how far, how accurate, his short game. He's got a great demeanor. He's now won. I think it's important that he won a major that wasn't the Masters. So he's got another, leg of the career Grand Slam checked off. And he is a player that, you never really want to, say, well, that guy could win the career Grand Slam because it's happened only 7 times. But that guy could win the career Grand Slam. I mean, he'll be the favorite going into Oakmont, and there's nothing he doesn't do well. And now he's done it over a long enough period of time that includes other wins like, the Olympic gold medal and other big tournaments that at 28, I just think that it's weird to say that a guy who's played this good, this high a level of golf going back to when he won his first major at the Masters a few years ago. I think his best stretch could be the next decade. 28 to 38 is a really nice mix of still having the athletic ability and all the shots that a golfer needs, but also having the experience and knowing how to get it done. He learned, that will go down as a blowout yesterday, but we all know it was tied after 11 holes, and he had to pull himself back together against, a formidable major champion on the other side.
Totally. And the other, so properly crediting Scotty, he's the best. The way he closed, honestly, in an hour-long span of time, the way that horse journalism closed in the Preakness was incredible to watch. And I don't pretend to be a big horse racing guy. I watch the Triple Crown, but the speed that horse showed over the last, 50 yards, 100 yards, furlong, whatever the measurement is. And then the way Scotty closed Saturday night with like birdie, par, birdie, or whatever it was just incredible. But the dude that pushed him on Saturday was Jon Rahm. And I thought Rahm's play and then inability to kind of finish, and then his comments after about this is the most fun I've had playing golf in a long time. I just feel like whatever, and we've got Liv coming to town in a couple weeks, but like when the best player on your tour is openly kind of miserable about it, it felt like such huge commentary to me.
Well, I think he kind of very transparently regrets the decision to go to Liv. And if you remember the circumstances that he went, I mean, he had great quotes about, I talked to my wife, like, how much money do you actually need? Like, what if at some point the difference between X million, X 100 million, and X plus 200 million is like, how does that really impact our life? And I think ultimately the number became too large that you're, going to be able to support generations and generations of your family. But he talked from the minute he got out there, like, I miss going to regular PGA Tour stops like Riviera and Torrey, where he had great memories and good results. And then you're totally right that those comments accurately reflect what he wants to do. Legacy is important to him, and you can't right now establish any sort of legacy on the Live Tour. You could win 10 Live events in a row, and it's not enhancing your legacy as a professional golfer. The other thing I would say about Rahm is I don't think it should be written that he collapsed over the last final few holes, because he lipped out or barely missed like 3 or 4 putts in a row from like 11 to 14 that would have put pressure on Scotty. And then because he was playing ahead and he's running out of holes, he had to be hyper aggressive if he wanted to try to win. All he cares about is winning the golf tournament. So somebody, like, the shot on 17, the par 3 that he like overcooked over the flag and it went in the bunker, in the water and led to double bogey. Like, he's doing that because he's trying to hit it to 2 feet and make a tap-in birdie and put some pressure on Scotty. He doesn't care about sliding to a tie for 8th instead of a tie for 4th and whatever the millions of dollars of difference it is there. Like, he cares about legacy and major championships, and I think that's why he really probably has fun playing golf now 4 times a year and only 4 times a year.
Yeah, he's not worried about his FedEx points or any of that.
Right.
And I applaud him for that. It's interesting too that if it's not Rahm, then Bryson is Liv's biggest star, and Bryce is a great player. I'm fascinated to see what he does at Oakmont, but he was never really in this. And then his comments after, jeez, dude, he's like, yeah, I got to find a new golf ball. I got to find new equipment. It's like, dog, you got outplayed. Just shut up.
Well,
please.
yeah, it's two major Sundays in a row. He was in the final group with Rory at Augusta, and in fact, it was tied with them after the first hole, after Rory doubled the first hole, and then he just kind of went away, like he was not part of the story. And I feel like that's kind of his Sunday at the PGA. He's a 2-time U.S. Open champion. He can play that kind of golf. Oakmont is not too much for him, but it's not a golf ball, man. Like you got to make the shots. You got to execute. It's not YouTube golf. He's perfectly capable of doing it. And I think in some ways, man, I like Rahm as a player and as a character better than Bryson, but I think Bryson is probably Liv's biggest star at this point, just because of the YouTube factor and all the stuff he does on there. Like, he's really well known in a way that Rahm isn't.
Yeah, no, totally. Last thing, and I feel like you're uniquely positioned to answer this. There was a kind of a controversy, maybe a controversy. So Rory McIlroy's driver tested positive, I guess, for being illegal. I don't know if I'm overstating that. Non-conforming, I guess, is the term. Rory didn't talk to the media all 4 days of the tournament in Charlotte. Rory didn't play his best, didn't drive the ball his best. I don't want to what do we make of all that?
Well, here's the thing, man, and I am not a stickler for, if you don't talk to sports writers or do a post-round interview, that makes you a bad person. I just have never been in that camp. And I think there are times when if someone storms off or doesn't talk, it says more than what they would say in the interview, because it shows how pissed they are. But it is egregious for the most recent major champion and one of the stars in the sport, one of the very, very few that could transcend golf and be kind of a mainstream sports star, to blow it off for 4 straight days it reflects very poorly on him and his understanding of his place in the game. And to me, it's not even about the driver head, because that could have been diffused in 2 questions. It's not a big deal.
Right, like Scotty's tested positive too, right? And
yeah, so you just change. You have these rules, and guys or equipment companies are trying to max out their equipment, and they're all checked beforehand. And if it's not like you got caught, it's just like, no, you can't play that one. You have to switch to another one. So he not only makes a small story bigger, because now whenever he plays next, he's going to have to be asked about that. But the 4 days in a row thing. I mean, people can criticize Tiger Woods for being a boring interview and not saying much after excellent rounds. He did it. He never skipped it. The only time he didn't talk was when he was walking off the course with an injury. And I just think it's poor judgment on Rory's part. And it's delicate because it sounds like a whiny sports writer being like, well, you didn't give me a quote for my story. It's a bigger issue than that. It's like you don't only talk when things are going well. You talk in all circumstances. You alone, this isn't a team sport, can explain what you found difficult about a course that you've owned over the course of your career, where you got your first PGA Tour victory, what didn't work, where are you with your game, like what's your outlook for the rest of the summer? That's on Rory McIlroy to explain about Rory McIlroy. And when he doesn't, it's just I think it's poor form.
I don't always care when they blow it off, but this one seemed egregious to me too. There's a bigger conversation of what athletes owe the media, and at some point, I don't know that will ever get settled, but it is an interesting concept for you and I to discuss because we are the media, but like I also see their side of it. Right now, though, I'm way late, and I've taken up too much of your time. So, will you go to congressional at all this week?
I am, yeah, definitely on Sunday, maybe once before then.
Okay, I might go Wednesday if you're interested. We can.
All right, well, yeah, we'll catch up.
The great Barry Svrluga joining us. Thanks, buddy.
Thanks, man. Talk to you soon.
Give him a follow at Barry Svrluga, SVRLUGA. Barry joining us via the Rude Guest Hotline. Going to switch to some Commanders football next.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're presented by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. We're down to the conference finals now in both hoops and hockey. NHL yesterday, Panthers pound Toronto to win their series in Game 7. So Florida, Carolina, Eastern Conference Finals set to start Tuesday night. Edmonton, Dallas will open the Western Conference Finals on Wednesday night. NBA playoffs, the top-seeded Oklahoma City Thunder destroyed Denver in Game 7 of their series Sunday. So Thunder host Minnesota Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals tomorrow night. Knicks and Pacers off the Eastern Conference Finals Wednesday in New York. Baseball, Nats blast Baltimore yesterday 10-4 to complete a 3-game sweep. Nats have a well-deserved day off tonight and are back home this week, starting Tuesday night home against Atlanta, 6:45 on the Fan. Looking to upgrade your office game? At PVI, we'll come to you to design the perfect office space for your team. No hassle, no stress, just a game-changing upgrade. Hit a grand slam with PVI Office Furniture when you call today to score 15% off your purchase. Get your office in championship shape at PVI.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
All right. This is really interesting. Seattle Seahawks had already done this. The Seahawks sent out letters to some of their season ticket holders about reselling their tickets. Seattle said that your renewal eligibility may be impacted by excessive reselling of Seahawks tickets. They're telling the people buying the tickets, yo, we might not sell these to you again because you appear to be flipping them. You're selling them excessively. Now the Colts have done the same thing. Colts sent a letter to not all, but some of their season ticket holders that said, our records show, listen to this. You can tell the lawyers were involved in this. Our records show that you listed or resold most of your tickets for the 2024 season. And while no action will be taken today, if you are shown to be reselling most of your tickets again this season, you will unfortunately be unable to renew. All right, every NFL team has 10 home games. Now, some of those, because of the 17-game schedule, which is so annoying, some teams have 9 home games and 1 preseason game, or 8 home games and 2 preseason games. Obviously, the value difference, the delta between a preseason game and a regular season game is dramatic. It's, 50x between a preseason game to a regular season game. It's a significant difference. But for the sake of this conversation, let's say 8 regular season games. What to you counts as excessive reselling, Landfill? For me, you sell 6 out of 8. That's starting to be a business, not a fan. I think because all ticketing is now digital, I can't imagine. I know in baseball, you got to use the MLB app for everything. I know going to Caps and Wiz, everything's done through the Monumental app. The MLB Ballpark app is pretty damn awesome, honestly. I know for the Commanders, it's all done on SeatGeek, which is also a really good app. I prefer SeatGeek to Ticketmaster, for whatever that's worth. I can't imagine anybody's getting actual paper tickets anymore, but maybe somewhere in the galaxy far, far away. With digital ticketing, they know exactly who's getting the ticket and then who's getting the ticket next. So there's no way to make this work. And I just wonder what the future holds. Like, people may not be aware of this, but in in the event space, not just Commanders games, but concerts, comedy shows, baseball games. Like, I think Billy Joel's coming to Nats Park this fall. I think Billy Joel's playing Nats Park like around Labor Day weekend or something. Ticket brokers are still a huge part of the business. But in the digital ticketing space, I just feel like that's going to get a lot harder. And I think a lot of these teams, probably under the guise of, oh, we just want, to take care of our fans. I think it's more we want to make the money that the brokers have been making. But I think they're going to take all that stuff internal. I just, if Seattle's doing it and Indy's doing it, those are two teams with good home fan bases, but neither of them has been that good for a while. Like, Colts haven't made the playoffs in a number of years, I don't think. The Seahawks didn't last year, even though they made. I think the Seattle won 10 games last year, but did not make the playoffs. Colts were 8-9 last year. Colts haven't made the playoffs since 2020 when they lost in the wild card round, and prior to that, before Andrew Luck retired, 2018 they lost in the divisional round. The Seahawks and the Colts have good fan base. Like, I'm not knocking any of this, but the Seahawks haven't won a playoff game since 2019. That they won a wild card game. Like, this is not to protect their fan base. It's about the cash. And I think if a couple NFL teams do this, I would very much wonder. Northwest Stadium, they've done a lot of great work. The Commanders ownership has to put lipstick on that pig, but the stadium sucks. There's zero vibe out there. Like, it's never going to be. Now you get to a playoff games and stuff, it's going to change. But this new RFK, when this gets done, and if you've noticed the language, even the dude Mendelson is now saying, I'm not against the project. I just need time to review it or whatever. It's getting done. But this new RFK, the buying and selling of tickets is going to be very, very different, especially when you throw in PSLs and what that means. Mark Zuckerman joins the program at noon. Okay. In case we hate it. I can't hear you. I'm back. 1067 The Fan. Exciting news. Landfill and I came up with an idea. If you're watching on the stream, we're going to do a taste test, little product test. Something called energy water. That's not the name brand, but I guess it's caffeinated water. It's a mango peach flavor. We got the Cluster Buster joining us. I've got cups. CK, see if you can hand me one more cup kind of behind those monitors. I don't know much really about anything, but certainly I consume, I think, a lot of caffeine. I start my day with a Celsius, and then I usually maybe have another Celsius midday, and usually a Diet Coke at some point. So I don't know how much caffeine I'm pumping through these veins, but it ain't little. But the coffee crowd crushes coffee all day and then tries to get judgmental about soda. Eat it, coffee crowd. Anyhow, mango peach energy water. Now, Landfill, I know you're a man that cares about these things. The energy water, 12 ounces, 355 milliliters. CK's having a tough time in here. It's kind of funny watching this. You need
It's a really nice studio.
Yeah.
It's really nice.
Beautiful this time of year. Here, do you need a converter thing?
I'm good.
Okay. 12 ounces of water, 0 calories, Landfill. I imagine water has no calories, right? Like, you don't really get to brag about that caffeinated water. 0 sugar, 150 milligrams of caffeine.
I'm all for people adding caffeine to things that don't naturally have caffeine. You know, I think caffeine should be added to more things.
All right, well, hell.
You have kids. You're very tired, right?
Yeah.
You have lots of jobs.
Yeah.
Same.
Jeff, come get these. Everybody's getting some caffeine water. And we're going to see how it goes. Mango peach. Honestly, a flavor combination that would probably appeal to my palate. My go-to Celsius is peach vibe. CK, you want to go first? That's not a...
I'm going to give it like a 5. It's not great. It is still water.
5 out of 10?
5 out of 10.
Okay.
Just right down the middle, you know?
Landini?
It's fine.
It's weird. There's really very little flavor. It's kind of bizarre that they made an energy water and then decided to add a flavoring to it. And they added just so little flavoring. I don't really understand this product. I'm going to be perfectly honest with you.
It's not sweet enough.
All right.
I don't really know why anyone would buy it.
It's horrible.
It tastes like if you left a hard seltzer in the sun for like a day.
Yeah, it's kind of like flat and like.
You know what it kind of tastes like? If you had a hard seltzer or even like a soda or something. Say you had a fountain Sprite or something that you drank all the Sprite, but the cup of ice was still there, and then that melts into a water.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's kind of what it tastes like. Like there's traces of the Sprite or whatever the hell, mango peach, but it's overwhelmingly just water.
Yeah, it's like so mid, you know? Just, yeah.
There's enough flavoring there that it doesn't really count if you just want water. Like it's not that, because there's enough flavoring there to make it weird, but there's not enough flavoring to make it actually taste good or taste like anything recognizable.
Yeah, I think you're better off just selling caffeinated water.
Yes, if there was literally just straight water with caffeine in it.
Definitely buy caffeinated water. I would absolutely buy that.
How much caffeine is too much? I'm Googling that. The FDA says 400 milligrams a day.
That's a lot.
Is when you get to be too much.
Yeah, I mean we're not approaching that.
How much is in a Celsius?
I'm gonna guess like 25 or 40. Maybe.
I'm gonna go with 100.
Ooh. Take the over.
Really?
200 milligrams.
Damn.
Okay, so you don't want to have too many of those. That's good.
Is 2 a day of those too much, we think?
That's right. That sounds right. Exactly the right amount.
Sheesh. Maybe I need to back off the second Celsius in the day. But I think coffee drinkers, dude, that have like 4 cups of coffee all day, like coffee drinkers must just be pounding caffeine.
Yeah, I probably have 4 a day.
You have 4 coffees a day?
Yeah.
White Brian's in there slugging coffee all day.
And you can barely tell he's conscious.
Yo, he fell asleep in the opening segment. White Brian, we need to get you more caffeine water. I think to the folks making caffeinated water, just make caffeinated water. You don't need the flavoring.
No, or you need a lot more. If you're going to do it, just do it.
Yeah, make it a flavored water with caffeine or just water. There you go. That's our first product review. Do you think I should watch wrestling tonight, CK? There's nothing on television. No playoff basketball, no playoff pucks, no Nats, no golf, no football. And a lot of people are telling me to watch wrestling.
No, I don't. And it pains me to say that because I don't hate wrestling, but they're doing this new thing now, where I guess because they've expanded and they're doing so much programming that it's driving me nuts. It takes the guys like 10 minutes to get to the ring and start the match.
Galdi says, now I don't know. I loved wrestling as a kid. Shout out to the Bushwhackers. But like even when people got real into Stone Cold and The Rock and everything, when it kind of came back, I was like 1 foot in. I was never all in. But Galdi says now that Vince McMahon is gone, he's comparing this to the rebirth of the Commanders with Dan Snyder gone. Like it's just a better league.
I mean, I think WrestleMania was pretty much panned.
Really?
I don't think people thought it was that good. But I'm not saying it's bad. I think it's fine. But I just wish they would like speed things up. I think they're trying to like get the content for like social media and everything. So like into the match, it there's like another 15 minutes of the guys just like standing there posing in the ring now. It takes forever.
Okay. All right. We'll find out if I'm going to watch wrestling. Coming up next, Mark Zuckerman, Masson Sports.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home team, Keller Williams Realty. Nationals spent the weekend beaten up by the Dirty Birds up at Camden Yards. Nationals finished off a sweep Sunday with a 10-4 win, 5 home runs, including a pair from C.J. Abrams, who helped the Nats to a big weekend in Baltimore.
Yeah, it's electric. You know, we come together, we bring the energy. We brought the energy the past 3 days, and it shows.
Yeah, Nats have now won 4 of 5. They are off tonight, so a well-deserved break for Monday night, and then back home this week. Starting tomorrow night, 6:45 p.m. first pitch against the Atlanta Braves here on the Fan. Hockey, Panthers pounded Toronto to win their series in Game 7 on Sunday, so Florida, Carolina now getting set for the Eastern Conference Final starting Tuesday night. Edmonton, Dallas out west. That begins on Wednesday. NBA playoffs. The Western Conference Finals start on Tuesday night. Top seed Thunder, after destroying Denver, will host Minnesota. Knicks and Pacers will play the Eastern Conference Finals starting Wednesday night in New York. DC Defenders are going to the UFL playoffs after their win over the Arlington Renegades Sunday at Audi Field. In Ashburn, Commanders will resume their offseason work, OTAs next week. Mandatory minicamp for the Commanders is next month, June 10th through the 12th. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia, and it's time to get to the Rude Guest Hotline. Excited to talk to our friend Mark Zuckerman from Masson Sports. Zuck, I imagine it was a fun weekend. Sweep at Camden Yards, one of the best parks. Great weather. I mean, I think it was good weather. How much did the Nats need the 3-game sweep over the Orioles?
Yeah, well, JP, it was a fun weekend for anybody who was affiliated with the Nationals. Sure, most of the people at Camden Yards were not enjoying that this weekend because of what was going on with the home team. But, they needed it. It was like this perfect alignment of the stars that a struggling team faced an even more struggling team that hit rock bottom and took advantage of it. And while, nobody feels good about what's happening with the Orioles, if you're the Nationals, you have to be able to do what they did. You take care of business against a team that's down that hard at that point, and they did it emphatically. When you're up 7-0, 2 innings in back-to-back days, you're doing something right. They needed that, and now the question is, can they keep it going? Because the competition is going to get a whole lot stiffer here this week with the Braves and the Giants coming to town.
Obviously, I want to keep talking about the Nats, but are you surprised just at how poorly it's going for the Orioles?
Yeah, I think everyone is. I don't think anybody could have foreseen it being this bad. Maybe you thought, okay, they could take a step back, and maybe they didn't make the moves this winter that a lot of people hoped they would to bolster that roster. But, I mean, they've got, I think, the 4th worst record in the league in the majors right now. That's pretty shocking. I don't think anybody saw it falling apart to that extent. But it's a bad situation, and it's funny. Like, they were in D.C. late last month, and in talking to their people who cover the team, there was already concern then, and some of them saying, like, I don't know if they're going to get out of this thing. And I was like, come on, it's too early. They're going to be fine. No, they definitely sensed it. There was something wrong there, and yeah, it's performance, but it seems like also within the clubhouse, it just has not been a great situation, and a lot of fingers being pointed at this idea of that they didn't go and bring in outside experienced veterans who not only could help them on the field, but help those young guys within the clubhouse. A lot of these kids are struggling for the first time, and they don't have anybody to turn to kind of help them get through it. To make the comparison to the Nats, like, who is their Jason Worth right now?
Yeah.
To kind of is that proven winner who's helping the rest of them get through all this, and it seems like they don't have that.
That's a great reminder of worth value here. I'm talking with Mark Zuckerman. You can watch his work on Masson Sports. You can give him a follow at Mark Zuckerman. MassonSports.com is where all of his written stuff is, and then you can check out the Nats Chat podcast. So like you said, the Nats go up to Baltimore, get the series sweep, then it's going to get hard again. The Braves just took 2 out of 3 from them. They've got the Braves coming to town tomorrow night for a 3-game set. Then it's the Giants for the weekend. I imagine those Giants games will be big. This seems like it'll be a big crowd week at Nats Park with, the Braves fans, obviously, and then Giants fans, too. Are they expecting full, maybe even sellouts for these?
Yeah, I haven't heard numbers of anything, but I would imagine a weekend series against the Giants, Memorial Day weekend, and I think good weather from last I checked, that should do well for them. And, there's been this thing this year where they've actually, I feel like, done better against some of the better competition. It's almost like they're rising to the occasion as opposed to playing the lesser teams. So maybe playing in front of 30, 35,000, a lot this week could be good for them and kind of give a boost to the young guys. But it's an important week. And I'm not saying they got to go out and, win 4 out of 6 or anything like that, as great as that would be. But just to show that what we just saw this weekend, especially from an offensive standpoint, that just wasn't a one-off, that it wasn't just a case of playing the Orioles, that there could actually be something there. I mean, they hit 5 home runs yesterday, something they hadn't done since the end of the 2023 season. They scored early. They scored often. This has been a real point of emphasis from Davey Martinez. Get to the opposing starter, play from out in front, because it makes such a difference for your own pitcher. You're not feeling like you're chasing them the whole way. I mean, they've done a good job of rallying late and often pulling it off in the 7th, 8th, 9th innings. But it's hard to do that every night. It makes it such a difference when you're playing out in front, even if it's only a run or 2. It doesn't have to be 7. So let's see if they can continue that this week and try to set the tone a little early.
Yeah, sure. I think it's going to be really interesting to see if the Nats can use the series sweep to kind of reset, because they were playing pretty good baseball, and then they went on that 8-game losing streak, right? And
yeah,
that just kind of, when you lose 8 in a row like that, it just takes off the positive momentum in a major way. So what is kind of the key, especially with Atlanta playing a lot better, to putting some W's up in that series before the Giants get here?
Well, yeah. So what you saw in that Braves series when they faced them in Atlanta last week, and they lost 3 out of 4, was this same thing I was just talking about, where they are not scoring runs until late in the games. They went through 8 straight games where they did not score more than 2 runs off an opposing starter on any given night. You just can't do that. Now, again, you don't have to score 7, but you got to try to put something together and put together quality at bats early in games. And when you get a chance with runners in scoring position, it just takes one hit to convert that. And it just changes the tenor, I think, of the whole game. So you start with that. And then to finish it, and I know the bullpen has been the number one problem area for them this season, but kind of quietly, that group has gotten stabilized here in the last, week to 2 weeks. And while it may not be a world beater and the best bullpen in baseball or anything like that, they are giving them a chance most of the time. And in these games that they're winning, it's usually on the strength of, multiple scoreless innings from the bullpen. So if you can score a couple runs early, your starting pitching has been solid, and now you get to the 7th and you've got a 2-run lead, something like that, I think they're better positioned to close out those kind of games than they were earlier in the year, when you're just holding your breath every time Davey signals out there to bring somebody in, believing that the odds of them actually pulling it off were pretty slim.
Certainly. Talking with our friend Mark Zuckerman here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable HVAC products in the DMV. Give Zuck a follow at Mark Zuckerman, Zuckerman. I was at an event last week, Mark, where I got to meet James Wood's father. I believe I've met him before, but what a pleasant guy he is. And one thing that stands out to me is James seems so quiet and reserved, but his father was like a gregarious, like interesting fellow. How is he doing? Kind of, I mean, for a lot of these guys, they got called up and they've been in the bigs, but this is their first year, like doing it for a full season. We're now, I don't know. I mean, mid-May, we're fully into the baseball season now. This isn't the first week, the first month, any of that. How do you think they're like acclimating, starting with Wood? Obviously, he's hitting well.
First of all, Kenny Wood is a delight. He's a former basketball star in Richmond. So, I mean, he knows the spotlight, and they raised James really well. He's such a polite kid, and maybe doesn't have the big personality, but he is an intense competitor when he's out there on the field. What we've seen from him so far is a 22-year-old with still less than a full year in the big leagues who has the approach at the plate of a seasoned veteran. He takes his walks. He doesn't chase that much. And he hits the ball. I mean, he hits the ball as hard as almost anybody in the sport, but he hits it hard to the opposite field. All but a couple of his home runs are to left field, left center field. That's his natural swing to do that. I mean, there are very few players in baseball who have that kind of approach, and one of the few that I can think of, and it's a valid comp right now, is Juan Soto. So for James Wood to be in that conversation at 22, to have a similar kind of approach and patience at the plate and ability to hit the ball hard like that, it shows you how the sky's the limit. And what James has that Juan maybe didn't really have is that he also runs the bases extremely well. And so he's like a serious threat to have a 30-30 season, or maybe, if he keeps it up, maybe even an outside shot at 40-40. That's a remarkable thing for a guy who's 6'7". He's got the full package.
It's crazy to watch him. I saw him. This is probably a couple weeks back, but the way your brain is, you might know exactly what I'm talking about. He hit a ball that looked like a double play. Like, it looked like a double play all day. And shortstop gets the second, and then Wood beat out the throw. And he got bobbled a little bit, but it was one of those things where I'm watching this kid because he's getting hit for power, and I want to watch every at bat. But all the little stuff is done really well, I think, as a hitter and as a runner, and it's really encouraging. The other, kind of the Nats are promoting this trio of youngs. Maybe it's four. Abrams playing great also. I know you had an article on Massive Sports about kind of the start to the season CJ's had.
Yeah, so I mean, look, we know last year he had a great first half. He's an all-star. It looks like this is his big breakthrough. And then he struggled bad in the second half of the season. I'm just talking about on the field at this point.
Right.
And then you get to the end of September, and he ends up being demoted for the final week of the season, not for his on-field performance, but for his off-the-field stuff and getting caught out of the casino in Chicago early in the morning. So there was pressure on him coming into this year. I thought it was kind of the number one question mark, and maybe the biggest issue facing the team is how is he going to bounce back from this, both the on-field performance and just how does he conduct himself. And from day one of spring training, he has done everything that you could want him to do. He's been, great, and as far as we know, not getting into any kind of trouble. But beyond that, he is playing at that all-star level again in all parts of his game. That's really important. He is supposed to be one of the faces of this rebuild. And you can see that he is, again, hitting for power, running the bases well, playing a good shortstop. In that game yesterday, he hits 2 homers. He hits the very first pitch of the game for a home run off Zach Eflin, just like silencing the crowd immediately. So you set the tone with that. He hits another one his next time up. It's the second inning. But I think he was most excited, to be honest, about the final play of the game, a tremendous double play that he started and Luis Garcia turned to end the game. He was as fired up about that as anything. And I think there's a little metaphor in there that I wrote about today, that the start of the game, yeah, that's great. Just like the start of the season is great. But his number one goal this year is not how he starts it, how he finishes it, because he knows last year did not end well. So to end the game spectacularly, I think he's thinking in those same terms about how he wants this whole season to play out. He wants people to remember how he ends it, not just how he starts it.
If you want to read Mark's article, I just retweeted that. CJ Abrams started yesterday's game with a bang, but the spectacular play he made to end the game speaks to the larger story about 2025. I think it's really well done, really well written. You can check it out at Massive Sports, or you can follow Mark at Mark Zuckerman, joining us via the Rude Guest Hotline. So I've heard the highlight now like 4 times because our guys have been playing it in the updates. Cruz obviously had the big bop yesterday. Where are we at with Dylan? Because I think for this team to really matter going forward, I think a number of things have to change and they got to spend more money. But I think you need Cruz to be in this Abrams-Wood discussion about potential all-star players.
Yeah, he's supposed to be part of this in a big way, of course. When you have the number 2 pick in the draft and use it on him, and he probably would have been the number 1 pick if not for his LSU teammate Paul Schwarz, there's a certain standard that you're expecting from him. Now, he hasn't met it yet, at least offensively. And he's still got to find some plate discipline, recognition of pitches. I mean, he chases a lot of slop off the plate. And that's something he's going to have to figure out because teams know it, and they're giving him a lot of that stuff. They don't give him a lot of fastballs to hit. So that's a big step for him. Now, I mean, he crushed it yesterday, 3-run homer. He has moments. You can see it's in there. It's just a matter of finding some consistency. But as I've said to others, the thing that stands out that impresses me most about him is, in spite of the offensive struggles, he has played a tremendous outfield, whether in right or in center, because he's played a decent amount of center as well. He's one of their best base runners, one of the most efficient and, at base stealing. And he's such a mature kid that, again, at such a young age, hasn't even been in the big leagues for a full year. To be able to separate those parts of your game, to not take your offensive struggles out in the field with you, that's the kind of stuff that even veterans don't often do very well. So I think that bodes well for him. Now, yeah, he's still got to, perfect the art of hitting big league pitching. And that's a lot of work, and there's no guarantee it's going to happen. But the other parts of his game, he's still contributing to them in meaningful ways, even if he's not delivering at the plate the way they would hope he would.
Landfill is our producer, and he's a notorious hater. I want to preface this by saying that. Landfill thinks Cruz might be better served if he was in AAA, like learning better pitching. I can't imagine he's the only person that thinks that. I do not. I like that they're like, nope, he's in the bigs. He's in the bigs for good. But he is hitting 190. Is that at all a conversation? I mean, didn't they? The O's had to do that with Holiday, I think.
Right. And so I don't sense that it's a serious conversation yet. That doesn't mean that it can't get there. And this is why, look, last year everybody was screaming, hey, why are you calling up James Wood? He's tearing it up at AAA. When are you going to call up Dylan Cruz? And they waited with Wood in particular until July. And whether that had anything to do with it or not, I mean, he has looked ready for the big leagues ever since he got here, and maybe that little extra time paid off. Did they rush Cruz? He didn't have dominant numbers at AAA. But again, they knew he came from a big-time college program, very mature, and they felt like, hey, we want to show everyone we're ready. We're ready to take that next step. Here's the new young core of the Nationals, and Cruz is such a big part of it. And what they said coming into this year was they didn't want him looking over his shoulder. They didn't want him thinking about, well, if I struggle for a few weeks, I could go back down. And Mike Rizzo hates sending down a prospect. When he calls him up, he sometimes will wait to call a guy up. But his attitude is, when I call him up, I want to know that he's going to stay here forever and never have to go back down again. So the mindset with Cruz was, hey, don't worry about any of this. You're getting your 600 at-bats in the big leagues no matter what this year. And maybe if the team's struggling, that kind of helps allow them to do that. And it's not like life or death costing them games in a pennant race. But at some point, you do have to actually perform. And if it becomes obvious that he's not getting it done at this level and needs to work on specific things, you may have to make that move. I don't think they're there yet. Let's check back in a few weeks or a month and see if there's some progress. But it's not out of the question to at least consider that possibility. I will say that.
Yeah, I think you're right. Like, if he still is hitting like this, and we get to July or something, at some point you don't want to break a kid's confidence either. I want to zoom out a hair, Zuck, and just kind of look at MLB across the country. Cubs are playing really good baseball. Did we expect that?
They had some expectations. They kind of went through the rebuild similar to the Nats and have a better young core now. And they did go and do some things this offseason that the Nats did not do. And so there was some optimism. I don't know if it was quite this much, but I think good on them for recognizing that the NL Central was kind of wide open, that the Cardinals were taking a step back and kind of trying to rebuild themselves. So that was, I think, a calculated move on their part, and so far it's paid off. And I think it's good for baseball when the Cubs are good, for one thing. But you look at the National League as a whole, there's like 7 or 8 teams that look really good right now. 4 out of the 5 in the West. It's not just the Dodgers, the Giants, the Padres, the Diamondbacks. Yeah. I mean, that is a real competitive division. And then, in the East, with what the Mets did, they've lived up to what they're supposed to be. The Phillies are right there with them. And the Braves, after a really rough start, seem to have gotten it back together now. That's 3 in the East, 4 in the West, at least 1 in the Central. That's like 8 teams. There's only going to be room for 6 in the end to make the playoffs. That wild card race could be pretty fascinating when it comes down to it, because it may not be that year where, hey, if you hang around 500, you're in the race. You might need to be approaching 90, even topping 90 wins to get in this year.
Dude, right now there's 10 teams 500 or better in the NL, which is crazy. Now, some of that, I honestly think, is because the Rockies are so god-awful that everybody's beating their ass. The Rockies are 8-38. Is that the worst team you've ever seen?
It's embarrassing. Yeah, I mean, I saw the White Sox last year when they set the record with over 120 losses, and we saw the Rockies last month, and they did take 1 out of 3 from the Nats, but that looks like a hopeless situation. And it's one thing to lose a whole lot of games, and at least you have a plan in place. Say, okay, we're going young. We're going to take our lumps now, but we feel like it's going to pay off in a couple of years. I'm not sure the Rockies have that plan. Nobody's entirely sure what they're doing. They had that bizarre offseason a couple winters ago. They trade Nolan Arenado and eat a lot of the money to the Cardinals, even though he's in the prime of his career, and then turn around and sign Chris Bryant to replace him. And Bryant's been hurt almost the whole time, hasn't done anything for them, costing them a ton of money. It's always tough to pitch in Colorado, so they've never quite figured out how do you win with pitching. It's pretty ugly, and yet they draw well at Coors Field. It's a beautiful ballpark. The weather's usually really nice, and I just wonder if ownership looks at it and says, well, who cares if we're not winning, if we're making money because we get 30,000 a game. That's a tough spot to be in, but that is really ugly there. And Bud Black, who's a good, well-respected manager and was survived there for quite a while, it wasn't his fault. He's probably relieved, to be honest, that he was fired early on in the year, because he doesn't deserve to have to go through what they're going through this year.
Yeah, I mean, that is a remarkably bad record through 45 games or whatever. Mark, thank you very much for the time, dude. I appreciate it.
All right. Take care, JP.
We'll be watching tomorrow night. That's Mark Zuckerman. Check him out at massinsports.com. Check out the Nats Chat podcast, or give him a follow at Mark Zuckerman, Zuckerman. Great reporter. Been on the Nats beat, I believe, from day one. Levon Hernandez throwing out the first pitch at RFK, and is also just a great dude. Nobody go anywhere. We're checking in on the Tush Push.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're sponsored by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. Start with some football news just in the last few minutes. You make a Super Bowl, you make the playoffs every year, you get a new contract. Philadelphia Eagles have signed head coach Nick Sirianni to a new multi-year deal in Philly, coming off his first Super Bowl win. Sirianni has never missed the playoffs, 48-20 over 4 seasons. He has the 5th highest win percentage for any coach, minimum 50 games in NFL history. Sirianni rewarded today with a new deal. Of course, NFL owners are meeting this week, Tuesday and Wednesday in Minneapolis. No baseball. The Nats have a well-deserved day off after a weekend sweep in Baltimore. Nats back at it tomorrow night, back home this week, Tuesday night, 6:45 for their series opener against Atlanta. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal, call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a new repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit doorproamerica.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. If you missed any of our conversation with Mark Zuckerman, get on the Odyssey app or head to Spotify, wherever you get podcasts. It was Zuck's the best, and it was cool just to talk a little just baseball all over with them. Definitely good for the bigs when the Cubs are good. Wrigley's such a special place. AL East is top heavy, too. The Yanks and the Red Sox are good. Orioles are not, which is kind of painful. I believe, though, pop quiz for everybody. I think Landfill might know it. I'm going to start with Jeff. Jeff, who's got the best record in baseball?
I don't know off the top of my head right now.
That's why I started with you, pal. White Brian, do you know? I think Landfill will know. Landfill's a low-key seam head.
I think it's my guys tied with the Dodgers.
Hold on. Your guys are the Dodgers?
The Mets are tied with the Dodgers. I can't speak.
Okay. Professor Landini?
My guess was going to be the Dodgers, but I don't know.
So White Brian's Mets are, in fact, tied with the Dodgers for the best record in the National League. You know who's got the best record in the AL? The best record in baseball? The Detroit Tigers. Good for them, man. Shout out to Mike Klotz, wherever you may be. I lived with this kid for a while. He was a massive Tigers fan. 2 pieces of NFL news that I find interesting and relevant. Nick Sirianni, contract extension, Philadelphia Eagles. Dude just won the Super Bowl. Hell yeah, he got a contract extension. His deal was set to expire. You're not having the Super Bowl champ in a lame duck year. It was only 2 years ago he was the head coach. They got to the Super Bowl and lost. I mean, his record as a head coach is 48-20. He wins 70% of his games. He's got a 6-3 playoff record with 2 Super Bowl appearances and a Super Bowl ring. And yet, last season, 2023, a whole bunch of people in Philly probably wanted him run. They finished 11-6. Just let's try to remind our brains, okay? So last year, the Eagles, it was a big matchup. I want to say, I thought it was Sunday night, but maybe it was the afternoon game. The Eagles beat the Bills in overtime to get to 10-1. The week before, they went to Kansas City and beat the Chiefs. They were 10-1. Then the Niners came to town. and beat the hell out of Philly early December. They went on to lose 5 of their last 6, including bad losses. Giants, the Cardinals, bad losses. And then they got stomped in the playoffs by the Bucks. This was only a year ago, folks. I'm not making this up. Does anybody remember? They went down to Tampa, first round, wild card weekend, and got their ass kicked 32-9. And everybody's like, and Sirianni, weirdly emotional, a lot of fighting on that team. Nobody knows if he has control. Dude, then the Eagles open with the Brazil win over the Packers. Then they lose to the Falcons at home. Remember, Kirk has that crazy drive late in that game? That was before the Kirk injury stuff. Who knows what was real? They barely beat the Saints, barely, 15-12. Then they lose to the Bucks, have a bye week. Then there was that game against the Browns where Sirianni was yelling at a fan on the sideline. They barely beat the Browns 20-16. Sirianni brings his kids into the post-game presser. And, I bet if you did a poll on WIP, or if we could pull the WIP archives from that day, October 14th, the day after they're 3-2 and barely beat the Browns at home, I bet those callers wanted Sirianni gone. Now, what happened? They went on to win 13 straight or something. They were 3-2. They got to 12-2 before they lost to Washington here when Jaden was just incredible down the stretch. They had the great come-from-behind win. Crowder catches that. I think Crowder caught the game winner against Philly with 4 seconds left or something. And then they obviously went on to win the Super Bowl. Sirianni's a wild ride. Clearly, he's an emotional guy, but it's working. They had to give him the deal. They had to extend him. For me, I feel like that's Howie Roseman's team. And as long as he's there, you're in pretty good shape. When you have a ton of talent, it tends to work out pretty well. It's an interesting time in the NFC East, knowing that Philly just is so good. I mean, Eagles have now won 2 Super Bowls in the last 10 years, been to 3. Is that right? Pretty damn good. Good time to be a Philadelphia fan, I suppose, unless you like the Sixers. The other kind of big piece of NFL news is this Brock Purdy contract. Purdy got paid, and good for him. I think you could certainly make the case Purdy deserved it. And it's also just the quarterback market is nuts, and it costs a lot. So Purdy got 6 years, $245. Is that correct? I mean, that is a ton of money. 5 years, $265. Think about that. $165 million guaranteed in the first 3 years of the deal. So that gives him an average annual salary of $53 million. For Brock Purdy. Shout out to Brock Purdy.
Shout out to his agent.
Yeah. Not a bad day for that guy.
That's such a terrible contract.
Also, interestingly, I think Purdy got a no-trade clause. Kyle Shanahan seems like the type that likes to date his quarterbacks and not necessarily marry them. You know what I mean? So Purdy's deal with the $53 million AAV, not even top 5 in average annual value. Dak is at 60. Let that sink in. Dak is at 60. Burrow at 55, Allen at 55, Jordan Love at 55, Trevor Lawrence at 55. Now Brock Purdy tipping the scales at 53. Are we sure Brock Purdy's all that good?
No, that's a terrible deal.
In 15 games last year, he threw 20 touchdowns.
I mean, he should be paying Kyle Shanahan so much of that money.
Pick one. Who would you rather have? Purdy, Jordan Love, Trevor Lawrence?
I mean, I'd probably take Jordan Love. It's really only between Trevor Lawrence and Jordan Love. I wouldn't. I mean, Brock Purdy doesn't even enter the equation.
Would you take Trevor Lawrence ahead of Purdy?
Yeah. I'd take Jameis ahead of Purdy.
Jameis Winston?
I think I might take at least two, if not.
That was a little nuts.
I'd take at least two, if not three, quarterbacks on the New York Giants ahead of Brock Purdy. I mean, you're paying Brock Purdy $53 million a year. If Kyle Shanahan was not that guy's play caller, offensive guru, if you plop him down on any other team in the NFL, the guy gets benched. He's like slightly better Gardner Minshew, but he has, offensive Jesus for his play caller, so he makes him look decent. It's the same thing that they did with Jimmy Garoppolo for all those years. They turned him into a respectable NFL quarterback, and then as soon as he left, he's done. They're not going to win anything with Brock Purdy. I mean, congrats. The dude got paid. Enjoy it.
Wasn't he the Super Bowl and the quarterback? Wasn't he the quarterback in the Super Bowl 2 years ago?
Yeah, notice they didn't win that game.
They did not.
They had a better quarterback, though. They would have.
I don't know. That's a lot of money for Brock Purdy, dude. That's a lot of money for Brock Purdy. Does Brock Purdy, and some of this is just, that's when your number comes up, it's your number and you get rich. But
if Purdy gets $53 million a year, Jaden should ask for 106.
Dude, I think we had J.I. Halsell on last month or something, and he said Jaden's going to be the first $100 million quarterback. Jaden's deal is 2 years away.
Right.
By then, they'll probably have to redo Lamar, redo Burrow. Pat's deal, Mahomes' deal always seems kind of funky. Stop. Just legit yell stop. When I get to a quarterback, you think Purdy's better than Burrow, Goff, Mayfield, Lamar, Mahomes, Herbert, Josh Allen, Jaden Daniels, Jordan Love, Jalen Hurts, CJ Stroud, Matt Stafford, Bo Nix.
Stop.
We got pretty far down.
Brian's just mad because Bo Nix left Auburn. That opinion doesn't count.
Bo Nix is better, or Bo Nix is not better than Brock Purdy.
Dak Prescott. Dude, how many people did I name?
Most
18?
of the league. Yeah.
Wow. And think about the talent they had to lose to get that deal done for Purdy. Listen, if you're going to play in Texas, you better have a fiddle in the band. If you're going to be your quarterback, you better be sure he's the right guy. Paul Schwarz joins us at 1. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. On the line. What's he saying? Borderline? Toe the line? Hold the line? I'm real bad at knowing words to songs like this, like 80s rock. Because we had such a short show on Thursday after the schedule release, and then I was gone Friday. B's been gone. We got to talk to B about the schedule. But and Thursday, we still have the Caps game to look forward to, which clearly we no longer do. We didn't get to all talk about what we think the coolest game is, or maybe stretch of games is. And I think it's very easy to just point to Madrid because they're playing in Madrid. And I think I have no idea what an appropriate assessment of actual Burgundy and Gold fans will think. Like how many people will be there. And that stadium looks massive, right? That stadium looks like it holds 100,000 or something. But let's be very optimistic and say there'll be 10,000 Commanders fans from this area that go, or 10,000 Commanders fans go to that game. That's not like in the Atlanta game. I bet there's 40,000 Commanders fans there. You know, like that. I've seen. I can't remember what fan group it is. I want to say maybe it's the Charlotte Commanders fan group, but there's already like the planned Atlanta takeover. Removing Madrid, because obviously that is the craziest experience, but it's also like the highest price point. Jeffrey, what is the road trip that seems the most exciting on the Commander's schedule? And if it's Madrid, you can have Madrid too.
Oh, honestly, this year, I think because of the results of last year's NFC championship game, I think that Philly game is going to be crazy, bro. I think that's going to be the most, that's going to be the one where the fans are most going at it together. Like, it's going to be a lot of buzz building up to that game. Like, I think that's going to be the one. I know we get to see, us play at Arrowhead and all that, but the overall feel of the game, I think that Philly one, everyone going up there from this area, going up there because they know Philly fans are crazy.
Straight to the Hard Rock.
Yeah, straight to the Hard Rock. Shout out Tailgate. We taking that over again.
I think the most badass thing Tailgate Tag can do is set up another rally at the Hard Rock.
Yeah, he got to come back. He can't let them people scare him off like that.
I don't think he was scared.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying that, but they made a whole rah-rah about it.
Maybe so that would be. It's tough to plan a rally in Philly because we don't know when that game's going to be because it's all TBD. Week 18 could be Saturday, could be Friday. The game could be Saturday or Sunday. But dude, if that game matters, Jeff, I think you're right. If that game is for the NFC East, for a number one seed, for whatever it could be for, I think people do sleep on that game. I think you're dead on.
Now, the game that
you're talking about week 18 in Philly, right?
In Philly, yeah. Now, I think the game that's going to be the most exciting is the Cowboys on Christmas. Just because that just means so much to the area. I think that's going to be the most exciting game. I've never seen no one in FedEx Northwest dressed up as Santa Claus on Christmas Day. I've never seen the Christmas characters come out at the
Will
field.
You dress up as Santa?
I don't know.
Are you DJing for that game?
I'm not sure yet. They haven't given us our schedule yet. But if I am,
you got to at least go Santa hat.
No, if I am DJing, I think I might got to put my boy JD5 jersey on with the Grinch. With the Grinch, because we still in the Cowboys Christmas this year.
Okay. I don't hate that. That will be cool. I feel like Jeff would be a good Santa. A little portly, a little jolly. Landini, what do you think the best road trip is?
The best road trip, I think, is going to be to Kansas City. It's a Monday night game.
Dude, the fact that you get night games in Lambeau and Arrowhead That's pretty special, man.
Also, that stretch of games that the Chiefs game is in, from when they play Chicago on Monday night, then they play Dallas, America's game of the week.
It's nuts.
4 in the afternoon. Then they play Kansas City on Monday night, and then they play Seattle on Sunday night. I mean, that's a ridiculous.
Then Detroit, the
game of the week too.
Game of the week,
and then Madrid. Yeah,
they don't have a Sunday 1 o'clock game in October or November.
That's just an absurd stretch.
And that's not the hard part. The hard part of the schedule is the last 6 games. Broncos, Vikings, then is that Roost? Oh, I am stunned with the amount of wrestling talk we haven't heard from the Rooster today. The last 6 games of this schedule: Broncos, Vikings, Giants, Eagles, Cowboys, Eagles. That thing is just so backloaded with difficult opponents. I don't think Denver's going anywhere. I don't think Minnesota's going anywhere. Those were playoff teams that I think will be good. I think the Giants, Lord knows what the hell they're going to look like by the middle of December. But Philly, Dallas beat them last year at Northwest Stadium with Cooper Rush on the field. So don't count them out. Mike Beasley chimes in, says Jeff has to dress as Santa for the Christmas game against the Cowboys. Nobody go anywhere. We're checking in with the New York Football Giants next.
I'm Earl Forsey. The sports update is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. Start with the football news today. Philadelphia Eagles have agreed to a multi-year extension with head coach Nick Sirianni, 4 years in Philly. Now coming off his first Super Bowl win, he's made the playoffs all 4 years. 706, the fifth highest win percentage for any coach, minimum 25 games in NFL history. The other football news this week, owners' meetings are happening Tuesday and Wednesday in Minneapolis. We are expecting a vote on the Tush push. Commanders linebacker Frankie Louvu was asked about that today on NFL Network.
My personal opinion, I think they should ban it. I mean, it's kind of like a Chico play, man. You know, it's pretty much a scrum in rugby. That's how I kind of look at it.
A change to playoff seedings based only on a team's record could be voted on this week at the owners' meetings as well. Baseball Nationals blasted Baltimore yesterday 10-4, finish off a sweep of the Dirty Birds at Camden Yards. Nats have now won 4 of their last 5. They go 5-1 against the O's in their season series. Nats are off tonight. They'll get back at it tomorrow night, back home this week, starting Tuesday night, 6:45 p.m. against the Atlanta Braves. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area. Hands down, Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for life, lifetime vehicle coverage, and all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Little Tom Petty bringing us back. I was enjoying that, Landini. I'm excited to get on the Rude Guest Hotline and talk to Paul Schwarz from the New York Post. Paul, what's up, dude? How you doing?
JP, how are you? Yes, it's this town is just coming off the Subway Series. Mets, Yankees, Knicks are in the Eastern Conference Finals, and we're talking Commanders, Giants football, right? It's never, it's never ever. The NFL curtain never goes down, does it?
Dude, I mean, you couldn't be more correct. Obviously, you guys are buzzing up there with the Knicks in the conference finals and everything, but I know that the NFL still draws the most eyeballs, and I imagine even with everything going on, the Knicks, Yanks, Mets, all of it, when you start talking about Jackson Dart, everybody's paying a lot of attention. How did the rookie – I've covered these. I know rookie minicamp is a joke, but how did he look and how excited are people up there?
I mean, it's a joke and it's not a joke, right? I mean, you know, guys don't have to look good.
Right.
Even though we understand what the parameters are and what the competition is and, you know, these 7-on-7s and no rush. But, you know, with all that, Jackson Dart looks the part. He sounds the part up at the microphone. He's got a real charisma to him. He throws the ball well. He looked quite good, you know, quite good. More than what he looked like, it's what he did. He's a real leader type, you know, he's 3-year starter at Ole Miss. And, you know, I've been told that the guys on defense liked him just as much as the guys on offense. You know, he's a real team builder, roster builder kind of guy. So he had a bunch of these rookies, most of whom are not going to be on the team. They were at the Giants rookie camp as, you know, undrafted tryouts who were going to be there for 2 days and then move on and not be signed. And he was at the hotel with them and going through, you know, what the reads were, what they were doing for that next practice. So, you know, that's all good stuff as far as preparing him for what comes next.
Now, adding Dart, I thought the Giants had a really good draft. I like Scadaboo. It's impossible not to like Abdul Carter as a prospect. Adding Dart, though, after bringing in Jameis and after bringing in Russ, this thing seems a little all over the place. What do you think the plan is at quarterback for the Giants?
Well, I know what the plan is. The plan is that Russ is the starter, Jameis is the backup, and Jackson Dart is the number 3 developmental rookie quarterback who will not play right away. Now, plans are made to be broken, right?
Right.
Look, you have to understand, you have to remember that when this whole thing started, right, when, free agency comes before the draft. So the Giants had Tommy DeVito on their roster and nobody else at quarterback. So they knew they needed to bring in 2 or 3 quarterbacks. They had no idea if they could get a quarterback in the draft. They had the 3rd pick. They loved Cam Ward. They were 99.9% sure they couldn't get Cam Ward. That turned out to be true. There was a time way back when at the start of the process where they liked Shedeur Sanders at number 2, or they liked the idea of maybe taking him at number 2. And, through the process, that was not going to be a evaluation that stood up. And then they looked at Jackson Dart and the other quarterbacks, and they said, you know what? We don't know who's going to be there. We don't know who the Browns are going to take it to. The Browns could take a quarterback, right? So the Giants looked and said, we need to get quarterbacks in here. We need to get a guy who we feel comfortable if we had to start a game tomorrow. That's what we'll do. So they bring in Russell Wilson, who's 36 years old and is clearly on the downside after his great years in Seattle, but they feel is better than anything they had last year. Jameis Winston is a $4 million a year backup, so that's not a big deal. And they were thrilled to get Jackson Dart. To be able to trade up into, you never know if you're going to be able to trade up. You don't know. You need a trade partner to trade up. So, and they weren't taking him at 3 and bypassing Abdul Carter. So, do they think that Jackson Dart is the same prospect that Cam Ward is? And if they drafted Cam Ward, would he be in line to start right away? Yes, I would think so. They don't look at him as that kind of prospect right now. They don't look at him as what Jaden Daniels was last year at this time, which is why they wanted to trade up to get him, and they knew they couldn't do that. So, but that's okay, right? He doesn't have to play right away. So he'll sit, he'll learn, and then we'll see how the season goes. And does he sit for 10 weeks, 12 weeks, 17 games? We'll see. I don't think he's going to sit for 17 games. We'll see how the team's doing, how Russell Wilson's doing, and all that other stuff.
Talking with Paul Schwarz here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable HVAC products in the DMV. You can follow Paul at New York Post _Schwartz, SCHWARTZ. I always enjoy looking at your Twitter profile because you have just this giant picture of what looks to be a very good pizza on there. I can't help but wonder. You mentioned, Dart won't get the call right away. Washington opens the season down here against the Giants, and then they don't play again until week 15 in New York, middle of December. Doesn't that feel? I just have a feeling that game is Jackson Dart's debut.
After the bye, the first game after the bye.
I guess it's your. I don't know when the Giants bye.
Yeah, it is. I mean, that's a good speculation because they have a bye week 14, as you know, right?
Right.
You okay, we have a bye, we get a whole week, we get to indoctrinate the rookie even more so. And then, at a home game, Washington's good, but you want to have a rookie start at home. You know what? If you look at the schedule, it is a minefield. I mean, there's no home game at MetLife Stadium this year where the Giants will be favored right now. There's probably no road game they'll be favored right now. I don't think they'd be favored in New Orleans right now. Against the Patriots and Foxborough, I don't think so. The home schedule is bananas, how hard it is. Well, look, you have to think of it. If Jackson Dart is not starting till week 15, right, that means that Russell Wilson has been okay, and they've been okay and winning a little bit and fringing and maybe, kind of on the fringe of playoff contention in some sort.
Yeah.
Or else it could be earlier. I mean, look, if they're 1-7, I don't know how much they're going to keep on going to Russell Wilson, and I don't think there's a great appetite to say, okay, we got to get Jameis on the field. It's going to be, do we have to play Jameis, or do we think Jackson Dart is ready? I remember Eli Manning was a much bigger prospect than Jackson Dart was, right, in 2004.
Yeah.
And he was Eli Manning, right? He was Peyton's brother and Archie's son, number 1 pick in the draft by the Chargers. They made a trade to get him, right? And he didn't start till after 9 games. They signed Kurt Warner, who was not considered to be, he was past his prime, just like Russell Wilson was. And Kurt Warner lasted 9 games. They were 5-2. They lost 2 games. They were 5-4. And they said, okay, that's enough. We've seen enough of Kurt Warner. We got to start this, the motor on Eli's engine here. And Eli was not ready, and he lost his first 6 starts. And he the team and the veterans like Tiki Barber and Michael Strahan and Amani Toomer, they were ticked. They're like, why are you putting this rookie in when we're 5-4 and we're fighting for something and we go straight downhill? Eli won his last start against the Cowboys, and the next year he won double digits and they made the playoffs. So, look, you have to trust Brian Daboll here to say, when is the timing right on this? But I would say if Jackson Dart doesn't start until the Commanders week 15, that means they've had a decent enough season to keep him off the field before that.
Right. Yeah, it's interesting because, most of my career, the Giants have been a really well-run organization, and Washington wasn't, and that's kind of flipped. Not to say they're not a well-run organization, but just nothing seems to go right up there for, I don't know, the post-Eli era, perhaps, or the post-Coughlin era. And I have seen how the splinters start with front offices and coaches, and how one tries to blame the other when things start to go poorly. And I don't know that that's happening in New York, but I do find it interesting drafting the quarterback after bringing in the veteran. There's no way Russ was thrilled they take Dart, and maybe that's just where he is at this stage. But how do you think Daboll is going to handle Russ Wilson and all that comes with that? Because it's not, Russ Wilson is a lot of things. And I think certainly by the end of the time in Seattle, he had worn some people out. The Denver thing went sideways right away with Sean Payton. And it's depending on who you believe or what you hear from Pittsburgh last year, he had kind of worn out his welcome by the end of the season.
Yeah. I mean, look, there's no question this is a downside situation, right? I mean, look, they wanted to get Matthew Stafford in a trade, and they thought they had him, and then the Rams and Stafford kind of came to an agreement, and there was no trade. Giants were willing to give Stafford $50 million a year for 2 years. Okay, 50 and 50. I mean, and Stafford is every bit as old as Russell Wilson, has more left in the tank, we think. Then after that, they pivoted to who? Aaron Rodgers. They were serious about signing Aaron Rodgers. Dead serious. He would have been their quarterback for a year or two. At age 41. They were desperate to bring in a quarterback. Russ was next on the list, and they couldn't wait anymore for Aaron Rodgers, and they went to Russ. Now, I know they signed Jameis Winston first, but they really had a offer into Russ for 2 weeks before that,
Gotcha.
And it just took a while to get that. So they were going to sign Russ and then sign Jameis Winston. Winston happened to agree first. So it wasn't ass backwards, we're signing Winston and now we're getting Russ. It was reversed.
That's good to know, because it looked from afar kind of ass backwards.
Yeah, no, right. Look, you're signing Jameis, and okay, so Jameis is your starter? What's going on here? They're definitely going to draft a rookie now. Well, they always wanted to draft a rookie, but they didn't want Jameis to start. They wanted Russell Wilson to start. Look, 1 year deal, right? It's a 1 year deal, $10.5 million. If he hits all these incentives and he does great and he stays healthy and the teams win, he can get another $10 million. So it's not an expensive contract. It's 1 year, and that's what it is. Russ knew. Russ came in with his eyes open. He's been around. It wasn't like, look, if I sign with you, you can't draft a quarterback in the first 3 rounds. It wasn't the case. At this point, Russ, it's either the Giants or who, right? The Giants gave him a starting spot. If you sign with us, you're starting. Plenty of teams will assign Russ, right? You want to sign and be a backup. Okay, for $5 million, you can be our backup. He wants to start. He is going to start. He's a quirky guy, but in the building, he's a hard worker. I've been told, and we all know this. He's not going to get in trouble. He's got he's on Celebrity Row for these Knick games with his
Sure.
beautiful model wife, and actress, singer wife, and his kids, and he wears his sunglasses, and he's kind of socially awkward at times, and he starts his press conference with us and talks for 15 minutes nonstop, dropping names left and right. I mean, that's the danger Russ, right? That's the Russell Wilson experience. But we'll see. Look, if he stays healthy and he plays okay, he'll be okay. But this is not a long-term marriage here by any stretch.
No, for sure. And I just wonder how a couple bad games go between Russ and the pressure of New York. How safe is Daboll's spot? It seems to me Shane is in the driver's seat of safety, and Daboll is in, like, if it's a motorcycle, like Shane's driving it and Daboll's in the little sidecar thing?
Well, I mean, I will tell you that there really was no, throughout the whole thing last year, and we didn't know if anyone was coming back. Look, they won 3 games, right? And they won 6 games before that. So,
right.
Nobody is sitting there and saying, I'm double mortgaging my house because I'm never going to leave. I mean, there were some issues there, but I can tell you that Joe Shane was never, John Mara was never really like, hell with this. I'm pulling a plug on everybody. They're all both leaving. He's very committed to Joe Shane. He sees him in the building every day. He thinks he's a very good young executive. And I think there were a few more questions about Brian Daboll, but John Mara was never like, I'm firing this guy. I'm firing this guy. And then he had to be talked out of it or anything like that. He didn't want to fire either of them. And ultimately, down the stretch of the season there, that last week, and then he, told him after the season, look, you're going to come back. So they weren't like close to being fired. Daboll, there was some consideration about making the change. Shane, not really. Look, you have to remember, these guys are friends. I mean, I know, it's business and all this other stuff, but this was not an arranged marriage. Shane came in and it was, the breadcrumbs were just laid out there for him to hire Daboll, and he did, after a process. But Daboll was, always going to be the guy to beat, and no one could beat him. So they're tight. I mean, they're a tight 2-man, 2-team unit here. They really are. Now that doesn't mean that they're joined at the hip, and one guy will be here forever. They'll both be here forever, but they get along. I mean, I've talked to these guys on the record and off the record, and they get along. They really do. Now, is there some questioning of what this guy does and what that guy does? Yes. Is there questioning of what I do and my editors and my other guys? Yes. You and your station manager.
Sure.
Not talking out of school. I'm sure there's some of that. What I mean? Everyone thinks they know better, but those guys are tight. So, I mean, I would think that unlike a lot of coach GM duos, these guys are tighter than most, and they are there for each other. So, and look, you saw the Giants put out a video when they made that trade for Dart. I mean, Daboll was like, he puts his hand on Shane's shoulder and says, "Good job, Joseph." I've never heard anyone call Joe Shane Joseph, and they know each other. He said, "Good job, Joseph." So this could be a lifeline for both these guys, eventually with Jackson Dart.
Yeah, and I mean, Shane and Daboll were kind of a package deal coming from Buffalo and everything. So I get it. That they are close. Just a couple last things. I had heard that the Giants getting Stafford was like very real and like very close to really happening. Is that consistent with what you've heard?
Yeah, if he was going to be traded, I mean, the Giants received permission from the Rams before we all knew about it to talk to Stafford. You know what happened? The Rams always wanted to keep Stafford, but Stafford wasn't happy with his contract. He's one of those guys, Stafford, that always he's not happy with his contract. I don't know if I want to keep playing. I want more money. I want more this. I want more that. And so the Rams finally said, okay, the hell with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You want to talk to another team, talk to another team. They never wanted to give him up, but go see if you can get tons more than we're going to pay you. And so, there was a time when the Giants felt this deal is done. We're getting them. Their financials were all arranged. It was a done deal, except that Stafford had to pull the plug on it and tell the Rams, look, this is what I want. And he never did that. He got to the fence and couldn't jump over the fence because he really didn't want to leave and his family didn't want to leave. So, that kind of told him, okay, this is what my market value is. But yes, there was a week or so there where the Giants said, we got him. He's going to be our quarterback.
Well, dude, what's funny is I was hearing from football people this thing could really happen. And my wife, who follows Matt Stafford's wife on Instagram, was like, dude, they're not leaving LA. They love life in Southern California. They're not moving to the East Coast. They're not moving to New York. And my wife was proven correct. That Instagram sourcing is pretty accurate, I suppose, man. Paul, thank you for making time for us, dude. I really appreciate it. And so, as far as like the headline battles, the tabloid battles up there, I think you guys do such an awesome job, man. Like New York Post headlines always make me laugh, and I love the tabloid stuff in the back pages. You guys do a great job.
Thank you. Yeah, well, we are a tabloid and we like our headlines. So sometimes they're a little out there, but out there's better than boring, right?
Yeah, somebody's got to buy it before they get on the subway, man. Thank you for the time.
Okay, take care. Thank you.
All right. Paul Schwarz from the New York Post covers the Giants, does a great job with it at New York Post _Schwartz, SCHWARTZ. That was a fun one, man. I don't know how it's all going to shake out with the Giants. White Brian, give me a Giants win total real quick. I'm going to guess it's, what was it?
5.5.
Okay, I was going to say 6.5. I kind of like them over. I know they got a tough schedule. I think they win like 6 or 7. That's a really good defense. They just need decent quarterback play. I'm not sure they'll get it. I'm not sure Russ is any good. White Brian wants him to start Jameis. I'll be watching, though. We'll be watching week 1. They open against the Burgundy and Gold. Before we go, got to tell you about the convenience and the comfort of Rude Systems. My Rude system is awesome. My house feels perfect. Humidity has dropped significantly. And I can check it right here, sitting in the prison cell studio. I can check the efficiency of my Rude system. Why? Because I got an app, and the app connects directly to the system. It's incredible. The Wi-Fi compatibility. I have full control of my heating and cooling system right from my phone. Seriously. Look, if you're watching on the stream, I'm holding this up. That's my house right now. I can turn it up. I can turn it down. We have it auto set to never go below 69 or above 72. Landfill, pause. That's just part of it, though. Rude systems are whisper quiet. No more noisy interruptions, just peace of mind. Rude's variable speed compressor ensures precise temperature and humidity control like I got at my crib, operating efficiently even in extreme conditions. Its comfort and performance perfectly balanced. And you got to remember you could save some serious cash. Federal tax credits up to 2 G's on heat pumps through 2032. Check out rude.com/federal incentives to learn more. Most importantly, remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right.
I'm Earl Forsey, and here's what's happening. Start with some baseball. Nats with a well-deserved day off, coming off a big weekend in Baltimore. National Sweep 3 from the O's, Dylan Cruz, and the Nats have now won 4 of their last 5.
I mean, really, we're just going to try and ride this wave as much as possible. You know, we're going to use this as momentum going forward.
After tonight, the Nats are back home for the week. Things start Tuesday night, first of the series against Atlanta, 6:45 first pitch tomorrow night for Nats baseball here on The Fan. Football news today, Philadelphia Eagles have re-upped head coach Nick Sirianni, who gets a multi-year contract extension in Philly. Coming off that first Super Bowl, Sirianni now with a .706 win percentage, 5th best of any coach in NFL history. NFL owners will meet this week, Tuesday and Wednesday. Those meetings set for Minneapolis. Commanders resume OTAs next week in Ashburn with mandatory minicamp coming up next month, June 10th through the 12th. From the Crop Midcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. We talked earlier in the program about the PGA Championship this weekend and what an exciting, way it was to watch Scotty bring home the trophy this coming weekend, Memorial Day weekend, at Congressional in Bethesda. They're hosting the Senior PGA Championship, and Jason Epstein is director of golf out at Congressional, getting ready for the big tournament. Yeah, what's going on, man? How are you, buddy?
JP, all is good, man. Great to be with you. How are you?
I am good. Can you get everybody up to speed on the Senior PGA? Like, obviously, I think it's 50 and over, right? And there's going to be some big names there, and kind of what expectations are.
Yeah, a lot of fun, and what a couple weeks for the PGA of America to have Scotty kind of run away with it. I was out on the golf course earlier today talking to Rich Beam and Steve Stricker and a couple of the guys. But back-to-back weeks for the PGA, great for the game of golf, and Scotty's just unbelievable. So basically, the best way to put it is these are the guys that we all grew up watching and idolizing, and they all get to come back to Congressional for the Senior PGA. And yeah, I mean, from Chris DeMarco to Retief Goosen to Miguel Angel Jimenez, who is a great player. Angel Cabrera won just this last week. They actually finished up today.
Oh, wow.
Ernie Els, defending champ here at Congressional.
Is Els coming this weekend?
In 97. No, Els finished. He's playing. He's here. He's going to be here.
Wow.
But yeah, so you got David Duval. He's there. He's right next to you.
I know.
He can hang out with Ernie Els literally. I mean, that'd be pretty cool.
I've heard Ernie likes to tip a few. He and I could probably hang out.
I think, So
before we get to,
and it's 156 players. Going to be a great week.
It's going to be cool, and I mean the place looks fantastic. Even just the pictures online. Before we get to who you think wins this weekend, I guess. What did you make of Scotty's resilience when John Rahm got that close early? I guess not early, about midway through the round when they were co-leaders. What did Scotty show you, just as somebody who's a golf professional? Like, that's how you make your living. It's so hard to do what Scotty Scheffler did in that moment.
Yeah, I mean, he's unbelievable, right? He has to be nervous. It means so much, and you can see every time he's won anything how overwhelmed he gets, and that's just the emotions like we saw with Rory at the Masters. Like, it flows out, right? So it means so much. But he is like an assassin, and he's not going anywhere. Like, he is unbelievable, and I think from a young age, he just trusts himself. He trusts his swing, and he's so dialed in. And of all, like we all in golf are taught to just focus on the shot that's at hand, focus on what's in front of you. And if you watch Scheffler play golf, like, that guy's never getting in front of himself. He's never getting ahead of himself. He's never beating himself up for old shots. And he is literally playing one shot at a time. And he is so committed. And as the Tiger effect, right? Where everybody, as Tiger was playing golf, was just kind of fooled, right? Tiger just played okay in his heyday. Nobody was beating him because they were so scared of him. And I think with Scheffler on the leaderboard, I think we all kind of say, oh, Scotty's there. I guess he's going to win the tournament today, because he has that bit of aura, that bit of charisma, that bit of ability to kind of just keep going and plodding along. And if I'm Rahm, Rahm had it going, and Rahm missed a couple short putts, and he knew Scotty wasn't going anywhere. And then he starts to press a little bit, see what happens there. And for the rest of the guys, it's an unbelievable tournament if Scotty Scheffler's not playing, right? We're in a playoff and everybody's coming down with a chance to win, but Scotty he's just so relentless, and he's so good, and there is no quit in him, and he's just absolutely level. And so it's really fun to watch that.
Yeah, it was, he's just, dude, to me, and maybe this is stupid, but I think of Scheffler. If you remember the original Top Gun movie, the relationship between Maverick and Iceman, where Iceman just never made mistakes and was ice cold and just grinded you down, and whereas Maverick was all over the place and kind of nuts. And to me, that is Scotty and Rory. They're just like two different people that are excellent at what they do and have this unique relationship. But Scotty's just so damn impressive. I feel like we're just at a great time for professional golf. Even with all the live distractions and all the crazy stuff, the majors are so good because there are so many elite players kind of in the prime of their careers.
Yeah, it's fun to watch. And like Scheffler and Rory and those guys, it's fun to watch. It's fun to watch Keegan Bradley play well, as crazy as that sounds. Is he going to be the Ryder Cup captain? Is he going to be the first player captain since Arnie was? There's so much good around the game of golf. It is unfortunate that you don't have. Look, I'm a PGA of America, PGA Tour purist, and I love the live stuff is interesting to me to a point. But it is a shame that there's a lot of players on live that I don't think move the needle. But you take Bryson, Bryson is unbelievable off the charts. You take him, you take Brooks, and a couple others. It's just a shame that week to week we're not having those guys compete on the tour. Was great to see that Captain Bradley had a dinner a few nights ago at the PGA, and he for kind of guys that were on the cusp or were probably going to make the team, and he did have Bryson there, he did have Brooks there, so that was really good to see.
All right, so let's switch it to this weekend. Richard Bland, defending champ. Who's coming in right form? It's crazy. You mentioned Steve Stricker. Wasn't he a former world number one? Like, there are a ton of serious names in this thing. I think it'll be. Imagine if Els is able to win a major as a senior after winning a U.S. Open there. Like, there's a lot of cool storylines here.
Yeah, and they've all. What's great is a lot of these players have, as you mentioned, Els, just history here at the club, and it's fun to watch them come back and take a look and see how much has changed here. For those of you that haven't been to Congressional in the last 4 or 5 years, for your listeners, the golf course has just been completely transformed, and it is an amazing work that Andrew Green did. Hard to say. So many great players on the tour. You got some guys like Stephen Alker, who no one's ever heard of, but's won everything on the senior tour. You've got Ernie's playing well. You've got Miguel Angel Cabrera that just won. Jimenez that won this week. You've got Stuart Sink, who's playing great. Stuart Sink, as you might know, JP Stuart Sink, actually John Scott Rattan, who grew up in the area in DMV and teaches right here at Congressional. He's Stuart Sink's teacher, so it's just really cool to have Sink here. So
he's got Homa now too.
And Max played. Max didn't have a great weekend, but Max he shot 29 on the front 9 at Quail Hollow.
Dude, he shot really well at Augusta, 64 that day. That's probably low round for the week.
Max was 7 under. Yeah. And Max played well at Augusta, and John Scott's completely transformed his golf swing. So you've got so many, but I would say, listen, Richard Bland shot 1 over at the PGA Champ this week on a golf course that's going to play 500-600 yards more than our golf course.
Wow.
Finished 1 over for the tournament. Shot, golf course was playing really hard in the final round. Shot 1 under. So he's on form. So there's a bunch of players that could take it here. If I'd say I'd sync with my heart, but Bland's playing some really good golf. So perhaps he defends.
Talking with our friend Jason Epstein, director of golf at Congressional Country Club. They're hosting the Senior PGA Championship this week. it should be a lot of fun, especially in a pretty down time of the sports calendar locally anyway. But Ep, do you know what John Scott Rattan's biggest accomplishment to date is?
Was it getting you down from a 30 to like a 26?
Sorta. I had a lesson with him the week before I won my flight in the President's Cup. So, I mean, clearly
that's so good.
Direct correlation. All right. Jason, last thing for me. We have a young assistant producer on our program named Jeff. And Jeff will go anywhere where he gets a free ticket. What is the ticket situation to come out to Congressional this weekend?
There are lots of tickets available for flex tickets. You just basically buy a ticket now, go online to pga.com. You click on a ticket, boom, you buy a ticket and they're flex tickets. So you buy one ticket and you can come any day you want. You can come Thursday or Friday or Saturday or Sunday. I think most of the hospitality, there might be a little bit of hospitality available, and they can contact me directly here at the club. I can kind of push them that way, but it's great. I mean, it's really, these guys are very accessible, not big crowds.
Yeah.
And they're kind of at a different stage of their career where they're still very competitive, but they kind of understand the value of kind of building relationships with the fans and so forth. So, and it's I mean, look, JP, we're lucky enough and blessed enough to be able to come to Congressional each day. And it's just a beautiful walk. It's a beautiful piece of property. And there's a lot of nation's history here, not just with the game of golf, but with the OSS and celebrated our 100th year last year. And so it's critical, I think, Congressional to major sports and certainly all the major golf championships in the DMV. So if you've got an opportunity to come out and spend an afternoon here, we've got some food trucks on site, lots of refreshments, and it's a great way to spend a day, especially with the kiddos. Any kids, all get in for free. So
really?
Bring the family. Yeah, bring the family.
That's cool.
Anyone
That's a great way to do it.
Gets in for free. Yeah,
that's
just
that's
great
smart.
Way to spend a couple days.
Well, I've also told Jeff he doesn't get to come out there until he can break 100. So Jeff, this might be your only chance to get out there.
I'm gonna break 100 in like a month.
Jeff, you need to have JP invite you out.
Not until he can break. Jeff, what'd you shoot at Lake Presidential on your last round?
59.
How does that sound?
You and Kim Jong-un shot 59. What is that?
No, he means on 9.
I was gonna say that was on 9.
Oh, on 9. Oh, on 9. Okay, that's you got some work to do.
I have a lot of work to do. I'll be honest.
Jason,
but I'm good vibes though.
Definitely good vibes. Jason, thank you, man. I'll see what I can do to find you a ticket, Jeffrey.
I think we can work it out. So we can sort it out.
Thank you for the time, man. I hope this week goes great.
JP, thanks for the time, man.
All right, man.
Have a great day.
That's our friend, Jason Epstein, director of golf over at Congressional. If you're looking for something to do with the kids this weekend, I didn't even know that. Kids are free. Buy a ticket, take your 2 kids, get a hot dog, walk around, bang. That's a family afternoon, man. That's what life's all about. Killing radio segments, killing time with your family. Nobody go anywhere. We got to make some bets. Banger right here. Yo, shout out to the Maryland Terrapins. Don't worry about the Terps, Landy. Guess what happened to the Terps this weekend?
They closed down 4 programs.
Nope.
Damn.
Maryland beat Georgetown. I think it was at Navy Stadium in Annapolis. In Lax. Terps are headed to the Final Four yet again. Maryland men's lacrosse will play Syracuse on Saturday.
Georgetown was in the Elite 8 at something?
Yeah. Georgetown lacrosse used to be good. They've had a rough patch.
So did Georgetown basketball. It's just not the 80s anymore.
Georgetown lacrosse has been good much more recently than Georgetown basketball. Also, the Georgetown men's soccer program is quite good. Their coach lives around the corner from me, and they won a natty at some point recently. I got a Georgetown men's soccer national championship within the last 5 years. Look that up for me, White Brian. I think the other game is the other Final Four game, I believe, is Penn State versus Cornell. Well, I know it's Penn State because I recognize that logo, but they're playing someone with a big C logo. Do we think that's anybody but Cornell? College of Charleston? I don't know. Colorado?
That's an L.
Georgetown won in 2019.
Damn. Is that more than 5 years ago? Kind of not really. I didn't know Penn State was that good at lacrosse. They're going to the Final Four. Did you know that? That means Penn State's lacrosse team got further than Penn State's football team. Which is certainly the case for Maryland. What's up with the women's Final Four? Why, Brian? You got anything for me on that? NCAA women's Final Four lacrosse. This is the time of year where we pay attention to lacrosse. I was at lacrosse field all day yesterday. I know that. What do you got, White Brian? Hit me.
Looks like North Carolina, Florida, Boston College, and Northwestern.
Okay, so Terps didn't get through. We will have to book Landfill. We do it once a year. My boy Danny Gladding's annual Final Four lacrosse preview. We'll hit that on Friday. Also important to note, during our interview with Jason Epstein from Congressional, Jeff revealed that he shot a 59 on 9 holes. One of the text threads I have with my friends, somebody just texted me 59 LOL.
Tell him to see me.
His name's Andrew Rothenberg.
That sounds like he's good at golf, but I'm not scared to play him.
All right, let's make some bets. Or let's end the show. I'm cool either way. There's nothing to bet on. What is there to bet on tonight? Jeff, if you say some dart BS.
I was about to go to tennis.
Go for it. We need action. Lord knows we need action. How is there not a hockey or a basketball game tonight? What is wrong with these people? Is there NASCAR?
Seattle Storm to beat the Dallas Wings. That's what I'm taking.
What
Reds.
is what? White Brian?
The Reds against the Pirates.
Landy?
I'm going to parlay the Mets to beat the Red Sox, too, because bleak Boston.
I'm taking Lucas Neumeier in the French Open.
Dude, the Phillies are minus 250 against the Rockies. And most run lines in baseball are almost always 1.5. The Phillies run line, I'm taking the Phillies run line, minus 1.5 against the Rockies. Find out if the Rockies are that god-awful. Also, early running for Bleep You Thursday. Bleep you to the Easy Pass people. I don't know what is going on. My Easy Pass isn't registering. I get these bills in the mail. They keep slapping me with an admin fee, which sucks. Then I have to email them and tell them to waive it. Say, no, Jerk. I have Easy Pass. Get your ass together, Easy Pass. Sheesh. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to Barry Svrluga. Thank you to Mark Zuckerman. Thank you to Paul Schwarz. Thank you to Jason Epstein. B. Mitch is back tomorrow, is the word on the street. Grant and Danny are up next now. If you made it this far, White Brian owes you some sleep.
I'm Earl Forsey, and here's what's happening. Got some football news today in Philadelphia. The Eagles have agreed to a multi-year extension with their head coach, Nick Sirianni. He's coming off his first Super Bowl win. 4 years in Philly, all 4 playoff seasons. Sirianni 48-20 at 706. He has the 5th highest win percentage of any coach, minimum 25 games in NFL history. Now, speaking of Philly, NFL owners this week having their league meetings in Minneapolis Tuesday and Wednesday, expected to possibly vote on the Tush push, what to do with that. Commanders linebacker Frankie Louvu was asked about it today in Good Morning Football, NFL Network.
My personal opinion, I think they should ban it. I mean, it's kind of like a Chico play, man. You know, it's pretty much a scrum in rugby. That's how I kind of look at it.
Now, reports say that the Louvu leap, the Commanders' tactic in the NFC title game, is what really has sparked some interest among owners to discuss that play. Also changed to playoff seeding could be discussed based only on record. Wildcard teams could get home field over division champs if the rule is changed, if they have a better record. Baseball Nationals get a well-deserved night off, blasting Baltimore Sunday 10-4. They sweep the Orioles, win 5 of 6 against the Birds this season. That's overall have won 4 of their last 5. So little momentum riding it into the homestand this week, which starts Tuesday night against the Braves, 6:45 here on The Fan. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
A good Monday afternoon, May 19th, 2025. We're Grant and Danny. You are listening live to The Fan. We are in the Navy Yard in our Half Street Studios by Nats Park downtown in D.C. We'll take you all the way up to 6:30. Daniel, how are you?
Playing hurt today, my friend. I was convinced when I woke up yesterday morning that I had the streppies. I thought I had strep. My throat was killing me, just miserable. So I did that minute clinic or, whatever, the urgent care appointment, and strep test came back negative.
Attaboy.
And the doc basically looked at me like, listen, can we just admit you're a giant wussy? Can we just admit that you are a whiny little baby, a little toddler child who has no threshold and tolerance for anything, and you've wasted everyone's time?
You've got allergies. Go home.
Seriously. Every like mom in the chat, so to speak, that, you see it going to different sporting events, whatever. It's like, what's really bad right now is allergies. And I'm like, yeah, they are. Thank you. I've had allergies my entire life. This ain't that, but nobody believes you and everyone hates you and they're mad. That's pretty much it.
I've heard about the symptoms.
Yeah.
I've gotten a good look at you today. My professional evaluation. Have you heard how bad allergies are right now?
It's just allergies, probably.
It seems like it could just be allergies. Well, I'm glad that you're in the saddle and that you made it in.
We're drinking a lot of tea today.
Today is the first day of the next phase of shows. It's almost like chapters in a book. We just got through the post-NFL draft Caps playoff chapter, and now we've turned the page. The draft is far enough in the rear view that there's not a lot to be done on the draft class. The Caps have been eliminated, but today's the first day. No Nats game tonight. NBA, NHL getting ready to ramp up for the conference finals here. But we are in, find a TV show to start binging.
Yeah.
Mode. We're getting there, man. We are into the late portion of May. I was just talking to my nephew yesterday. He gets out of school at the end of this week. So it's almost that summertime where it's baseball keeping you company and not a whole lot else going on. We're steamrolling toward that at this point.
The occasional mini camps, the annual conversation about OTAs and who posts and who doesn't. Now with the new regime, by the way, it seems like everybody shows up correctly. But yeah, I mean, it's the slower isn't the right word, just different. Just a different part of the calendar.
There's still a lot going on right now. Like this week specifically in the NFL, there's going to be a ton of news because the owners are getting together. You just heard Earl talking about this, but the owners are going to decide if we're going to change the way we do seeding in the playoffs in the NFL. The Tush push is on the line Tuesday and Wednesday at these league meetings in West Palm Beach. I'd imagine they're at the Breakers. You and I were just in West Palm Beach.
They love that bit.
A couple of months ago. I mean, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
You're rich and want to go meet somewhere for a work trip in air quotes. You might as well go to the Breakers in West Palm Beach.
That's pretty much where I would go.
But there's plenty going on in the NFL. There's a lot we can still chew on here. I do want to mention this Final Four in the NBA really quickly. For a league that was for so long dominated by a couple of players, the player empowerment took over, and we did the super teams thing, and what team is LeBron on? They're going to represent the East. That was kind of the way it worked for a long time. The NBA Final Four with the Knicks and the Pacers of ABA fame last won titles in 1973. Oklahoma City triumphed last as another team, the Seattle Supersonics in 1979, and then the Minnesota Timberwolves, who have never won a championship. We're going to have a 7th consecutive year in the NBA where there's a new champion and there's a ton of new blood. And for, I think, casuals and people that were turned off by the association and the same matchups over and over again until a handful of years ago, this could breathe new life. This could be a real oxygen mask for this sport.
Every time I'm out, they pull me back in. So this is one of my, the complaints and refrains you hear an awful lot about the league. There's so little parity, right? It's basically a Lakers and Celtics league, and everyone else is kind of in the way, or a minor league subsidiary of those things. We could look up all of a sudden, to your point, yes, this will be the 7th straight year a different champion. There's a 75% chance, just going on the basic odds, 3 of the 4 teams who have never won the title at all. That's good for the sport, right? One of the main reasons the NFL is so great at this is the last place team that finishes first the following year. It happens in every season, usually in multiple divisions. Half the teams that make the playoffs don't the following season. A couple teams are immune to it for the most part and win their 12, 13, 14, 15 games, but everybody else is kind of subject to the ebbs and flows and the ups and downs. Basketball is not usually associated with that, and here we are, as you said, with a brand spanking new Final Four of a bunch of teams that haven't really done it ever, and for 3 of them, or for the Knicks case, in 50 years.
I know that people are still a little bit sad about the Capitals and probably don't want to hear that word right now, but I do want to point out, for the first time in the history of the NHL or NBA playoffs, the top 4 teams in terms of seeding, but from the regular season overall, all got eliminated in the exact same round in the Stanley Cup playoffs with Washington and the 3 other best teams in the regular season. All just got eliminated. So now the finals in the conferences are set, including in the East. Florida Panthers beat the Toronto Maple Leafs on the road last night. They will take on the Carolina Hurricanes in game 1 of the conference finals on Tuesday night. That would have been here at Capital One Arena tomorrow, but alas, that won't be happening. But I always say this about the Stanley Cup playoffs, and people either want to hear it or they don't, and that's fine. Your fandom is your own. But the Caps, they were the number 1 team. They can't lose. That's so disappointing. The top 4 teams just got eliminated by the 4 teams they played that had worse regular seasons, one by one in this round. Hockey playoffs are weird, man. They just are.
Yeah, there's no correlation with the regular season, which makes it hard to get that ramped up and excited about a good regular season.
I wouldn't say no, but there's certainly less, generally speaking.
Very little correlation.
Yeah. The best teams go deep into the playoffs typically, but I would say less than any other sport. There's really can't deny that.
Yeah.
And the proof's in the pudding.
The 8-1 upset is such a rarity in every other sport that when it happens routinely, it's no longer an upset. It's just hockey happened, to our point.
And before we get to the Tush Push and the Commanders and Frankie Louvu's comments today and what's going on at the NFL League meetings this week, I did just want to mention the Nats sweeping the O's.
If they could play the Orioles every night, they might win 130 games.
Camden Yards was kind to Washington, huh? The Nats scoring 10 runs in back-to-back games over the weekend, Saturday and Sunday.
Cure for what ails you on offense. Remember we were talking about, and they just can't score. They don't score.
All they had to do was take on the Orioles' terrible pitching staff.
Yeah.
In Mike Elias production. I used to love the job that Mike Elias was doing. And then the last 2 off seasons, inexplicably, they just haven't traded for or acquired the pitching they need. But here we are, the Nats, 24 runs in 3 games, a 10 spot on Saturday. They hung 6 on Kyle Gibson in the first inning. And then a 10 spot yesterday, they hung 6 on Zach Eflin in the second inning. They were up 7-0 through 2 yesterday. So they got Brandon Hyde fired. They got my boy Kyle Gibson DFA'd.
Yeah.
They were just kicking ass and taking names in Baltimore all weekend.
Yeah, costing people gigs. That Friday night situation, winning that game 4-3, I still not. I mean, I saw it. I don't know how it happened though. You know what I mean? Like that's incredible that they won that. That's one of those. If you're the man, if you're in charge of something, you going, that one's going to cost me. That game feels
well. I'm pretty sure
worse
after
than
the
normal.
game, he had a quote where he said something like, I don't remember the exact quote, but I remember hearing it and going, you can't keep him. The quote was something like, I'm out of loss for words at this point, or I just don't know what to say anymore. And when you're pitching to James Wood with Keibert Ruiz on deck and the game's getting tied because James Wood's hitting a bolt, or when your team's losing on just sheer fundamentals where your pitcher is late getting over to first, loses a foot race, and then doesn't turn around as the tying run, that was, the winning run, I should say, that was on base, rounds third and slides in safely at home. Now you got to answer some tough questions. Yeah. And when you say, I'm not really sure.
I don't know, man.
I don't know what's going on.
What do you think?
I thought Brandon Hyde had the longest leash I've ever seen. Like, if you're walking a dog with that leash, it's wrapping around trees. It's running across a 4-lane highway on the leash, because I would have gotten rid of him this offseason. I was kind of surprised he went into the year. But the Orioles, do you know how bad they are right now?
They're terrible.
Only the White Sox have a worse record in the American League at this point. That's it. Look at the standings. My buddy texted me today. He's like, do you know the Orioles are 9.5 games out in the wild card? I was like, forget the wild card. Do you know that there's one team in the league with a worse record, and it's the Chicago White Sox, who don't even count as a big league team right now? That's it. And by the way, you only have one more win than the White Sox at this point. The Angels have 5 more wins than you.
Yeah.
But the Nats that's the end of the schedule against Baltimore, unfortunately.
That's a bummer.
5-1 this year against the Birds.
How'd you lose that one?
C.J. Abrams is a dude.
Yes, he is.
Let's extend him. He's not a Boris guy.
We'll try right now.
Let's pick up the phone.
Try right now.
Let's make a call. Kevin Frandsen's going to join us, by the way, at 3. We'll talk about the Nats sweep of the Orioles. But let's get into the NFL, Danny. Tush Push Week in the National Football League. Ian Rappaport of NFL Media and NFL Network on the possibility of something actually happening. Remember, this has come up now 3 straight off seasons. Last year, we thought there would be a change. There was a big nothing burger with cheese. This offseason, it came up about a month and a half ago at the last meetings, and they just kicked the can down the road. So this is that time now.
Yeah, so they tabled it, which made me feel like, there's not much momentum for it. They'll discuss it, but it's not going anywhere. But it sounds like that may not be the case.
There's always that one last opportunity at these meetings here in May. Tuesday and Wednesday, it's on the docket. This was Rap Sheet today on NFL Network.
I would say my educated guess is there is a change to the Tush Push. Now, right now, the language has been, I believe, not changed. But I would expect come Tuesday morning or whenever they first kind of introduce things, maybe Tuesday afternoon, there'll probably be some new language aimed at eliminating any player from pushing or pulling another player. Like, not specific to this play, because I'm not sure the league wants to specifically ban this play. It'd be probably more the mechanism that is used in this play. In other words, like Saquon and Goddard and players like that pushing other players. So to me, it feels like there's probably movement there. I think that makes sense, and we'll see where it shakes out on Wednesday.
So that was actually Ian Rappaport on Pat McAfee's show on ESPN this afternoon. So here's what I get out of that. Will they ban the Tush Push? It doesn't sound like they're going to. But what they want to get rid of in the Tush Push is the guys that come up from behind Jalen Hurts and shove him like it's rugby. So now it's just effectively a quarterback sneak where you're doing the blocking up front a little bit differently. Quarterback sneak typically looks one way. The Tush Push is we're diving basically like we're drilling into the ground to get lower. So it kind of just becomes a quarterback sneak at that point if you're not shoving like a rugby scrum. And if you get rid of the pushing or the pulling, you go back to the old rule, then I think that's the closest thing to meeting everybody in the middle as possible, where you're not going to completely get rid of the play, but the play as it's currently constituted will be no more.
Yeah, this is the Danny Rouillet rule. This is how I get around you're just targeting the Eagles or whatever. I don't like the idea that a runner is trying to run on his own and someone can just pick him up, a lineman could just carry him, or there's a pile up of bodies and here comes somebody 330 pounds with a head full of steam and spearing somebody, knocking someone forward. No, you do not aid the ball carrier. I love that. That's the rule that it should be. And so here's the other part of this. This is the thing that everybody always forgets when it comes to it. It's not as if no short yardage situation has ever been gained before the Tush Push. This is my biggest problem. It depends on the year, but anywhere between 80 and 90% of quarterback sneaks work. That's what the data tells you.
So wildly successful
I bet
play.
you Jalen Hurts, who squats 1 million pounds and the best offensive line in the sport, I bet you they'll still pick up some first downs without cheating. I think you'll be just fine. Get all the first downs you want. If it's 4th and a foot, if I'm Nick Sirianni, I'm still going for it. I've got Jalen Hurts. Do the quarterback sneak like everyone else has to do. No more, pushing people from behind and running up and getting momentum. You just convert it like everyone else has had to do at a hugely successful clip.
Well, the only thing I would say is nobody's had to do it that way because they could have legally done it the way the Eagles have done it as well. I mean, that's legal and allowed currently. It wouldn't be if they changed this rule back to the old ways and now you can't push or pull. But teams have started doing the tush push, by the way. There are plenty of them that aren't the Eagles that do the tush push constantly. The Bills did it, although they don't really need to with Josh Allen's size.
Freight train.
But even some of the teams that have come out and said they want it banned started doing it at the end of last year. Green Bay is adamantly against it. They used it toward the end of the season because I think most teams wised up to, well, and the numbers are out there. I don't have them in front of me. But to your point, the quarterback sneak over 20 years, let's say, is in the low 80% success. The tush push is in the low to mid 90s.
Yeah.
So you're just taking a very successful play and you're making it more foolproof, which is what you should do.
Right. If it's available, do it.
Absolutely game the system and do whatever you can at your disposal. When you're allowed to shift your infield to best position them to have a bunch of guys on one side of the field for the dead pull hitter, you should do that until the sport says you're ruining everything. We're not allowing you to do that anymore. You can't go on the other side of second base if you're, the second baseman. And now you can't do it. And that's what the league's going to do is basically, it sounds like, I guess we don't know for sure, but the thought is that the vote will go down so that the tush push basically becomes a de facto quarterback sneak. I don't think you're going to have a whole lot of detractors around the league because we saw more and more coaches, more and more executives come out against it this offseason, and some players have even now come out against it, including Frankie Louvu of the Washington Commanders. He was on NFL Network today on Good Morning Football. You'll remember Louvu was the guy who kept jumping over the top of the line of scrimmage and over the offensive line of the Eagles on the goal line to the point where officials told him, if you keep doing this, we're just going to award them a touchdown because you're not allowing them to run a play. Louvu was just over it. And he was asked publicly today what he thinks of the tush push.
My personal opinion, I think they should ban it. You know what I mean? But I know the argument is going to be about like, hey, you guys have to stop it. Don't get us in short yardage and whatnot. But
yeah.
I mean, it's kind of like a Chico play, man. You got Jordan Mailata on the right. You got, it's pretty much a scrum in rugby. That's how I kind of look at it. And we got to have a scrum too on the other side. And the scrum is, we have a cadence where we all go at once. It's not like you hard count and this and that where, now you're getting us or myself jumping over the pile thinking that they're about to snap the ball. And that's just my own personal opinion, and I'm going to leave it at that.
He said cheapo play, which I like.
Mm-hmm.
And it feels cheap. It's so hard to defend. I didn't have an issue with them doing it while it's legal. But if you're asking me, is the play in the spirit of the NFL? No, it does. He's right. Look more like a scrum in rugby, which people have said for a long time. Now, he didn't necessarily explain why he thinks it's cheap. I take his answer to mean it's too hard to stop. And I've never really liked that argument. If he would have gone a step further and said, you shouldn't be able to shove a player from behind at me, or if he would have said, hey, it's too easy to get hurt the way that they're diving head first down at people's ankles and knees. We've had guys get hurt. John Allen, you'll remember, getting the massage of different players in the playoffs. We saw, I think it was Chris Jones in the Super Bowl was getting his neck rubbed after one of those. Say that. He didn't say that, though. He just said, I don't really like it. They got Mailata there. And I took that to mean we can't stop that play without me going over the top, and you don't want me going over the top.
Yeah. I don't like that line of thinking like it's too hard to stop that as a reason to get rid of something. Is baseball going to ban 100-mile-an-hour fastballs because they're too hard to hit? You wouldn't, I don't like that precedent. But to me, there's plenty of argument. You just laid some of them out where you're mad at me for trying. Like that whole sequence to me should be the embarrassment that the league goes, okay, we can't do this anymore. That if you don't stop acting this way, I'll send you to your room and give them a touchdown.
You're talking about the NFC title game.
In that title game, that
Louvu
sequence
diving over the line.
That sequence should have caused cringeworthy embarrassment for the league, because what you're basically saying is the players have an obligation to try to stop the play in any means necessary. If you're going to allow this kind of mechanism for the offense to do these things that shouldn't be allowed, in my opinion, then please allow the defense to do whatever they have to do.
And this is his point.
Make that point. But again, where it's like, and they got Mailata, he's big, and then they got Lane Johnson, who's big. I don't want to hear that.
I think what he was suggesting, and he just didn't verbalize it that well, and it might be because I think he knows there's no winning when you're answering this as a guy who got blown out by the Eagles, and the dude who jumped over the line in the NFC title game and was told you were going to get sent to your room by the officials. You just look like you're making excuses.
It looks like sour grapes.
Exactly. So maybe he was just not trying to elaborate. But I think what he would say if he had the time and felt comfortable doing it based on what I heard from his answer there is, if they get to do that, then we need to be able to do some of our own things. This was that embarrassing moment from the NFC Championship game where he just kept jumping over the top. And then none of us had ever heard of this before, but the ref said, we're just going to give them points if you don't stop.
Jordan's probably just move it forward 3 inches and be in.
I mean, Washington's got nothing to lose with those offsides at this point.
Mike, how close can they put this ball to the goal line at this point?
Well, interestingly enough, you got a situation here. If these are deliberate, and you heard Sean Hockey say that it could lead to an unsportsmanlike conduct call, it could also lead to awarding a score if it happens multiple times like this. So we'll hear what Sean has to say.
Encroachment, defense number 93. Washington has been advised that at some point the referee can award a score if this type of behavior happens again.
By the way, was Mike Pereira on it or what?
Yeah, how about that?
Because you have Tom Brady in the booth going, well, they could just do this all day. They've got nothing to lose. Wrong. And then Pereira, it's almost like having a referee in the booth is worth it. Says, they could just award them points. Let's hear what he has to say. We're about to award them points. Pereira.
Yeah, tip of the cap to Pereira.
Earning his paycheck there in the booth.
The idea that it was deliberate, not the act of getting offsides. If that happens, of course it's deliberate. The act of trying to stop the play, that's not legit. You see what I'm saying? Like, there's a huge distinction there, but the NFL's like, we don't know. That can't happen again.
Let's open up the listener lines on this, because we've talked about this over the last year a few different times, but this is actually a slightly different angle here. With Rap Sheet saying today that what he's hearing is they're not going to ban the tush push, but they are going to get rid of maybe the ability to push a player from behind forward toward the goal line. And if that's the case, doesn't that fix this issue? Do you think that is the right way to handle this for the NFL? What should happen? What do you think will happen? We're going to find out in the next 72 hours. Tomorrow and Wednesday are when the league is meeting on this. 800-636-1067 is the number on G&D.
This sports update is brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. The Eagles making a ton of news today. First up, they've agreed to a multi-year extension with head coach Nick Sirianni. The terms of the extension were not disclosed, but this isn't a huge shock. This has been being hinted at for months. We kind of all knew this extension was coming. Now, before this extension, Sirianni had been set to enter the final year of his 5-year contract that he signed when he was hired by the Eagles in 2021. Speaking of the Eagles, former New York Jets general manager Joe Douglas is returning to the Eagles in a senior scouting role. Douglas served as the Eagles' VP of player personnel from 2016 to 19. He helped build the city's first Super Bowl champion, and now he's returning. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. M Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
My personal opinion, I think they should bet it. You know what I mean? But I know the argument is going to be about like, hey, well, you guys have to stop it. Don't get us in short yardage and whatnot. But I mean, it's kind of like a Chico play, man. You got Jordan Mailata on the right. You got, it's pretty much a scrum in rugby. That's how I kind of look at it. And we got to have a scrum too on the other side. And the scrum is, we have a cadence where we all go at once. It's not like you hard count and this and that where, now you getting us or myself jumping over the pile thinking that they're about to snap the ball. And that's just my own personal opinion, and I'm going to leave it at that.
That was Frankie Louvu on Good Morning Football today, talking about the Tush Push, which will be discussed at the NFL meetings tomorrow and Wednesday. Sounded like he was almost saying, if you want to do the Tush Push, then you can only go on one. And we all get to band together and lock arms and know when you're basically moving the football. That's not going to happen. What it sounds like might happen, according to Ian Rappaport, is not a ban of the Tush Push, but a change to the rules that would prohibit it from being executed the way that it currently is, where Jalen Hurts, as an example, would be able to line up and would be able to get a snap, and then the linemen in front of him are coached to drill into the earth like they do with their helmets going down, and Hurts is able to push behind them. But I guess it wouldn't be a tush push. Now it's just a quarterback sneak. I mean, the whole point, it's called the tush push because someone's shoving you in the butt from behind. Yep. They're getting rid of that part. So you could say they're not outlawing the tush push, but effectively they are. They're just doing it. It's semantics. But they're saying the play you're doing, you're not allowed to do anymore.
The assisted quarterback sneak, if you want to use that term, is going away. Quarterback sneaks, such a valid play, such a high success rate. The assisted quarterback sneak, a higher success rate with the Eagles because you heard Louvu start to go into the answer. Great offensive line, maybe the strongest quarterback from the waist down in human history with what he can squat and how explosive he is, pushing that way. A tight end and a running back behind pushing also. That's too much force with the way the play goes. You'll be successful doing QB sneaks.
Baseball teams used to build their team. They still, to an extent, do, based on their ballpark dimensions, and they would work in unison even to the extent that the grounds crew would operate based on the makeup of the ball club. Think about this.
Yeah.
So, like, if I had a bunch of smaller, faster guys and we like to bunt, we're growing our grass higher in the infield. We're not going to cut it down to the lowest level. We're going to keep it high and where it's going to be plush so that the ball slows down as it's rolling toward the third or first baseman and dies in the infield, and we can get more bunt hits. The little things with how you're treating the dirt around the infield, it'll crown in certain areas so that some of those bunts don't roll foul. Like, these are little things. Yeah. I remember reading a book by Kevin Kennedy, a former manager, called Twice Around the Bases, where one of the early chapters was about how he would have these meetings and go over things with how they wanted to play, and then they would grow the grass and do things around the team, right? Similarly, I think the Eagles were built for this play in a lot of ways. Not just this one play, but knowing that it was going to be their secret sauce. There's never been a better designed outfit and operation for this play. Mm-hmm. I think people go overboard when they act like if the Eagles can't do this, they're no longer one of the better teams in the conference. Settle down on that. They won 14, 11, and 14 games the last 3 years. Without the tush push, does one or two of those results change? Possibly. Maybe you get stopped on a fourth down. You don't get in for a touchdown, and the other team gets the ball 1st and 10 from their own 1 yard line or half yard line or something. But while it will hurt them to have to do the QB sneak that everybody else has been doing, while you go from a 95% success rate to 79 or 82, they're still going to be really, really good.
Precisely.
But the question for you guys is, A, are you on board with a change like this where you just can't shove the quarterback from behind? And is the league going far enough, or should they just flat out outlaw this play and say, as it's constituted, you can't do this or you get flagged? Let's go to Elijah in the city. What's up, Elijah? You're on Grant and Danny.
What's going on, fellas? Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, buddy.
I feel like I kind of wanted to take a neutral approach. It didn't matter if this was an offensive play or a defensive aided play. I think a play can't be deemed legal unless the opposing side can legally defend it. So when we have players seemingly going outside of the rules or trying to come up with their own way to defend it, I think we have a problem. If I do like that there's movement, they didn't just shut the door and say, well, this is just going to be the future of football. I think the idea of saying, like, if you're going to get extra yardage, it's going to be on your legs and you're doing the dirty work. I think that's cool, but we may create, a gray area, because I do like certain plays. And think of like offensive linemen, or even when John Madden was sicing offensive linemen just from, just bumping their head and doing different things and moving the pile. And I think that's a part of football, and that shouldn't be taken away. However, even Frankie Luvu said, yeah, I kind of like the idea of some awareness. We have zero awareness. Physics. You guys are in the studio right now. Grant, you can move your legs right now, and then then we're going to do it again and have Danny push you across the doggone studio. And chances are, whoever's, I don't know, in the bullpen may get run over. I don't know.
Right.
It doesn't matter where this happens on the football field, anywhere. Physics says that this is difficult. And I don't think it's the play. I think it's the spot.
Right. Well, a couple of things there. I want to jump in. Appreciate you. I just don't know how you can give the defense an advantage, which he's kind of getting to even out the playing field. If you don't want to get rid of the tush push, you have to make it easier for the defense. Frankie Luvu kind of suggested. Then we've got to know what the snap count is, and you can only go on one. And we're going to do a rugby scrum. Rugby scrum, there's no snap count. The ball moves, and everyone just kind of locks horns, and we need to do it that way. That's not a real thing, and that's not going to happen in the NFL. So is there a way to actually even the playing field by benefiting the defensive front? I don't think there is. And that's why keeping it as it's currently constituted doesn't make any sense to me. You can't even the playing field. The only way to do it is to say you can't do it offensively.
And to even the playing field, to me, increases risk. And we're very concerned of injury. If you're saying you can match, here's my 260-pound linebacker, my 330-pound defensive tackle. I bring in both of my refrigerator type players, my run stuffers. I'll push him. I get pushed. The whole thing is just a recipe for disaster.
I mean, you're legally allowed to do that right now. There's nothing preventing a linebacker behind John Allen from shoving him in the butt like they used to do on the old field goal blocks or whatever. I mean, there's no reason you could, like, I'm lining up on all fours trying to get low, and you're behind me as the pusher.
But yeah, I'm just trying to think of the scenario. They use the defender that's gotten low as the jump over point, and now I'm catapulting off of his butt, and I'm jumping over like it's a hurdle. Whatever you're doing, there's no equal on the opposite way.
Well, and to your point, there's also just got to be an acknowledgement at some point when we're talking about different even than a quarterback sneak, which feels dangerous because it's a dog pile and limbs are getting twisted up. This is a more violent, immediate, I call it drilling into the earth. I don't have a better way to describe it verbally, but like downward motion head first at people's legs.
Yep.
In a way that there's not really a natural football play like that. There's not evidence, as the Eagles have pointed out, of injuries going up with this play because it hasn't been around long enough. But it would just seem intuitive, and common sense would suggest that there's a risk for injury with this play when you're talking about helmet to helmet, shoulder to shoulder, offense and defense both trying to get to the lowest point at the bottom of the formation, at the bottom of the pile. Brandon's in Manassas on Grant and Danny. What's up, Brandon?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hey, man.
Hey, so my question would be, so are they eliminating pushing anyone from behind? Because at that point, then you just need to eliminate the play. Because think about it, if any scrum, Like, let's say when a running back gets tangled up or whatever at the goal line, or like you see like Josh Allen, he gets, maybe pushed back. Are players not allowed to push anyone from behind? Is that
Sounds like it.
Yeah, that's because that's how it used to be. And then they got rid of it because it was too hard to enforce, I suppose. I forget exactly how many years ago they did.
But to Brandon's point, you see this, I would say 5 times a game now. We're in the middle of the field. Could be the 30, the 40, the 50, whatever, between the hash marks. The running back is being held up, tackled in the process of fighting for more yards, whatever. And I always think it's crazy because you want to talk about risk of injury. This big-ass offensive lineman comes flying into the frame from off-screen, Danny. Wham! And just dives and clobbers him so that the momentum of falling forward gets him another yard or two. That's a push. Now, how they define it, and what words they use, the diction is going to be important. Is there no pulling? Because we see that on the goal line all the time, pulling a guy across the goal line. I would say no pushing, no pulling, no ramming, like you can't jump in and create added momentum.
Yeah, the play that I always is the hallmark of this is USC Notre Dame years ago. Notre Dame's got USC beat. Reggie Bush is stifled at the goal line, or maybe it was Matt Leinart was stifled at the goal line, and Bush comes up behind him and pushes him in. Like that to me should not happen. The defending team has all the disadvantages in the world. It's the way the league is structured, and it should be, by the way. So it's, we get some points, and our fantasy teams have some excitement. But that, the risk of, as you said, the headlong charge for a lineman knocking somebody who's otherwise engaged, you ban it everywhere else except with the ball carrier. I don't understand that. It's inconsistent to me. Get rid of the aiding a runner. You've already able to do that with blocking, with formation, with trickery, with play design, getting a guy in space who can't be touched by the defense. Equalize it just a little tiny bit.
Grant and Danny's poll of the day is on this very subject. It's presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage. Local, long-distance, residential, or commercial, 3 decades of best-in-class service and experience. Go vote right now on the 1067 The Fan Twitter account after Frankie Louvu spoke out with an opinion on Network Today. Is it time to ban the tush push? Yes, no, or tweak it without banning it? So far, 76% of respondents are saying it is time to ban the tush push. We'll get into the Nats sweeping the Orioles at 3 o'clock with Kevin Frandsen of Nats Television. But next, somebody looks a lot slimmer, and somebody looks heavier than when we last saw them. Trending up and down. Grant and Danny on The Fan. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Kevin Frandsen, Nats television, after a series sweep of the Baltimore Orioles, took 5 out of 6 from the Birds this season. Joining us in about 12 minutes, CJ Abrams is playing out of his mind. James Wood is the real deal. We got ourselves a superstar. We'll talk to Franny about that coming up at 3. So I mentioned a couple of images hitting the interwebs this weekend that were favorable and unfavorable to a couple of sports figures. First and foremost, I posted a picture I want you to go look at, Danny, at Grant H. Paulson on
Go
Twitter
there right now.
Major Tuddy was at the DC Defenders game yesterday. Family went out. Dad came up, uncle, bunch of, brother and his kid, my kids. We all went out to the DC Defenders game. Had a heck of a game yesterday, by the way. They clinched the playoffs. Arlington has the ball, driving down 3 on the, basically, I would say the first yard or 2 into field goal range with a few seconds left in the game. They try to throw to get a couple more yards to make it an easier field goal. Defenders undercut an out route on the sideline, pick it off, and go the other way at the end of the game. So basically walk off with the win.
Oh, wow.
Crazy ending. But anyway, all the mascots were there yesterday.
Is that interesting? Besides the point, I know the point you're about to make, that the football team kind of embraced the defenders and had someone show up, or is that not related at all?
So I get the question. I mean, they've done it throughout.
They have? Okay.
Pretty much the whole time. I mean, there was a little bit of when Dan Snyder owned the team.
Yeah.
And they're chanting bleep Dan Snyder at Defenders games. I don't know how excited they were to get out
They're
there.
probably out the bigger crossover.
But there have been Commanders players at games that get shown on the board or what have you. But yeah, they were doing a 40-yard dash with mascots. Interestingly, Screech didn't make the walk over from Nats Park to Audi Field. I'm guessing he was up in Baltimore. He was busy. But they had, shocker, the Wizards mascot, that son of a gun, Gee Whiz, cheated, won the game. Leave it to the Wizards to ruin everything, even in a mascot race.
Man.
They say, I've taught my kid
By the way,
how to do this.
send Gee Whiz to the lottery next time. Have him rig that.
Are you kidding me with this? I mean, it's so easy to run a race. On your mark, get set, go. We've done it since we were kids, right? My son looks at me and he's like, Gee Whiz cheated. I'm like, you're right.
Yes.
You know that, 4-year-old.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, on your mark, get set, Gee Whiz just takes off 8 yards in front of everyone else and wins the race. And they acted like nothing happened. So that doesn't matter.
It's the acting like nothing happened that would bother me.
A little frustrating.
Yeah.
There was one guy I didn't know. He was like a green moose or like a dog. I couldn't tell as far away. I think he was from the Bethesda Big Train.
Oh, okay.
Nobody ever announced him.
Okay.
Otherwise, it was just guys I've seen from the major 4 sports teams. But I bring this up, Danny, because Major Tuddy was in the house. And do you have the picture of Major Tuddy brought up?
Looking at it right now.
There's some before and afters floating around with my image. He looks svelte. My guy's been on Copair. He has lost that big pillow in his stomach. He looks kind of ripped, though, by the way. Major Tuddy has tightened his stuff up.
First comment, by the way, popped me from Matthew Paris, our guy down in New Orleans.
Good.
Said he's taking Ozempic.
Yeah.
And I went, okay, that's it. Listen, dad joke level 10. Ramped it up.
But it's so good.
Pop me.
He's definitely on Ozempic. But Major Tuddy confirmed today, for the record. This was just 6 minutes ago. He confirmed the weight loss. Okay, the secret is out. Yes, I do lift and exercise. You guys are going to laugh at this, but I'm going to be serious for a second about Major Tuddy, and Danny can no-sell this.
Okay.
This is another example of whoever's running things now. This is probably not something on Josh Harris's desk, the weight of the mask guy. The mascot's fatness is probably not something Mitch Rales cares a whole lot about.
Mm-hmm.
That pig got so made fun of by so many people. We talked about the diabetic pig, the fat pig.
Yeah.
Why do you have this pig with pillows in its stomach that's like promoting obesity to these young kids? They now have a ripped up Major Tuddy. He's not fat anymore.
Look at his legs, for God's sakes. Looks like Paul Skeens' legs.
Guy, I'm just trying to tell you, they fixed it.
Yeah.
One of the issues you had. Now you don't care because it's a mascot and you're too cool and all
I
that.
still also don't know what it is. Like I don't understand.
It's very simple. It's a hog.
Right.
It's a commander. He's in a helmet. He's just a hog. That's all he is.
Right.
But he's in shape now.
Yeah.
You were mad, and a lot of people correctly were mad that he was a big fat guy and he was harmless and he just didn't look like someone that you wouldn't want to be around. Major Tuddy ripped, and I broke the story. One of the biggest stories of my career. I am steamed up about this.
That is a big
First
get.
one on the scene on that one, and he confirmed my report today.
Dude, that's a big thing for you, for the show.
My kids won't care about any other stories I've ever broken. If I tell them today that I broke a story on Major Tuddy, I'll be the coolest dad on the block for at least a night.
So I think this is better than again, I still don't quite understand what we're doing. Like, are we embracing the Hogs and the Hogettes? Are we never saying that again? I don't know what he's a major of.
You're allowed to say the Hogs.
Yeah, but I don't know. I don't know if that's what I don't really know what we're doing. I don't get it. I don't like, to me, you could have done like a Sergeant Slaughter type commander guy, but like that doesn't make sense. This is sort of like a half embrace, a not embrace, but like the weird pudgy pig made no sense to me. But actually, I just think this looks better. So that is an improvement.
He looks silly.
Yeah.
And then the other picture that was making the rounds as far as weight being discussed this weekend, did you see the picture of Patrick Mahomes at a golf event with his family?
I did, yeah.
This to me feels like just not a great angle, bad photo. Every fit person you know could take a picture where the wind blows in a certain direction and their gut shows up just a little angle different than it normally is, and they look fatter than they are. But the other thing I would tell you is Patrick Mahomes has always had a little gut. Remember when he took his shirt off in the locker room and there was like video of the Chiefs on Christmas Day a couple years ago, and people were like, "Oh, Patrick Mahomes is one of those like skinny fat guys. He's got a little gut."
He's never been like a full 6-pack guy. Like back since when he was in high school playing, high level baseball, and he was a shortstop and was a draft prospect, he might have been a little bit more shredded, but he has not been that. I will say that looks a little softer than used to seeing Pat Mahomes, but I bet she's pretty good this year. I bet she's fine.
Middle of the offseason, Patrick Mahomes. My point is, on a 1 to 10 scale of physique, he's dad bod sets o'clock. He is normally, by the quarterback standard, he's like a 5.
Yeah, the Peyton Manning school of bodybuilding.
He's a 6 maybe. This is one number below that because it's the middle of the offseason. Probably ate 6 Aussie rolls the night before.
That's my May body, dog.
He'll be fine in training camp.
Yeah,
he loses 10 pounds. He's right back where he needs to be. This is not a thing. This is not a corner. This is not a wide receiver.
He's also
not Deebo Samuel being overweight for the 49ers. This is a quarterback. This is how I want my quarterbacks. If you care about what they look like, you get Will Levis 90% of the time. Colin Cowherd take. I've told you this in the past. These vain, look in the mirror, muscle-bound quarterbacks, that is not where it's at. Dad bod o'clock is going to get you to the promised land.
Yeah, I mean, he's also never been a great body guy, great uniform guy as it is.
Yes.
So where's the flak jacket? That's not the appeal. If you're bothered by this one, I don't know what else I got for you.
You know what doesn't give you abs? Watching tape on your ass. Sitting on your butt watching tape for 12 hours a day doesn't help you get your steps.
He should relax for a little bit longer because they're going to the AFC title game again.
Right.
Because they've been there every year that he's been the starter.
It's going to be okay.
Yeah.
Talk more about his gut. You're going to be wrong come September. Kevin Frandsen joins us next. The Nats coming off of a sweep. Also, this coming hour, I want to talk about Nick Sirianni getting an extension from the Eagles. He is an absolute goofball, but he might also be a very, very good football coach who we need to give some flowers to. We're Grant and Danny.
The Nationals swept the O's in dominating fashion during Major League Baseball's inaugural rivalry weekend. Now, what we're used to seeing the Battle of the Beltways, this was a push from MLB to have geographical rivals square off. Turns out it was a super success, and not just on the field for the Nats. The inaugural rivalry weekend drew over 1.6 million fans across the 45 games this weekend, producing MLB's best weekend total and average attendance since 2012. Baseball is so back, but actually not back tonight. The Nats are off tonight. They're going to open a 3-game set at home versus the Braves tomorrow evening. And some NFL news following their Super Bowl victory, the Eagles have reached a new deal with head coach Nick Sirianni. The franchise announced earlier today that they've agreed to a multi-year extension with their lead man. No numbers have come out yet. Sirianni became just the third NFL head coach to appear in 2 Super Bowls in his first 4 seasons, following the likes of Mike Tomlin and Joe Gibbs. In 4 seasons with the Eagles, Sirianni is 48-20, with those 48 wins being the second most regular season victories recorded by a head coach in their first 4 seasons all time. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Here's Abrams driving one to deep left center field. This is way back. At the wall is Laureano leaping. He can't get it. It is gone. Goodbye. C.J. Abrams, who led off the game with a home run on the first pitch, fouled the pitch away in his second at bat, and then homers on the second pitch to left center field.
In 1 hour, at 4 o'clock, we've got tickets to give away to see The Offspring at Jiffy Lube Live. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. Make sure you're listening for those tickets in about 55 minutes. The show's brought to you today by our friends, the law firm Condori & Murad.
Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know that we sent you. That is kmlawyers.com.
Let's get to the Rude guest hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. That's where we find our guy, Kevin Frandsen. You watch him on the call, on the color with Bob Carpenter, night in and night out. Nats baseball on Masson. And how about the Nats, Franny? They go to Baltimore. They take 3 straight from the Birds. They sweep their regional rivals. They've won 4 out of 5, and the Bats have finally woken up.
Yeah, can we address one thing, though?
Sure.
Danny can read.
Yeah. A lot of people would have lost money in the office pool.
That is awesome. Congratulations, man. I'm really proud of you.
Thank you, buddy.
Working on that quite a bit.
Thank you, buddy.
The one thing that, will always go with every fan, doesn't matter the team. When you don't score, it looks like there's no effort. Looks like a lot of effort, doesn't it, of late? You know what I mean? Like, these guys have been working so hard. They collectively have had a struggle, right? Like for quite some time. And it's not from the lack of talent or lack of game planning and all this stuff. It was a rut. And you dig yourself even deeper when you feel like you have to score a bunch of runs all the time. It's almost, there's a lot of similarities between them and the Orioles at times. Because for the first time in a while, the pitching side, starters, relievers weren't all, synced up, for a considerable amount of time. But now you see what happens when you get great starting pitching with good quality hitting. And it was fun to see. It was really fun to actually see because hitting 5 homers, I could do that more often.
I'll take those.
Yeah, it was fun.
And you know what else too, Franny? The fact that it wasn't the third time through the order, like late explosion to come back and win a game or whatever. You jump out to 6-run lead in the first on Saturday. You score 6 in the second for a 7-run lead on Sunday. So, I mean, it's just rare. You and Bob are having one of those games where there's kind of not a lot of drama. Like, they're just way out in front the whole way. Back-to-back days, that has not happened in a long time.
No, it hasn't. And you know what? I think what's even more impressive is what Jake Irv and Mike Soroka did, right? You get those big leads, and it's not about getting the zeros. It's about the way they did it. I mean, Michael Soroka didn't even have a 3-ball count yesterday. I didn't say anything until he got out of the game because I was like, that's kind of like an impressive thing to do. But when you have that big of a lead, what's the number one killer for a manager, any fan, or anybody in general is just a walk, right? Like guys coming out and not attacking the strike zone, and both guys back-to-back days just absolutely delivering. And I think that's the part that, I get you, we're going to be so excited about the offensive side, but again, you got to have the pitching to go along with it at the same time and to get the shutdown of everything. And that to me was the part that I was so impressed with, is not only getting out to those leads, but just putting it right back on them, bullying them, technically in that situation with Irvin and Soroka.
Kevin Frandsen with us here on Grant and Danny. Watching James Wood go left on left and just sort of looks like he's hitting a chip. Like he's like, I'm about 100 yards out. I got a pitching wedge here. I'm going to see if I can just land one on top of the green. Just a calm, casual 400 and change. It's stupid how good he is at this stage. I mean, just address that, Franny, if you would. But then B, like the left on left part that's supposed to be a problem doesn't really seem to be.
Well, I think it actually plays better for him because there's a lot of things that, like, not a lot of guys can get in there on him. The lefties don't just go inside on left-handers, or are very comfortable with it. I think that's a part of it. I cannot tell you how impressed I am. I can't, because I feel like there's no words that describe it, because the demeanor by him too adds that special, I know I'm supposed to do this. You know what I mean? Like, there's nothing about what he possesses as far as like that demeanor out there saying like, oh man, this is crazy. I've never done this in my life. It's like when he hits it, you're like, yep, I get it, because this is what he's always done. It is, Ryan Spilborghs, who did the Apple game last week, is one of my best buddies that do a lot of stuff on XM with him. And he's like, I just can't get over how like easy everything is. Like the swings are easy, the pop is easy, the running is easy, like all this stuff. And to me, that's the part that, he does it with such effortless fluidity, right? That just makes it crazier. Like you have the short, compact swing for a guy that's 6'7". Like guys that are 6'7" don't have short, compact swings. They have longer, considerably longer swings in general. So I just I sit there and I just start laughing. I think I've a couple of people broadcasters have watched some of the games of ours that they're like, we love your horse laugh after he homers. I'm like, it's funny though, isn't it? Because it's like the pitch he's doing it on or the count he's doing it in, you're not supposed to do it where he's done it. The Miami game hitting the 3-0 pitch left center that like peaked at 61 feet. Are you serious? Like, come on, who does that? Like, seriously, James Wood does. And that's the stuff that like just makes you, it just, I hope people understand. I don't take this thing for granted ever. Right. And being able to call games like this and do this. And that's why I laugh, because I have a good time, because this stuff is fun to see.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that, because what I was going to say is I think you guys do a really good job. And the fact that you played and you know how hard it is, what he's doing, ridiculous it is, adds a lot to it. But my favorite thing has actually been to see some of the calls of the visiting crews, because they haven't seen it. And they're literally blown away. Guys like Cliff Floyd, if you remember, in Miami, was like, what in the hell was that? And this is a big, hulking, major league slugger with, I don't know, what he hit, 350, 400 home runs or whatever. Who was it the other night? It wasn't even the player, but it was...
was it Kevin Brown? It was Kevin Brown, the monster in the closet.
He's like, this guy's like the beast at the end of the level. Like, this is the bad guy you can't beat. I just love the way other people are talking about him. But I just looked this up, by the way. So he's on pace for 40 home runs and 101 RBI as a 22-year-old. Mm-hmm. And I just looked this up. Harmon Killebrew is the only guy I can find as a 22-year-old. He turned 23 that season like James will, to have gone 40 and 100. Being 22 at the beginning of the year, that was in like 1961. It is insane what we're seeing.
Yeah, because with all due respect to Harmon Killebrew, he's not doing it against this pitching.
Right.
Just saying. Like that's the part that you're seeing with James is, the adjust. What's crazy is the adjustments too, right? Like that we get to see, whether it's a bat to a bat or game to game, series to series, about teams and how organizations pitch to him differently, and his ability to adjust. And I don't care. Like, guys that have played with Bonds, I played with him multiple seasons. It's the greatest hitter of all time. Like, it's a fact. I don't care what people want to, fight me on, steroids. And I was like, it's the greatest hitter of all time. Fact. To watch this guy and to have that feeling of like, when we're in San Francisco, I can't wait till Barry sees him, because like Barry will love him. Like it's everything that you could possibly imagine from a great hitter. the strike zone recognition. I think he gets kind of some of his chases that we'll see are based on bad calls previously, right? So he won't go after those pitches at all, but he'll get called. I mean, so this year he's been, I think it's 8 more than the next closest guy on balls down below the knee, below the zone. That's called strikes. 8 is the closest. And to me, that says something about him and his ability to lay off those and know his strike zone more than anything. You don't have that from 22-year-olds, right? We saw one with one of the greatest that we could possibly see it at a young age in Juan Soto. But I mean, like, now that this guy's ours, and to see it every day and to witness like just the calmness of everything, it's like, God, this guy's he's tremendous.
Friend, the other guy that's killing it is CJ Abrams. And what happens a lot of times in sports is we're always looking for the next star. It's like, this is an ancient history. He's 24 years old, having a renaissance campaign. I feel like, and I want your thoughts on this, is again, as a guy that's forgotten more this morning than I'll ever know. But I feel like when he gets in trouble, it's like a couple pull side bombs, and it's like, ooh, that's fun. I should try to do that more. And doesn't take his hits the opposite way. And, teams can kind of live out there for a while as he's kind of rolling over pitches. Right now, that left center field bomb the other day, he's taking his base hits to left field. We'll always have that pull side pop. And, oh, by the way, he can run like a deer. Like, he is having a year.
Yeah, he is. It's special. It's special upon, like all the other stuff, right, that happened last year. I think that's the part. There's growth. There's true growth. There's yesterday, it wasn't 2 homers that allowed him to dance. He's just like in that moment, right? He was dancing on the field, and I'm like, this is great because we have a guy that just understands, like, I'm it right now. Like, I know James is here. I'm doing this. We're going to have some success together. And it's playing off each other. Now, like the swing to left field so this year, I mean, he spread out considerably from last year. And it's allowed him, like, I feel like the takes are a lot easier, right? Like it's ball out of hand in so many cases. I think like the next part for him is just understanding that, like, I don't need to do it. He wants to do it, but he doesn't need to do it. That's gonna be the next thing, because I feel like there's times where he needs to do it and he goes a little bit out of the zone, and that's fine. But the other thing is that guy is so calm right now and so confident. It's like, we didn't see this last May. Right? We saw it in April, we saw it in June, but we didn't see it. And we could consider it because even though coming off the IL, he played in April, he played in May this year, and he's playing so consistent. It's 2 back-to-back months, not like way up and way down. It's been both really, really quality months. That's what you want to see the stack, right? 2 months last year was it for him. This year, it's already 2 months. That's the part where you're like, all right, here we go. Because now you get to month 3 when we get to June, and you're like, okay, so where's the consistency? Is it still there? Because if it is, like, it's beyond monster on everything.
His OPS is 63 points higher than any other qualifying shortstop. That's Bobby Witt, who might win the MVP award this year and the next couple of years in the American League.
Yep.
And on top of that,
there's the walk. There's the walk too, right? Like the walk for him this year, it's not a lot, but it's been a lot more.
Exactly.
Right in these moments.
And also hitting 315 or I guess 312. Like only Jacob
That's
Wilson
the other way.
has more a better batting average. Like you can make the case he's been the best shortstop in the sport and certainly in the league so far this season.
Offensively, for sure.
Yeah,
offensively for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's still. I think
because I think the defense it needs to still work, but that's fine. Everyone does. But man, yeah, you bring up all that stuff, and it's just like fun. You're not pulling for like, okay, so if we mix it up right here, and if we put the minimum qualifying, we can make him look good. No. You just put him up like to the qualifiers, right? Like you don't have to fidget anything and make it look like a positive. It's like, no, that's what he is right now. That's where he's at. You don't have to skew anything to make it look in his favor. It's in his favor because he's been that good.
I think they need to approach him about an extension because he's not a Boris guy. They haven't been able to sign any of these guys at any point. I think the frustration that set in correctly and understandably with the fan base after another couple dormant off seasons here, the time is right. Now, you could have convinced me this past off season, Kev, after what happened. He gets in trouble, gets booted in the final week. He's got to earn it. But he showed up, as you said. He's improved. He's matured in almost every capacity. Everybody's on the same page. I want them to talk to him about an extension.
That'd be awesome. Yeah, I'd be all in too. I mean, just because, again, the other part of it is he a good kid? Absolutely, 100%. So I think that plays a huge part of it. It's not, you bring up all the stuff that happened last year on that, and you're like, okay, did he learn? Yes, he's learned. And how do we know he learned? It's just look at his play, the consistency of his play. I think that's a telltale sign of maturity and growth and taking accountability for yourself, right? So I'd be in.
Last guy I want to touch on with you, Franny's Dylan Cruz. Hit that bolt yesterday. That was good to see. I feel like he and Luis Garcia are like trying for the hard luck trophy over the course of this year. I think those numbers are equalized a little bit, but give me your thoughts. What are you seeing from Cruz?
I think Dylan's been touched by it a lot more than Louis has. I know that. It's hard to describe because like you don't see the maturity of a kid like this who's, all the expectations on him being the number 2 overall pick and, I got to do this, I got to do that. And he just doesn't let it bother him. And for me, I'm so impressed by this kid. I've told you, and I'm okay with that. Is he's the closest thing I've seen to Chase Utley, and the way I say that is someone that plays every moment to win, whether it's at a bat, whether it's in the field, whether it's on the bases. He's there to win. And when you have the struggles, quote unquote struggles that he's had, and not, have the reaction of that rookie, I would call it the rookie depression, right? Because there is that part of it where you can't, I don't know if I'll ever get, and you don't get that sense. I'm never going to get over this. You don't get that sense. That's the impressive part. And so yesterday when you saw that ball down the, 20 feet down the line on the swinging bunt, it's like, man, he needs 100 more of those to equal what he's earned this year, I feel like. And, it's nothing ever equals out in our game. I truly don't believe in that. Anyone that wants to tell you that, you just laugh at them right in their face because it ain't true. But the kid hits it so hard. I think yesterday we saw at times a little bit more of a dial back. He doesn't need to swing harder. I think at times we're seeing him swing harder when he doesn't need to. It's just it's Ono and forgetting Sarah Marshall, where he's like, no, do more. No, do less. No, do less. And what are you doing? You're not even doing anything. Like one of those things. Like it's just do less. And when things feel like they're moving quick for you and all that stuff, do less. Because I truly think the kid's talent is insane. And if people don't believe it because they see the numbers, they're like, oh, they need to send him down to the minor leagues. What's the minor leagues going to do for him? Like honestly, I just want to know.
He's also helping in a lot of ways, right?
That's a winning player, man.
That's the thing.
The hard 90s, Kev, like he has me on just that alone.
Yes. That's why the Chase thing always comes up with me because playing with Chase, playing against Chase, like being one of my good buddies, like I never saw a guy bust it and get to the outfield as much as Chase on a ball back to the pitcher.
Right.
And it sets a tone. It just shows I'm in it. You're not beating me. Like, great, cool. I grounded out to you. You're like, you didn't win. I'm all the way in the outfield because I had a chance on you. That's the way they think. And when you're a performer like that, at the end of the day, like we could look at Jackson Churio's numbers last year. I get it. He was 19 years old at the same time, but similar amount of time in the minor leagues. You look at that and you go, okay, first 2 months, what happened in June, July, August, September? I mean, the kid was, considerably, he could have been up there as the rookie of the year if it wasn't for Paul Schwarz.
Expected batting average 64 points higher than the actual average right now for Dylan Cruz. So you'd like to think that as this season goes on,
that's a big discrepancy.
It's
man.
A huge number.
That's a huge number, and the same thing goes for the slug. On that, and it's unbelievable for where he's at still. And to keep that positive mindset and to continue to try to do something to win every day, whether it's with the bat, whether it's a glove or on the base pass, like to your guys' point, it's impressive.
Yeah, slug's 120-point difference. in terms of X versus.
Yeah, not that much, It's all good.
No doubt. Franny, 3 in a row, 4 of 5. We appreciate you, man. Keep calling wins.
Oh, please. It's good for the soul.
Yeah. Makes everybody's life a little easier. There's Kevin Frandsen.
See you soon, bro.
Masson
Thanks,
Television. Watch him and Bob on the call. Nats are off today, and then they're back home tomorrow, 6:45 start time. You hear the game here on the Fan. If you're not going out to the yard, you can watch it at home. Franny and Bob taking on the Braves at Nats Park. First time this season. Next, Nick Sirianni got an extension.
Yes, he did.
You and I have made fun of him a lot over the years.
Yes, we have.
Might be time to still make fun of him, but also say he's a pretty good football coach. Next.
This sports update is brought to you by Coach Wooten's basketball camp. That's CoachWooten.com, 2 O's, 2 T's. In a now viral video, an Indiana Pacers fan was followed on the streets by a large crowd of Knicks fans who were celebrating after Friday's victory over the Celtics in the Eastern Conference semifinals. After being hit twice with bags of garbage, the fan, Hans Perez, continued to walk away. The crowd followed him and heckled him. Well, he just appeared on the Pat McAfee show earlier this afternoon and was surprised by none other than Therese Halliburton with an invite to Game 4 of the Eastern Conference Finals in Indianapolis. Therese Halliburton will pay for him and a guest to go to the game, their lodging, their airfare, everything. I just love stories like that. Coach Wooten's basketball camp, they instill a love of the game by teaching kids how to play, the values of the game, and just having fun. Join the rite of passage for beginners all the way up to the rising high school star and experience the legacy of the Wooten basketball camps. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. Our double play coming up at 3:45. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Remember, we're giving away those tickets to see The Offspring. That's at 4 o'clock. Offspring's coming to Jiffy Lube Live in mid-July. So if you want those tickets, you better be listening ahead of the Beltway Blitz. Nick Sirianni got an extension from the Eagles today, multiple years for Sirianni, whose resume he's putting together all of a sudden is ultra impressive. Now, there's a difference between like your career winning percentage maybe and how good a football coach you are, because you could have inherited a really good situation. Sure. I happen to think Matt LaFleur in Green Bay is outstanding, but I also remember his first few years in the league. You go to Green Bay, Aaron Rodgers was playing at an MVP level, and the narrative about him was he's a good coach, but the fact that he has the greatest winning percentage ever might not mean he's the greatest coach early in his career of all time.
Slid into a Ferrari that's already on autopilot, going 200. Yeah.
I'd make the case, though. Rodgers falls off. They move on. He's now done it with Love. They had a 2-game winning streak this year where he was running like a high school playbook with the former Liberty quarterback, whose name is escaping me right now.
Malik Willis?
Malik Willis, who everybody wanted to watch in the draft in the top 15, if you remember. He fell into the 3rd round. But LaFleur, I think, has proven himself to be a really good head coach.
Yeah.
In the case of Nick Sirianni, when you look at his track record, 9-8, then 14-3 NFC title game, 11-6, and 14-3 in a Super Bowl. He's been to 2 NFC championships in his first 4 seasons. He has won 11 or more games, 3 of the last, all 3 straight seasons, but 3 of his 4 years as a head coach. And all time now, he's 48-20, a winning percentage over 700 for him, with 2 conference title game bids and a Super Bowl and 2 Super Bowl appearances, including a Super Bowl win. And they probably could have, should have won the other Super Bowl, back in 2022. So he could easily have 2 rings at this point. He'll have to settle for 1. But as much as I like to poke at Sirianni, who just does ridiculous things.
Yeah.
He's yelling at his own fan base. He acts like an immature guy. A lot of times he's just the ultimate coach bro, in my opinion. Step on his shoe in Arlington, you're getting into a fight at Mr. Days. 43-year-old Nick Sirianni can coach football. The players seem to like him. They win a lot of games. He's not a guy that's calling plays. He's one of those, like, what is it that you say you do here, guys? Mm-hmm. But the results are the results. And I do think if they moved on from him and had another caretaker come in, they're still a playoff team. But do they win the Super Bowl? Do they get to a couple Super Bowls? I don't know. I think it's time to give him a little bit of credit, though.
100%. I think 3 things are true. This is a Howie Roseman production. We underrate how incredible it is that they opened a window, won a Super Bowl, got bad for 1 year, opened up a new window, have been to 2 Super Bowls with a win, and are favorite again to do something special this coming year. Howie Roseman, ladies and gentlemen. I think that's number 1. Number 2, I think Nick Sirianni, you come up with whatever adjective or adverb you want, is not my favorite dude. There is a lot of eye-rolling, as you said, immature behavior, douchiness, whatever you want to call it, where you're like, come on, seriously? Number 3, good football coach, and it fits. Whatever he does, that's what they need.
We had an Eagles media, I don't remember if it was a writer or a radio guy or what, during like championship week.
Mm-hmm.
on our show, and I remember asking him, I'm like, is Nick Sirianni a goofball or is Nick Sirianni a really good head coach? And he said, yes.
Yes.
I will always remember that. And in my mind, I've never even considered the possibility that it could be both. You get what I'm saying?
Of course.
Like, is this guy just a complete lunatic wild card, X factor that you always have to worry about if you're Lurie, the owner, or Howie, the GM? Or is he a really good coach? And the guy's like, yep.
So when you sign up for John Harbaugh, you're going to get a dude that rubs everyone the wrong way, that's over the top, that's, gonna whatever that morning, like I'm not drinking coffee, I'm drinking air today. And everyone's like, I don't know how to talk to you. And then you're gonna go win a bunch of football games because he's doing it his way. You know what I mean? Like Sirianni is the right fit personality-wise. Remember their disaster 2 seasons ago where they collapsed down the stretch. You just sort of reload with a new crop of assistants and fix things. And they were still 11-6 with a postseason game. So to me, he's all three of those things are true. This is Howie Roseman is a genius production. He is just eye-rolling, skin-crawling,
so that's
whatever,
the big question.
And then he's a good coach.
How much is he a passenger, and how much of their success is because he's awesome?
I think, to me, it's the same conversation we have with Brock Purdy, where he fits whatever that fit is, it works.
Okay,
right?
But if Nick Sirianni took over the Arizona Cardinals, I'm just trying to think of a middling team.
Sure.
I don't necessarily, in fact, I know it. They're not all of a sudden a playoff team.
Yeah, he's not going to elevate them to a 12-win program.
I don't think they get better. Is he a better coach than Jonathan Gannon? Possibly. I don't know. They're probably both okay. He certainly had more success. Maybe now that he comes in, it's a chicken or the egg thing where he wears the Super Bowl ring and that means something. And so, he says something and you listen. But for me, if we want to know why are the Eagles so successful, I think their roster is exceptional, number one. And I think that is a Howie Roseman production, to your point.
Mm-hmm.
And then I would give the credit to him after. But he deserves something. I mean, to hold the band together. Lest we forget, though, the 23 season on his ledger was a fiasco. And they completely collapsed. They cratered down the stretch. If there were 3 more weeks in the season, they would have missed the playoffs. They ended up losing right away in the postseason. And he almost got fired. And it was a week, 10 days after the season, and the reporters on ESPN were still camped outside of their facility and wondering about the meeting he's having with ownership and is he keeping his job. That was after 25 wins and 9 losses in a 2-season stretch.
Wild.
Before this past year when they go 14-3 and win the Super Bowl. I think that tells you a lot. I would say he is 60% goofball, 40% good football coach, but it doesn't really matter. To your point, I think the players have gotten used to him and it resonates. Also, there's this. What's the one thing that coaches always tell us you've got to do to win in sports? When you listen to a coach in an interview about what they learned or what they're going to do better the second time, they always say, you've got to be yourself. You cannot be somebody else. You can't try to be what that person wants in that moment and be a chameleon in every room you're in. You just got to be you, and players respect that. Is there anyone that's more themselves, for better or worse, than that guy?
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
Shouting at people, crying during the national anthem every weekend. I'm not making fun of him. I'm just saying he's an emotional guy, wears it on his sleeve, yelling at people coming off the field, screaming at fans, his own fans.
Yeah.
Like in a way that I think is unprofessional and boorish and completely embarrassing at times. He is always Nick Sirianni every hour of every day.
I think it's a good point.
And it seems like the players like that.
It is not what I look for in a head coach. Like I want the opposite of this. But again, that there's a reason I'm not a decision maker, but B, argue with the results. I challenge you. Again, what happened, the 23 season, I think, is so instructive. That's when they went 11-6. They were kind of getting away with it the first half of the year and then fell apart, to your point, in the second half. All they did was they swapped out pretty much every critical assistant, including Brian Johnson, who came to DC, who was their OC. But they changed a bunch of things out, and with a great roster, we're right back on the horse, kicking everybody's butt again, right? And he played the villain. He kind of played that outspoken, outsized, big, loud personality. Sports Talk Radio can yell at me, so everybody is. Meanwhile, we're not as concerned about A.J. Brown reading a book, or we're not as concerned about, maybe a bad passing game for Hurts or whatever it is. He becomes the target, and he relishes that.
Who's the best coach in the NFC East right now? So I would think you would put Brian Schottenheimer fourth. He's never done it, and it seems like he shouldn't have been hired as a head coach by the Dallas Cowboys anyway. That would make Dable, who's a former coach of the year, but also on the hot seat and probably about to be fired, third.
Yeah.
And then it's either Quinn or Sirianni. Sirianni's obviously had more success more recently over 3 years. Quinn 1 year, one NFC championship game, so it's kind of similar there. But I mean, I would rather have Quinn coach my team based on what I know of the two guys, because I just think Quinn comes off as an adult and a grown-up and a professional and all the stuff that I admire more than Sirianni does. But if you're doing a ranking at this moment, Quinn, really good season last year
resume-wise
with
has to be
Daniels.
behind Sirianni. Has to be.
He just got fired and was kind of, Rivera with a backwards hat in Atlanta in terms of just record. I know people get bothered by that. But, yeah, I guess Sirianni would be the top in the division just based on having a 700 winning percentage in his career.
Yeah, that'll do it. I mean, your worst season's your first, where you went 9-8, and then you've been to 2 Super Bowls since then. On the way to that rebuild. Yeah, I mean that's a pretty good resume to start your career.
If you go by resume, though, he's really, really high on the list.
Yep.
I don't know that you have to go by resume. It's more of a who do you think's a better coach? Like right now, this moment in the NFL, Andy Reid's probably number one. That's resume and whatever else. McVay's really high on that list. I don't know if he has the second best resume, but maybe he's the number 2 head coach. Harbaugh's long tenured.
Has to be in there.
I like Kyle Shanahan, but Sirianni is in the top 5 conversation. I think as much as he comes off like a pain in the butt, Jim Harbaugh's got to be in that discussion.
Yep, both do.
Everywhere he goes, he wins. Dan Campbell, I know you're not a fan of his. I love him.
But the resume's incredible.
He's top 10. Tomlin never had a losing season. He's kind of slid, though, because they can't get quarterback right. They can't win in the playoffs. They haven't really been postseason relevant in a long time. Sean McDermott's got really good numbers. Career 660 winning percentage.
That's pretty damn good, too.
Matt LaFleur's got to be in the top 10 convo. I mean, all time. He's got 2-1 wins to losses.
It's a fun conversation because you get to go.
I sneaky love Kevin O'Connell from Minnesota. I think he's a star.
Really good results to start his career. But it's always so hard because the situation and there's nothing equal about having different city, different fan base, different GM, different owner, different resources, different assistants underneath you, your coaching tree. It's always so hard to evaluate, which is what makes the exercise fun. But you go take neutral average team, right, of a 50 out of 100 at every position, right, where you're just average. Everything about you is average. Who gets the most out of that group? That's always the fun exercise you're trying to figure out, right? AK, who really is the best coach? I don't know that I'd pick Sirianni in the first few, but I do know this. That ship that he gets to steer, he's the right guy for that ship.
Yeah, I think I sleep on him because I don't know that I'd have him in my top dozen or 15.
I wouldn't instinctively know.
Like Kyle Shanahan, Sean McVay, Kevin O'Connell, those types of guys, if we're talking neutral situation, get a lot out of this quarterback, get a lot out of this offense, whatever. I take them over the also that's just a different thing, but just the locker room leader.
Right.
Like even Dan Quinn right now. Quinn is viewed as this defensive savant coordinator.
It's Joe Witt's defense, man.
He's not calling defensive plays.
Right.
He's doing the Rivera thing where he just kind of runs the operation. And so that's Sirianni. That's a different thing than play caller with the IHOP menu right in front of his face calling offensive or defensive plays. But Dan Campbell's doing the same thing.
Yep.
He'd be very high on a lot of people's lists. All right, we'll get you a double play next. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. And then we're giving away those tickets to see the Offspring at 4 o'clock ahead of the Blitz. We're Grant and Danny on the Fan. Hey, it's Grant. FanDuel is the best place to find all your favorite player props, and now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. If you want to see if a guy's hitting the over consistently or maybe that they've been flirting with a potential triple-double, get the latest stats right inside the app and see who is heating up. Once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, now's the time to get in on the action. Get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. FanDuel.com/GP. Promo code GP to join today. FanDuel.com/GP to make every moment more with FanDuel. Get in on the action. Got to be 21 present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bet expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? 1-800-GAMBLER. It's time for our double play, Grant and Danny, each and every day, driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today. Danny, what's going on in your life? Nothing to do with sports.
I'll tell you this one real quick, my friend. This is pretty cool from my alma mater, St. Albans Bulldogs. The baseball program won their version of the state championship in D.C. on the way. Beat Gonzaga, they beat Murray, and then they beat what is now Jackson Reed, used to be Wilson High School, in the championship. The reason I bring it up, it's just because it's kind of a neat little thing that they do now in D.C. We didn't have this when I was in high school, but they play, I think, at the Nats facility down the youth academy, which is really neat. It's kind of a thing that you should be doing, right? A city championship, that
Home
sort
of
of
the
vibe.
Grant and Danny
Mushball.
pickleball.
Mushball
challenge.
I
Yeah.
get sized if it was a pickleball tournament.
Yeah.
But this is why I thought it was really cool. Alabama commit, a wonderful kid. We're going to hear this name, Miles Upchurch. How about this for a day at the ballpark? Complete game shutout, 2-0, and the 2 runs. That's a 2-run homer off of your bat. Last high school game pitching. Last high school game hitting. Bugs Bunny that thing. He homered to win it and threw a complete game shutout as well. Really, really cool. But great kid who was going to be a star. We're going to hear that name again in the future.
Have a day.
Yeah,
pretty good.
That's a day at the ballpark right there.
Headed to Alabama, you said?
Yes.
Very good.
Yeah.
Time for your boys. Double play. I got a movie people should check out. This is a streamer. You don't have to go to the theater. This is available on Netflix as of 10 days ago. Many of you may have checked it out already. I believe it's been the #1 trending film on Netflix for the last week or so. It is called Nonnas. 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 Your table is waiting. This film stars Vince Vaughn. May have heard of him.
Whoa.
It is, I would say, a comedy. That's certainly the umbrella they put it under. It's more of just a tug at your heartstrings kind of upbeat, uplifting, a little bit of a chick flick element to it. Really, really good film. I immediately called my parents about 20 minutes into it, and I said, you guys got to watch Nonnas. You'd love it. Sure enough, I checked in with my dad yesterday. A couple of days later, they'd already watched it, and they thoroughly enjoyed it. So this is based on a true story. I'm not spoiling anything. This is all out there. It's been on the news, whatever else.
Okay.
But basically, Vince Vaughn plays a real-life dude whose mother passed away, and he had this unbelievable love for his grandma and his mother's cooking, and that's what they bonded over. Super Italian family, right? And they would get together and they would cook, and all of his fondest memories were of his grandma and his mom cooking all these amazing family recipes. So his mom passes away, and he decides he wants to do something with the inheritance and the money that he's getting to kind of honor her, but also to keep her around as best he can in his life. And so he opens up a restaurant. He's got zero experience. This guy, again, real life story, based out of New York. He's got zero experience in the restaurant game, knows nothing about it, but he just wants to open a restaurant. And the big idea he comes up with is that he is going to have actual Italian grandmothers, not chefs, in his kitchen at the restaurant doing the cooking. So you'll come into the restaurant, you'll sit down and eat, and there are just people's grandmas from their hearts making the food that you're ordering. And they're all working in the kitchen, and they bring it out, and you see, like, at the end of the movie, the pictures and the videos of the actual restaurant.
No way.
Where they're coming out and checking on
it's
people.
a real place according to this.
Yeah, it absolutely is. So it's very, very cool. I want to go eat there at some point because I love Italian food, and the movie's just fantastic. But this is absolutely, Danny, just a feel-good. Everybody needs an injection of this into their souls, their hearts. Get it right into the arm there, like a... I guess I can't say vaccine or anything like that, but like a shot.
Why are you being so inflammatory?
How about that? Just a shot to the arm of this feel-good story. But have you heard about it at all?
I have. That's the first I've heard of it. You mentioned it just now. It's not on my you might like this algorithm for on the Netflix.
Nonnas, May 9th is when it dropped. I watched it because it just popped up.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what the hell is this? And I'm like, Vince Vaughn's in a Netflix original? I am in. Didn't know what I was going into. Was completely blind. Watched it. I was like a 57-year-old just watching it going, this is so sweet. This is just darling.
It's rated pretty well. Rotten Tomatoes seems to like it and such.
I don't know how anyone could watch this and not like it. It's just a feel-good movie. So my wife's mom was in town. My wife's grandmother's birthday coming up, and so she was staying, and they're doing some stuff. We watched it last night, but it's like perfect with your parents or whatever. Really, really enjoyable.
So grade the Vince Vaughn here for me. Like, you know what I'm talking about? Is it fully turned up?
No.
Wedding singer. Obviously, that's more lewd and
Yeah.
that material. But like the super fast talking because I'm doing this kind of Vince Vaughn. Like, what are we doing?
It's not a lot of that at all.
Wow.
I would say that Vince Vaughn is very funny in 4 or 5 scenes.
Yeah.
Where he turns it up a little bit, but there's no real fast talking. It's emotional Vince Vaughn. It's kind of deeper, rangier Vince Vaughn.
About it.
I would say.
People sleep on him as an actor, man, because he realized like he was doing all these different dramatic roles and a bunch of different things after Swingers, and everyone's like, "Listen, man, great,
yes,
seriously, great. Here's what people want: they want you talking super fast and going on little tangents and rants."
He went a little bit too hard trying to be not Vince Vaughn.
Yeah,
for me.
Yep.
Where like I'm trying to remember the specifics of the role he had on the HBO show True Detective.
Uh-huh.
It was like dark, and I was like, this isn't my Vince Vaughn.
Yeah, he was the gangster or whatever it was. And he's done a couple things where he was in The Cell with Jennifer Lopez, which you sleep on. He was in Clay Pigeons where he played a psycho killer, and a bunch of other things where he was like serious. And it's like, again, thanks so much for these. Could you just be the guy that's in Vegas telling him you always double down on 11? Could you do that?
A listener named Ryan just tweeted me, said, great movie, watched it with my mom on Mother's Day. I think that's kind of the point of when it dropped. Like, this is a watch with your mom or call your mom after you watch it kind of movie. But yeah, check it out. It's very, very good. It'll make you feel good, and everyone needs a little bit of that. All right, the Blitz is next. We're going to be giving away tickets as soon as we return to go see The Offspring there at Jiffy Lube Live in July. So you better be listening in minutes for that on Grant and Danny.
This sports update is brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. After signing his 2-year extension with the Baltimore Ravens, running back Derrick Henry declined to say whether or not this extension is going to allow him to finish his career in Baltimore or if he wants to play beyond this deal. The contract will run through the 2027 season. He'll be 33 years old. However, he hasn't showed any signs of slowing down. Last season was his first with the Ravens, where he ran for 1,921 yards, the most by a running back 30 or older in NFL history. And some college football news. Notre Dame and USC are set to add another installment to one of college football's most storied rivalries on October 18th. Trojans will travel to South Bend. But the future of this iconic series is in question. That October 18th game is the last one on the current contract between these two schools, and Sports Illustrated is reporting that USC is reluctant to commit to a long-term extension just because of the new playoff format and the growing demands of a Big Ten football schedule. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Congratulations to caller number 10 at 800-636-1067. You're going to win 2 tickets to see The Offspring, Supercharged Worldwide in 25. Saturday, July 19th is the show. It's at Jiffy Lube Live. Special guest Jimmy Eat World, Newfound Glory. That is a silly
That's a silly little lineup right there.
I get sized. Tickets on sale now. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/events. You might see your pal there if everything works out for me.
How about that?
That sounds like a concert and a half. I love it. Somebody's going to win those right now.
We're exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Morad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Beltway Blitz time. Let's start it off on the diamond. Chelsea Janes. Chelsea, before we talk about a big picture piece that you wrote on Major League Baseball, thoughts on the Nats who just swept the Orioles? Brandon Hyde gets fired. My guy Kyle Gibson gets DFA'd. The Nats left a bunch of damage behind them after leaving Baltimore with a sweep, huh?
They did. And, for me, the contrast with the Orioles and their young core and how stressed out that group looks compared to where these Nats are in their progression with no expectations. And, it's, they're fun to watch. They haven't been perfect this year. They probably should have a better record. They should have a better bullpen. And the front office kind of needs to rework that as they go. But I think they're a fun group. They're pretty fearless. And CJ Abrams is kind of back to exactly what you thought he would be.
Chelsea, do you think anything's going to change for these two ownership groups now that, the animosity of the Masson situation is behind them? Like, will the spending start ever? ... Question mark.
I think in Baltimore it will. It has a little bit. It hasn't worked, but I think it'll continue. The Nats, I think that the questions around them are all, internal. The family has just kind of been stuck for a few years. Do we sell? Do we not sell? Do we turn this team into a winner and then sell? Are we willing to spend, to turn them into a winner if we might sell? So we don't have answers to any of those questions, and I'm not sure they do either. So for now, I think they're stuck. I think kind of maybe the only thing that forces their hand is either a total falling apart of the Nats or a really strong stretch here that forces them to make a choice about whether they want to add to this group right now.
Odd to talk Orioles, but coming off of a series where we were watching them for 3 straight days play the Nats, do you think firing Brandon Hyde is going to get them turned around in any way? I mean, they got bigger fish to fry right now, don't they? And I don't think he shouldn't have been fired. I see all these people. He must be a really good guy because all the media is jumping to his defense. I thought he absolutely should have been fired. I don't see any reason for him to keep his job. But at the same time, I also think Elias has some questions to answer.
Yeah, I think, Hyde was always going to be the first to go. I mean, it's not politically correct to say it, but I think he was always the shield, right? Like, I think even maybe from the day he was hired, he was the shield. He was the guy that you could have pointed to if the talent didn't work and say, oh, we'll bring in someone else. So I don't think it's surprising. I don't think it's the wrong decision. They were just stuck. They couldn't get out of their heads. And so far they haven't with Tony Mansolino. I don't know that that's going to be the answer, because these are all the same faces and same voices that have struggled to kind of get this team out of a rut now for almost a full year. They really slowed down in the second half last year too. So I don't know. I think they've got some structural stuff going on there. I think they need to figure out how to develop pitching and certainly how to acquire it. But, there's also a lot of talent. So if they do get hot, it's not incomprehensible that they could make this interesting. But right now it feels incomprehensible that they could win back-to-back games. And until that changes, I don't know how they dig out of that.
Chelsea, let's talk about your piece in the Post. Good per usual, I might add. That's my own editorial. This is let's try this. Change brought up for Major League Baseball. Players express doubts. People are dubious. Change works fine. No one remembers the argument anymore. This feels like the latest one to go along with the pitch clock, with the DH, with shifts, with everything else to modernize this thing. It just sort of feels like it's, oh my God, a change. I have to reflexively say no. Let's get Max Scherzer for comment. This seems to just work too well. What's the beef?
You know my exact template now. I've been doing it for years. Problem, call back Scherzer, and somebody's angry. But no, I think it is very similar. I think ABS, everyone wants to be really careful with for all the obvious reasons, because I do think that the players are rightfully skeptical of handing MLB the reins to something that is sort of like so crucial to their being. I mean, it's crazy, but it's not that crazy if they push a button and suddenly, the strike zone's different, because they kind of, ask the umpires to call a tighter zone this year, without widely publicizing it. But other than that, I think the challenge system, they'll get to a point where everyone's comfortable. I think it might not be next year, but I think it's coming, and I think also that as soon as you get a close call in a huge game down the stretch, everyone's mind is going to, the players will suddenly realize this is probably something we can handle if it's going to avoid these moments at the end of games where we're sitting and looking at, the umpire Twitter accounts wondering why we're not in the playoffs instead of, on first base.
Chelsea, what is the fear, though, really? I mean, what is the big boogeyman under the bed here? I would understand if what I actually want, which God forbid we get, which is fully automated strike zone, was coming to Major League Baseball, if the players were like, oh, no, it's terrible. You can't do that. We have to be able to frame, and catchers are not going to be as important. This is not that. This is 99.9% of the time, umpires still get to screw everything up. And very occasionally, we're going to correct them when need be, when the situation is so important that the team deems it so. What is the fear here?
I don't know. And in talking to people, I thought the fear was going to be that this was the gateway drug, right? That this opened the door for MLB to do robo umps and never look back. That's not true. MLB is very clear, and even the union believes them, which is how when they say they don't want that because fans say they hate it. So, okay, that's tabled. Maybe that changes down the road. I don't know. But outside of that, I'm really not sure. I think it's a change. I think everyone's really, really sensitive to that, obviously. But I think messing with the strike zone sort of makes these guys feel a little more, I don't know, able to, hit minuscule millimeter distances than they actually are. There's error now. So if the machine changes the zone a little bit, and it's not what you're used to, you'll figure that out like you do an umpire day to day. So I don't know. I think it's going to work, and I think it's going to be very similar to the pitch clock, where we forget we never had it and are very glad we did.
Chelsea, awesome as always. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
We will talk soon. Hit that Local 53 sounder, please. Our guy Earl Forsey joins us to talk about that Local 53. Earl, do you expect a swing for Trey Hendrickson? Maybe one of these other free agent defensive ends that are names, maybe best days behind them on one of those 1-year specials that they seem to like to do.
Well, I'd like to see that. Football season already, geez, it's catching up to me. Mid-May. Good to talk to you guys. It's been a while. I would like to see that. I'm not sure it's going to happen, guys. I mean, there probably are other landing spots. Detroit possibly is what a lot of people think if something happened with him that might be better. Maybe they could make it work better. He would have a running mate in Detroit, for an example. I know it's the perceived weakness of this team, but who are the top pass rushers right now? Trey Hendrickson, Myles Garrett, TJ Watt up in Pittsburgh, right? I mean, I hit the top three. How many Super Bowls have they won for their teams? I think I count 0 right now. So, look, it's important. They have the most important piece now of the puzzle to build around. That's 5. That's what they did in the draft, shoring up the offensive line before the draft, training for Tunsil, drafting another tackle. They're going to put out potentially a center and 4 tackles on the offensive line. So I'd like to see it. You'd like to have all the pieces, but you can't have them all, I think is the thing. It would cost a lot of money. Obviously, this is a big deal for him with the money. Cincinnati may or may not come up with it, but if they did, guys, then we'd hear, oh, well, they're trading away the future. No more draft picks. They only have 5 picks. So that's the flip side, that they have taken an approach that some people don't like, and they would have to really kind of dive in head first to that approach if you make a swing in Henderson, because it's going to take a lot to get him if you did.
Earl, what's your take on the Commanders' running back situation? We had Ben Standing of The Athletic on the show in the last week. He said he's not convinced that they don't still make a move, whether that's trade somebody or still bring somebody in. There was a ESPN piece today, free agent fits for 25 remaining players. They had J.K. Dobbins to the Commanders. Right. What do you think?
I think it's possible because I don't think probably eventually that this is probably the final year of Brian Robinson. I don't think with this staff, with this regime, he's ultimately the answer. Good guy. And look, from the way things started for him around here, his life was on the line, when he got shot and all this stuff, to come back and do what he's done. It's great. I think, first of all, Austin Eckler, healthy again, your guy. Hopefully you have him on again next year. Hopefully he's healthy and not fumbling the football in the playoffs. But that's one of your pieces. And I think the rookie, the guy they drafted at the end, may have a role. Now, it's tough for me to say that because these back end of the draft guys, if you get first, second round picks that play right away, that's what you're looking for. Everybody wants the 5th, 6th, and 7th round. Well, he didn't start last year. It's a bust. He blew the pick. No, he didn't. Draft is draft and develop. And those back end guys, sometimes you hit on some right away, they step in. Sometimes they don't. Those are guys you're looking for 2 and 3 years down the line. I've been saying it till I'm blue in the face this offseason. That is still the problem they have not yet resolved because it's impossible to do. The farm system was non-existent with this team when they took over because of the previous regime, the coaches, everything. They had no players. The basis of their team, the first and second round guys weren't there. So part of why they've had to go free agency in these 1-year deal rental players is to shore up the team. The base of your team that should be there from the guys you picked the last 3 or 4 years aren't there. So you got to find them somewhere. So down the line, I think those back end picks are going to play. And maybe that running back does because I think it's still TBD, guys. But my other part of that is Deebo Samuel is going to take a big part of that role. He's going to be probably lining up in the backfield. He's going to be getting some carries. He's going to be catching the football in various different formations. So part of that may just be Deebo Samuel's role now with the team.
Earl, who has more touches, assuming health, in this football season? Rookie Jalen Lane or Luke McCaffrey?
Good question, because are you counting special teams too? Because I think they got the return guy. I mean, when Adam Peters, when they're on the phone, that draft call they showed him, the first thing he says is, return guy. I mean, so I think you see what you have there with just flat out speed. And I think, my opinion, watching the NFC Championship game, to me, the glaring look, there's a few glaring differences. Obviously, Philly's top to bottom a better team, but because of some of the roles they've had to fill, veteran players, and this is probably why they made some of the moves, they needed to upgrade their team speed. And this has been obviously theme number one with the RAS scores that they go by, all these athletic, analytics that they preach and they go by. They use them as gospel, basically. If you look at the way they draft, it's important. And this is back to the draft and develop. Find a guy, find an athlete. He's a receiver. I know he's not, a number one guy. You didn't draft Justin Jefferson to come in here and play right away, wide receiver 1, but there's a role. And again, the first 2 guys are set with McLaurin and Deebo Samuel. You're looking for 3 and 4 guys. And, McCaffrey probably still a work in progress, guys. He was a quarterback 2 years ago. Still, the Edelman story is the success story for that, right? And it took him 2 or 3 years really to start finding a regular role on their team. And they had that luxury back then in New England. They don't have the luxury here. So I would think those snaps are going to be there. De'Ami Brown's not here anymore. And this kid, everything you hear about him and you listen to him, just a great dude. And he's got Tyreek Hill measurables. So I'm not comparing players, but that's what you could potentially be adding to your lineup if you put him in there. So I think he's going to get, if all possible, he's going to get a lot of the action, other than Luke McCaffrey probably. And, then it opens the door for people to complain about that pick. But that's what we're here for, right? It'd be nice if both of them see the field because, look, having depth is a good thing. Isn't this a nice thing, finally? You have a quarterback. You don't have to worry about that anymore for the next decade. That's set. Now you're just adding some pieces. And they've had it a lot. Minicamp's going to be interesting to see the reaction because, Grant, last year it was rave reviews from day one, from second one on Jaden Daniels, where in the past it was, I don't know if this guy can play. He's a lot of balls hitting the ground. So that's going to be interesting to see the reaction when all these guys get together for the 3 days coming up in a few weeks to see if we hear the same thing about some of these guys they brought in. I like the draft. I like the offseason. I'd love to see a pass rusher here, but we can't all have everything, right? So
it would be nice too, though. Earl, thank you, buddy.
It would be great. But that happens eventually. Eventually down the line, maybe you find somebody. But again, is Trey Hendrickson winning any Super Bowls for the Cincinnati Bengals lately? And he is.
No, but you can do that about a lot of players at a lot of positions.
You could, Grant.
Yeah.
But
I'd rather have TJ Watt than not.
Right. He didn't win any Super Bowls either.
But would you rather have Jaden Daniels or your,
I already got him.
Miles Garrett?
I could have him and I could have him and
you want everything.
Trey Hendrickson.
You want everything. Now you're getting greedy, and that's good.
I want an edge. I wanted an edge first. They wanted everything. They wanted to do other things. I want an edge.
I know. Look, I know, but you can't complain when you bring in maybe one of the top 3 offensive tackles in football for a team that's had that since Ron couldn't, make friends with one of the great players' recent franchise history.
They really could.
I love the tons.
But so it's tough to do both. I'm with you, but I think it's still. I think if they came down to that decision, they were fine with that. And you can argue. I think the argument is: should you have drafted the Oregon tackle, the kid, or should you have drafted reached on a defensive tackle? I think you got a better player at his position in Connerly Jr. than you would have at a defensive defensive end, a pass rusher at that point. So I'm fine with it. I don't think Adam Peters is worried about what I think about that or anybody else.
What's Earl saying on the blitz? All right, Earl, we got to keep it moving. We appreciate you,
brother.
You, buddy.
He's going to rock concerts with the backwards hat.
He's loving life right now, and he should be.
I would be too.
Earl Forsey, boys and girls, you'll be hearing him every 30 here on The Fan. Let's talk hockey. Sammy Silver, the hockey news. Sammy, I believe the GM and the team president spoke today. What did we learn?
Yeah, no, we learned that this is a team that, is positive about the future. They obviously, talked about how the Carolina series, there's a small, margin for error there. And, maybe that there's some areas that they need to address. They're going to approach free agency the same way they usually do, see areas they can, improve in and go from there. But the team's goal is to keep, transitioning to getting younger. It's a mature group right now. So a lot of promise for the future.
The tongue-in-cheek question is they shouldn't finish in the top 4 in points next year, right? But the real question, I guess, would be, is there something to maybe not putting the pedal to the metal for the regular season and being able to ramp up for the postseason? Is there some merit there? I'm looking for a way to not lose the first or second round just for the second time in the last couple of decades.
Yeah, it all depends, right? You see it with the playoffs now. The top 4 teams are no longer in it, right? And it really just goes to show how different, playoff hockey is. It's a different beast. It's more intense. And yeah, like the wear and tear of the regular season really does weigh down on you. So I think, looking at the situation as a whole, there are areas that the Caps saw that they need to address. Maybe they want to add another skill player. Maybe they, want to inject some of their younger guys, get more speed. But at the same time, maybe you want to add a little bit more experience so that, you have players who have been through the ringer and know what it takes, right? So a lot of different areas to address. I don't necessarily think that there's something said for, we don't want to have, as much success as we did in the regular season. Of course you want to succeed and do your best there, but we'll see where it goes. But yeah, they're confident in the future and they're younger guys.
What does their off-season to-do list look like? What are the top items, do you think?
Yeah, well, I think they're going to get together this week, and they're kind of gonna look at their pending free agents and see where they stand there. So obviously seeing the players that they want to bring back, right? And then you go from there. Third line center is definitely an area they want to address, whether they do that internally with somebody like, Connor McMichael, playing the center, or maybe seeing where Hendrix Lapierre is at, or maybe they go external and see, one of the names in free agency, they could go that route. But they definitely want to bolster that bottom six and add some secondary scoring and maybe a skill player there because, you need offense play on your stars. So I think they start there, and it's something to build on.
It doesn't sound like an extension is imminent for John Carlson. Should we be reading into that at all, or pipe down, Danny?
Maybe a little bit. He's eligible to sign the extension, July 1st, but, as they kind of said today, nothing imminent on that front. And they're going to see and where things play out. I think you look at the blue line, the future of the blue line, and all the youth that the team has in the system, and you want to start. They really want to start transitioning to a younger group. It's been very mature, same core for a lot of years, and you want to kind of see where it goes before put pen to paper and taking a gamble there. And that's an expensive player, and it's also an important player. He's done so much for the blue line over the years, and I think you assess where your prospects are at and where they are in their careers and where they're ready to jump and how they're willing to fit in. And then you go, it's a process, right? You can't just put, all your eggs in one basket. So definitely a wait and see approach.
Sammy, thank you. We appreciate you.
Thank you. See you guys on
Good
the
info as always. You got it. There's Sammy Silver, the Hockey News. That is your Beltway Blitz on Grant and Danny. All right, let's dive into the running back position. We just addressed it with Earl. We had Standing on the show late last week. He hinted at the idea that he's just not sold that this is going to be the group going into the season. What does that look like? What does that mean? And how about ESPN saying J.K. Dobbins' best landing spot would be Washington, the former Charger? That's all coming up on G&D.
It should come as no surprise that Frankie Louvu hopes the NFL owners vote to ban the tush push when they're meeting later this week. The Washington Commanders linebacker was penalized on 3 consecutive snaps in the fourth quarter of the NFC Championship game when he dove prematurely over the line in an attempt to stop the Eagles from scoring a touchdown on their signature play at this point. He was interviewed about it and said, absolutely, this should be banned, and compared it to a rugby scrum. The play is expected to be discussed again by owners in Minnesota when they meet Tuesday and Wednesday this week. No indication of how this vote is going to go. There are some safety concerns to look over, but seems pretty split between owners whether or not the tush push will stay or go. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Somebody asked me on my over on Athletics the other day, who's this year's Jahan Dotson that gets traded or gets moved that you wouldn't see? I still wonder about the running back room. Is there something else to happen there? Is Brian Robinson the definitive answer? He's not a 3-down back, not much of a factor in the passing game. Do they want something? Do they want a group that's more well-rounded? I don't know that there's somebody else to get, but that's the one thing I wonder going in reverse is that maybe there's a move to be made there. But other than that, I don't know if there's that much that I'm going to have to get done here, even if I'm Adam Peters and have that power.
So that was pretty interesting content, I thought, from Ben Standing of The Athletic on the show on Friday, suggesting he's just not convinced that the running back room looks now like it will when the season begins. And that's compelling because they're kind of loaded up there in terms of the roster, right? You've got Robinson, a veteran, under contract. Eckler, who they've paid, their pass catcher, their third down guy, under contract. You've got McNichols, who's kind of the Eckler understudy, who also spelled Robinson last year, maybe as a third back. Chris Rodriguez, yet another veteran on the roster, who was very good when he got opportunity.
When he gets a chance, he runs hard. I mean, was it the Atlanta game? There was a play where no one was doing anything on the ground, and there was like a 4th and 5 or some kind of whatever it was. Heat of the moment, a pitch where he made 6 guys miss, ran in for a touchdown. You're going, that earned him more opportunities to not dress for a handful of weeks.
He was kind of a better version of Robinson in that role in terms of the big, powerful thumper back. But Robinson obviously got a lot more carries and work. And then you drafted a running back in the 7th round in Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, who, if he makes the roster, I think he could be ticketed for the practice squad. It would mean that McNichols doesn't or Rodriguez doesn't or maybe both don't. But that's 5 guys that I just named for you. Robinson, Eckler, McNichols, Rodriguez, and Krosky-Merritt. So one of them's a draft pick. Doesn't have to make it, clearly. Late round pick. Everyone else has kind of been handpicked by this regime in a sense. I mean, Robinson was drafted before they got here. He's not their guy. Eckler was signed by them. McNichols was signed by them. Rodriguez was drafted before them. But they could have cut Rodriguez last year and didn't. They kept him around. They could have, at some point, moved on from Robinson this offseason. They chose not to. So they have, in varying degrees, chosen to do business with all of the players on this depth chart. But you heard Standing. It came up because he was asked, is there a Jahan Dotson surprise player that gets traded or isn't with the team? And he kind of thought about that. And I didn't take that to mean he thinks B-Rob's getting dealt as much as he said it could go the other way, where maybe they still bring in someone who makes somebody else on the team currently expendable. And that brings me to this ESPN piece today. So ESPN.com wrote a story. It was Matt Bowen, our buddy, the former safety here in D.C. And this came out this morning. Best NFL team fits for the remaining best free agents. Also trade candidates. J.K. Dobbins, the free agent running back, linked to best team fit the Washington Commanders. And here's what Bowen wrote. Finding an ideal fit for a veteran running back is not easy at this point of the offseason, especially for a player with Dobbins' rich injury history. He missed 4 games with an MCL sprain last season, yet he still managed a career high in rushing yards, 905, and tied a career high in rushing touchdowns, 9. In Cliff Kingsbury's offense in D.C., I could see Dobbins providing competition for Brian Robinson as the early down runner. Dobbins can run between the tackles and has the juice to create big plays on the ground. He took 27 carries for 10 or more yards last season. So let's just start with the premise. Do you agree that there's a good chance, Danny, that the 5 running backs that we've been talking about here are not all going to be on the roster come training camp, or that maybe somebody gets cut because they bring in a veteran that supplants them.
Yeah, it's larger than 0, less than 100. So I know that doesn't narrow it down terribly far, but I think that's likely. I mean, they're always going to improve on the fringes. I mean, to me, the thing that I've learned about this regime, and again, we've got a sample of 1 year plus this one free agency period in a draft, where I'm doing the LeBron James gif when I'm pointing. Look at the hole. Look at the problem. Look at the weakness. They usually don't see it the same way. Whether they either plan on working around it, whether they don't think it's a big deal, whether they think their guys are better than we think, whatever, they have been successful. Last year going into the season, I'm going, I cannot believe this is the O-line. I can't believe this is the receiver core for a rookie quarterback. Offense was awesome. Daniels was great. Everything worked out. Ta-da. Going into this season, I'm going, I can't believe this is the edge group. I can't believe this is the running back room. Wouldn't they want something different? And I think they maybe see it differently than I do. And again, they're usually right. I'm usually just pudgy and stupid. So I think there's a better chance than not that me going, I have no interest in this running back room, really, except for Austin Eckler, who's a bad hit away from not being able to play much anymore. That's the style that I want. They only have one of those guys. Everyone else is Brian Robinson or Brian Robinson light. I think they like that better than I do. So I think there's a better chance maybe than not of them going in with that kind of group, and whether Rodriguez gets swapped out or Michael Wiley gets swapped out or somebody else for a veteran on the edges. I don't know that they're going to go dip into the pool.
How old do you think Brian Robinson is?
26.
How old do you think J.K. Dobbins is?
He's only been in the league 4 years. 26.
They're the same age.
Yeah.
I think that would surprise a lot of people. Now, Dobbins got to the league quicker, to your point. He missed the 2021 season. So he's actually been in the league for 5 years. He's the same age as Brian Robinson.
There you go.
Robinson's been in the league for 3 years. That's why I bring that up. One of those guys made the leap quicker and was just younger when he got to the NFL. So despite 2 more seasons in the National Football League, they're the exact same age. Dobbins' injury history is just a disaster, though. One of those injuries, I think the preseason 21, was here in Landover. It was actually at then FedEx, where he tore his ACL.
His ACL, that's right.
First of a couple of times. But remember, as a rookie in 2020, he averaged 6 yards per carry as like the number 2 back for Baltimore on early downs as a 22-year-old. He was awesome. But he only played, he played in 15 games. The next year, he missed the entire season. The year after that, he missed half of the season. He averaged 5.7 a pop. 2023, he played in 1 game. That was it. Got hurt again. And then last year was the most durable he's been since his rookie year, and he averaged 4.6 per carry. Brian Robinson has never done that.
Right.
Brian Robinson in his career, he's gotten better every year to his credit, but he's averaged 3.9, 4.1, and 4.3. Dobbins, in his 3 seasons where he's had multiple games, 15, 8, and 13 games, he has averaged 6, 5.7, and 4.6.
I mean, he was incredible last year in
LA.
LA.
He was awesome.
Yeah.
But how much of that is like they live the lifestyle of running the football? Right. That's Jim Harbaugh to the third power, right? I mean, they're a different breed. When Harbaugh shows up and preaches running the football every single day, then Kingsbury was kind of running it to set things up and to get back to what he wants to be doing in the horizontal raid. But still, if you're asking me Dobbins or Robinson, and you guaranteed me health for both players, if they both played 16 games this year, who would I rather have tote the mail and you're giving them the exact same carries? I'd rather have J.K. Dobbins.
No question for me.
But there is no such thing as the guaranteed health. And so I'm not going to supplant 26-year-old Robinson for another 26-year-old who's got a way worse injury history.
I think that's very well said. I love the idea of Dobbins. And if it doesn't cost you much, then we could talk about that. But what scares me...
Would you bring in Dobbins to compete with Robinson, to be with Eckler on that depth chart? Merritt's probably then on the practice squad if it means Rodriguez is out and maybe McNichols is out.
I would do that. I mean, but the thing that I cannot do is go, I don't know how to say this in a better way, so maybe you could try to pull it out of me, where I would go, okay, my problem is solved, or the position is done. I can't say I will now book J.K. Dobbins for 200 touches. I'd love for that to happen, but come on, man. We've all seen, you've seen the injury history. You
so
know
what does
what
that
the game's
look like?
like. So it means if it starts to be a bidding war, someone else is going to have to deal with the injured reserve, or someone else is going to have to deal with that. To me, if it's cheap, then he'll help you when he can play.
So I could be wrong. I think we're past bidding war territory. It's May 19th. There's no bidding more.
Yeah.
I mean, this is not a guy that teams are lining up to try to give carries to based on his injury history. Now, he may do the Kirk Cousins thing where Kirk right now is sitting around and going, I'll wait till somebody gets hurt before I start really examining and
I just
looking
had a
for
monster deal, yeah.
trade or whatever. Like maybe J.K. Dobbins is going, it's about fit for me. And maybe he has turned down a couple opportunities and he's looking for the right money. I guess that's possible. I don't know. But my guess is when the phone rings, he's signing somewhere if they can guarantee him an opportunity to compete. And here, with Jaden Daniels and read option and the running game possibilities therein, I'd imagine this would be an intriguing landing spot. I think, how do I want to say this? If Dobbins was not an injury concern, it's the most obvious upgrade ever, in my opinion.
Yep.
Because we've seen the B-Rob thing for 3 seasons now. We know what it looks like. And I'm not anti-Brian Robinson. I think Brian Robinson is a good player, but what you see is what you get. It's going to be about 4 yards per carry. He's not going to get yards that aren't kind of created for him, and he is not going to homer or triple. It's singles and the occasional, very rare, perfectly blocked double. But it's mostly singles. It's 10, 12, 14, 16 yards are your explosives. Whereas Dobbins, with the way he runs, especially after the injury, those little Mighty Mouse legs, I mean, he actually is hitting 30 and 40 from time to time.
Yeah, I mean, to me, Robinson, everything you said, I echo, but I also think there are probably times where there was something there, where it just, if you just cut back, or if you just saw it. It's easy for me to say on my couch with my feet up, very comfortable, but it just felt like watching him. There are times where you go, dude, it's right there. Oh, and then it's gone.
Where are your feet?
My feet is up.
Okay.
So are his after getting smashed. Oh, thank you. But basically, he's sitting there, or it feels like whether it's a vision question, whether it's an agility question. Again, I like Brian Robinson. He would be on my team. That's a good dude. I want him to play for smash mouth times. I'm just not doing the Brian Robinson, everybody. Like that New Orleans game that we were at, where they just kept ramming him into the line of scrimmage, hoping that something would be different. I just don't play. I just don't do that. I can't.
Now, Commanders Twitter has worked themselves into a frenzy about Brian Robinson, okay? Because he did say the 4 words that every player says on social media when they feel like they're being talked badly about by the fan base. Keep that same energy. And then he attacked a 100 emoji on it. This was just on Friday, as a matter of fact.
Friday?
While he was in the weight room, I guess.
Oh.
Keep that same energy, 100 emoji.
You got it.
I don't know if that means he was keeping it a buck, or if that means, like, what, Darius, if you don't mind, what does the 100 emoji mean at the end of keep that same energy?
It's like it's basically a way to stamp I guess the way to put it is stand on business.
It's like,
now, wait, what does that mean?
Another way.
No,
what does that mean?
You don't like stand on business?
No. Try something else.
Just get that
Yeah.
Okay.
He said, keep that same energy, 100 emoji, which is that like saying
100% of the time?
No, it's not. Definitely not that.
No?
I think he's saying keep that same energy, 100, meaning I see you guys. I know what you're up to.
Then why wouldn't you use the eyes emoji to say
true.
there's a visual?
Yeah. This is why I think stand on business kind of
no, but
is where we're going.
I didn't hear what you said. What'd you just say?
Stand on business?
No, you're not saying anything. The phone's cutting out. Why?
So I'm saying stand.
I'm throwing up everywhere.
On
Can you get someone to come clean up this table? There's vomit all over the place. Ryan, you're a young person. Why is he putting the 100 emoji after he says, keep that same energy? I can only imagine it means he's going to average 4.1 yards per carry instead of 3.9 this year. That's my hope.
I believe what he's trying to say is he's trying to keep it 100. Trying to keep it 100.
He's keeping it a buck.
So he's able to keep it 100 while asking someone else to do something?
No.
Just with an emoji?
Keep it a buck. He's keeping it a buck.
I'm good on that. But
Okay.
I think he's personally keeping it 100%?
I think Ryan's right now that I think about this. He is keeping it real with you.
Well, this is incredible.
Yeah, you guys need to keep that same energy. I'm going to keep it real with you.
So he's able to do all of 2 separate things. Asking for everyone else. This is not an internal directive here. This is an external directive. All of you, keep your same energy. With a mere emoji, the lens is turned towards him. Here's 100% authenticity.
Yes.
I'm keeping it 100 myself.
I'm going to keep it. I'm keeping you guys honest by keeping me 100 and a buck. Something like that. But so he's motivated. I'll bet he was motivated last year with a new coaching staff. That's the part I never get about this. It's like, y'all pissed off Brian Robinson now.
Okay.
Again, I like Brian Robinson. I think he's a good little football player. I want him on my team. I would just like someone who could hit a home run in the backfield to be my bell cow. And then Robinson comes in and gets the occasional carry. It's not disrespectful. I'm just keeping it a buck myself. He could keep it a buck. I'm going to keep it a buck.
Oh, wow.
I need 4.6 yards per carry, 4.7 yards per carry. Someone who occasionally turns 10 into 30, someone that turns 27 into 77. Like, that's what I'm looking for. That's my 100 emoji. 800-636-1067 is the number. Do you guys foresee changes to the running back room, or is what we're seeing what we're going to get here? B-Rob, Eckler, McNichols, Rodriguez, Merritt. Is that the group? This is the Fan. Taking you up to 6:30 on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. The Commanders' running back room is the topic at hand. Ben Standig was on the show last week. He said that he's not convinced the running back pecking order will look the same coming out of camp that it looks right now. Today, I saw the ESPN.com story where they assigned homes to all the remaining best free agents. I just wanted to see, did they give anybody to the Commanders? J.K. Dobbins, 900-yard running back last year with the Chargers to Washington. Would have been probably an 1,100, 1,200-yard back if not for missing about a month, 4+ games with an MCL strain. If you look at his numbers in his career, they're better than the guys that Washington hands the ball to. Not Eckler per se, but like the Brian Robinson, Jeremy McNichols, non-third down, non-pass catching type backs on this team. If you promised me he'd stay healthy, I could absolutely give him Robinson's carries and it would be awesome. I just can't trust it. Multiple ACLs. He's had so many issues with the leg and the knees, even last year. Last year we're talking about where he was pretty good for the Chargers.
Yep.
An MCL sprain. Like, it is inevitable that he's going to miss time.
Without a doubt. And that's the part that I just kind of can't do. It's almost like every time he went somewhere, Harbaugh had to bring in another former Baltimore running back to help supplement him. Like, you can't just go, okay, we've got our running back spot solved. You've got to have depth, and you normally do for that spot anyway. It's such a high injury attrition rate. But now that you add in, if you add in J.K. Dobbins, you need someone probably just like that or similar to it. You just sort of need to overhaul the room. I don't know how much sense it makes or how realistic it is, but that is appealing for the games that he's available to you.
Barga of Gaithersburg, you're on Grant and Danny. Thanks for the call.
Hey, what's up, guys? Appreciate you having me on.
Sir?
Yeah. So, Danny, I missed you at your comedy set at Give a Hoot in Gaithersburg. So next time you come, I got to check it out.
We'll do it, man. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I think, ultimately, will it make or break our chances to get back to where we were? I don't think so. But at the same time, it just puts too much of a burden on JD to be magical. And as the years go on this year, we want to decrease that burden from him and, be able to win without him going like Superman mode every game.
This is my mantra. That is I appreciate the call as always, dude. That's my entire point all the time is the second year in this league has claimed a lot of people, or not claimed that, there have been setbacks,
has
there have been
won the
disappointments
fight with a lot of guys.
Yeah, and the idea, well, he's so great, nothing matters. No. Everything still matters, maybe even more now, right? It's that much more pronounced. You need the easy button for him, and that includes the running game. Remember, they were playing ball control down the stretch without a running game, save the Tennessee game where they basically quit and were packing for the number 1 pick. They could not run the football, so the running game was also Daniels. You can't make a guy do that. It's just for sustainability purposes. They need to improve in a number of areas, and I think they got a nice kickstart there to their offseason with Deebo Samuel and Larry Tunsil. But I think this is one of those spots where I'm tired of watching Brian Robinson bash his head against the line of scrimmage. Hopefully you guys are too, and you want something different.
I think also when your quarterback runs so much and you have a running quarterback like Washington does, the numbers get so skewed that it becomes hard to analyze rushing. In other words, people will look at the offense, which was top 10, and the running game, which was 3rd in yards per game and 4th in yards per play, and they'll go, what's your issue? You have to take the Daniels effectiveness and dominance at times, the excellence of Daniels as a runner out of it, and just look at the rushing from running backs. And that's where what you're saying is, Danny, correctly. When they had a 20-carry, 60-yard game in New Orleans, there's no shortage of commitment here from Cliff Kingsbury. They stuck with it. They pounded the ball. And that's why they had a lot of 4th downs. They could because they were okay running it 3 times and having a 4th and 1 because they just got 9 yards, 3 per pop. And then Daniels makes you right, either mobility, running around the edge to get it, or keeping it and throwing it and picking it up. They felt okay with if they average 2.8 a pop and they run it 3 times in 4 plays, the other play is going to be something from Daniels. Shane's in Tennessee. What's up, Shane? How are you?
Hey, Commander Grant. How y'all doing today?
Buddy.
Look, here's the thing. I hope not. Because like you said, Grant, Eckler's 1 hit away from retirement. Let's call it what it is. And Robertson's just a batter round. That's and his career, I mean, if you keep doing that, you just can't sustain that. But, we had a chance to draft a guy, Dylan Sampson. I would go trade for it. Look, the Saints are starting all over. Alvin Kamara is going to want out. he's one of the best backs, the most underrated back in the NFL. If you look at the numbers with him and Christian McCaffrey, you wouldn't even know who's the better back in Alvin Kamara. But it's not even close. Look at the stats. Stats don't lie. But we got to make some kind of trade and get forward. Hey, look, now we're playing for a Super Bowl. Ain't that crazy? I'm saying that right now. That this city now is actually can be playing for a Super Bowl, and that should be their intentions right now. We do need that playmaker. This Deebo Samuel's trade is, that's all right. $20 million for and right now an average, if you will. His numbers are declining every year. But you know what? We do need an explosive back, somebody that can catch the ball, come out.
That's what it is. It's an explosive weapon, right? You're paying a lot of money for that. You need him to be that guy. By the way, Deebo was at the Defenders game yesterday. I saw him on the sideline. I guess he went to school with one of the coaches on the staff for Bob Stoops of Arlington.
Oh, that's cool.
So he was just down there at like the 20-yard line, pretty much circuit to circuit all day. I saw him up in the club level getting food at one point. I'm like, that guy looks like Deebo Samuel. And then sure enough, he was down on the field getting interviewed on ESPN and ended up hanging out for the duration of the game, which was pretty cool to see. The Commanders' new team president addressed the stadium today. He was at an event, talked about the stadium, gave some details. We'll have that audio for you next on Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
Michael Malone isn't the Denver Nuggets coach anymore, but he is still going to make an appearance at the Western Conference Finals. Malone is joining the ESPN broadcasting team for the series between the Oklahoma City Thunder and the Minnesota Timberwolves. It'll mark the first time that Malone is involved with the NBA since he was surprisingly fired by the Nuggets with just 3 games left in the regular season. Now, Malone's knowledge and familiarity with the league could make him an excellent commentator during the Western Conference Finals, but selfishly for him, it's also an opportunity to put himself out there and remind coach-needy teams that he's looking for work. Speaking of, tonight's going to be pretty quiet around the sports world. The Western Conference Finals between Minnesota and OKC begins tomorrow, and we don't even have playoff hockey tonight. Tomorrow, the Eastern Conference Finals begin between the Florida Panthers and the Hurricanes. And if you were looking at baseball, nope, not there either. The Nationals are off today. They open up a 3-game series at home against the Braves tomorrow. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
If you missed our conversation with Kevin Frandsen earlier today on the Nats who swept the Orioles, go grab it at thefandc.com when we are done. Started the show talking about the Tush push. It's going to finally come to a head this week in the NFL. Is there going to be a change made? Will the Tush push be banned? Tuesday, tomorrow, Wednesday, 2 days from now, the league is meeting to determine that, among other things, in the final of the owners' gatherings this offseason. And Frankie Louvu is on NFL Network today. And he's a fitting, interesting person to talk to about the Tush push because, of course, it was his viral diving over the pile acrobatics.
Yeah, you got a warning for being naughty.
That made it even more of a joke than it already was in the postseason with everybody watching them. And you got, 40 million people watching those championship games. And Louvu was right in the center of the controversy. Show today is brought to you by our law firm friends, Condori and Murad. They take good care of us. They sponsor the show. They're going to help you as well. They'll draft a last will and testament as needed, set up a living trust, put together a medical power of attorney, schedule a consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Those guys are always looking out for us here on Grant and Danny. We appreciate them. They big DC sports fans?
Yes.
Looking to send the boys on the road again this year, it sounds
The
like.
boys will be in a boot. We will visit at least multiple states. Multiple countries? Question mark.
Nobody knows.
Multiple countries? Question mark.
It's possible. Lambeau. Danny Rouillet's long Lambeau Field drought will end.
I'm in.
Once and for all.
I think it's the last sports venue that I go, I got to see that place.
Can't be the last. It'll be the next one. But there's got to be.
Currently, of the current sports stadiums, it's the last one I got to go. I have to go there.
Really?
Yeah.
You've been to Cameron Indoor?
Yes. Not for a game, for a tour.
You've been to Wrigley and Fenway.
Yep. San Francisco, been to PNC and Pittsburgh.
Those are just pretty. I wouldn't even consider them like museum historical.
To me, it's just like that's
see.
just so gorgeous.
Yeah.
It's stupid how nice it is. Yankee Stadium, the new Mets Stadium I did.
Now, I do think that you're gonna get a great experience because it's Lambeau Field. It's the best.
Mm-hmm.
But you need to go to Lambeau when it's a little colder, probably, to get the full experience. I don't need you to be there when it's the frozen tundra.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm ready for fall anymore.
I don't think you need January.
Like if I was 24 with a better body fat percentage, I might be excited about it.
No, but you're not hearing me.
Yeah.
I don't need it to be 9 degrees or snow on the ground or anything. I'm just saying it's going to be like 79.
Yeah.
Because it's going to be week 2.
Uh-huh.
I want it to be like 51.
Okay.
Just wear a coat.
Okay.
When I last went to Lambeau, it was like light a fire in the yard at the tailgate and it's really comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
Or just wear a big heavy coat. Like everyone's in their hunting jackets basically in Green Bay.
Yep.
Everyone's wearing that like super bright orange that you wear when you walk across the road at night.
Yes, you don't get shot.
That's basically what they're
Seriously,
wearing.
yeah. So hunters don't mistake you for a deer.
I was not. I was wearing like a dark coat that I had to like buy out there because it's a little colder. I never prepare correctly, But like mid 50s there is not the same as here. It's a little colder. I think that's what I need for you.
Okay.
And maybe we could get a nice chilly autumn day. Maybe even in the middle
It's September,
I just think it's going to be warm. I just think you're not going to get the full experience.
When you go up, you don't know. Is all I'm saying. Like when I was, I did a stand-up tour of Western Canada, and I was in a place middle of nowhere called Saskatoon. Right, I was in some city, then I drove 4.5 hours with like one gas station on the way. I'm like, what happens if someone breaks down? Like, is their best advice. But anyway, I get there. It's the middle of May, and it was like 28 degrees. And I asked the people of this fine city, I go, how did anyone start living here? You know what I mean? Like someone shows up in the springtime and says, yeah, it's about 15, 20 degrees in May. Let's build a town. Let's just stop here and make this our place. Like, who would ever be there when it's that cold at times where it's supposed to be warm everywhere else? Just crazy to me. But I think my point is that it's possible when you go that far north.
I haven't done a lot of Canada. I have done Toronto. I think I've done Toronto.
Have you done Montreal?
No.
You never Montreal?
Mm-mm. I thought I had been to 2 places in Canada, but unless I'm forgetting something, I've done several trips to Toronto.
Sure.
That doesn't count as 2 places in Canada just because I've gone
different
to Toronto.
parts of Toronto.
Right.
Yeah, it doesn't count.
A lot of Toronto for me.
Okay.
I've said Toronto a lot. That's it.
You ever been to Toronto at all?
Never Toronto.
Spent any time in Toronto?
Not me.
No?
Not this guy. The president of the Commanders, the new Jason Wright, if you will. Notice you know this guy's name way less. He is not as publicly facing. He is not on NFL Network talking about the depth chart.
Right now, if you're listening, don't look it up. What's his name? What's his name? Do you remember? I went, which guy's that? Oh, that's right, the team president. Interesting, huh?
Mark Klaus is the guy's name. He comes from Campbell, like the Campbell Soup Company.
Mm-hmm.
He was at an event today in D.C. where a bunch of people got together to talk about the economy in the city, I believe. It's one of those events. They always happen in the city.
Sure.
Everyone gets dressed up. It's like a big banquet. A lot of people with a lot of money sit around and chat and get to the bottom of some things. And oftentimes, good, important things come out of this. This was one of those events where there's like curtains in the background and they're on a stage and someone sits with their legs crossed and asks questions of a guy like Mark Klaus. That's what this was.
Yeah.
Klaus talking about the stadium. Couple of clips we wanted to play for you. Why it needs a roof and the fact that it will have a roof. The fact that it's going to be very rare because it has a roof in this area. This was the new president of the Commanders.
On wrestling, there is a roof on the stadium, and I think that's going to enable us to bring 30 to 40 world-class events. I mean, we will be the only roofed facility of this side in the Mid-Atlantic, and so whether that's Taylor Swift or the Final Four or any WWE wrestling fans out there, WrestleMania could come, but we're going to be able to host everything that's in the city on a national stage, and because of that roof, it gives us a chance to actually create a pipeline of jobs and development.
So the roof is a formality. The roof is a lock. It is a part of this as much as a playing surface to have a football game at this point. And I think it's finally starting to settle in with people a little bit. About 2 years ago was the first time we started talking a lot about what a stadium could look like on this show.
And people were shocked.
Well, someone reached out to me from the team and they said, you've got to start mentioning that this thing's going to have a roof. You keep saying retractable. It's not going to have a retractable roof. It would have a roof. And I said, well, I don't understand the difference. It needs a roof, obviously, because you need to be able to hold events. But nobody wants it closed on nice days, so it's got to be retractable. And they said it will not be retractable. Now, this was different ownership.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess if you have Bezos and money's not an option and he just wants to build the whole thing.
Yeah, an extra bill.
You can do whatever you want. But it costs almost $1 billion on top of whatever else you're going to do to have a retractable roof the size of an NFL stadium. And when the Harris ownership group is already footing 75% of the bill, and the other 25% is a knockdown, drag-out fight for Washington, D.C., no one wants to pay another $1 billion. There's also the fact that when you have a retractable roof, you don't use it as often as you think you're going to, because the risk of weather, a little bit too hot. It's not 75, it's 83. Well, that's a little unpleasant.
That's so humid, too.
We'll close it. A little bit too cold. 55 is football weather, but it's 49 today. It's a little chilly. There's a chance of some snow flurries. Well, we're going to close it. So the sweet spot gets smaller and smaller and smaller. And basically, it's got to be between, let's say, 50 and 75 degrees or 78 degrees or whatever in that window with 0 to 10%, whatever it is, precipitation chance. And you find out that when you go back over the last X number of years for football, it would only have been open 40% of the time or whatever it is anyway. And then there's the element that you want it to be as loud as possible. You want the home field advantage. Well, guess what's louder? Indoor, not outdoor. Then there's just the experience at the stadium with audio and video and the lights and all the things you want to do, which all gets better with a closed stadium. So will you lose something not being outside? Yes. But I think people are starting to understand that this is just part of it. You want a new stadium? In the same way that you're going to welcome PSLs, you want a new stadium? You're going to get less parking.
Yeah.
You're getting a roof. There is no alternative because you cannot hold the huge events without it. And we've said this for 2 years. I think finally it's now just starting to settle in. The dust is settling on this. You don't get Super Bowl without a roof. You don't get WrestleMania without a roof. You don't get Taylor Swift without a roof. You don't get Beyonce maybe without a roof. And if you don't get those things, you don't get the stadium.
Yeah, and
you can't have enough events. You can't have enough big events. It's over, Johnny.
And that's what it is, right? So you got to make your money back somehow. Who knows if you ever will? It's an economic shell game. But the point is, you got to at least start to make a dent. And if you have 10 events a year, that's 10 home games plus a preseason game maybe, and 2 or 3 other events, one monster truck rally maybe or something. It's not going to butter the biscuit. You need dozens. Now, some of them are going to be called events and it's like a blood drive and the doors open technically, but still, if you're talking about the things where people are driving, commuting, parking, metroing, consuming, going down there as a destination, it's got to have a roof. And I think that's one of the not only a selling point, but I think it's different. It's a necessity. And I know that there's this romantic notion because it's football. I get that. It's played the elements and visually some of the greatest games you can remember have some of those elements of, frankly, elements. That's off the table now, I think. In order to get that downtown stadium right there, dome.
Every single year, there's like one thing that I say on social media that I remember getting the most blowback to the point where just for weeks, and I'm like under siege where just like, oh, someone else just saw this in another market. And I'll get another, just dozens and dozens of after one retweet from another market, like hateful, terrible things. My thing this year, 2 years ago, it was when Tua Tagovailoa, who's got one of the craziest followings
he does. I was
of any
bring this
player
up.
in
Yes.
league history. I tweeted about a bad throw that he made to Tyreek Hill. And you would have thought I said he doesn't deserve to play in the NFL. I mean, like viral because Tyreek Hill retweeted it as well and kind of took issue with what I said. And then as it came out on Hard Knocks or whatever the Dolphins were on, some behind the scenes show, mic'd up, he had basically acknowledged everything that I said was true while mic'd up on the sideline with Tua Tagovailoa, but he just like stood up for him publicly, which is cool. But so much crap for that, just like for weeks and weeks and weeks. I'm getting updates like this town is now gone. It's now the number one trend. And so that was 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Last year, my take that you would have thought I just walked around kicking people's pets was when I was watching the really cool Browns Steelers game, I think it was.
Okay.
In prime time. It was like a Thursday or Monday night game, December, late in the year, and it was a snow game. And I said something to the effect of, you couldn't pay me enough to sit in those stands right now. It's an amazing look on television, but it's just not the same being there as it is watching on TV. It's like too nice at home or whatever. I love the optics of a snow game.
Yep.
I'll never sit in another stadium like that for those, that environment. And the amount of bad words.
Oh, yeah.
Start with a P and a B and all kinds of different things that I was called. But I just think I'm in the majority on that. Like now in Buffalo, when they build a new stadium, it can't have a roof because that's just your culture. And you guys want to go throw snowballs at each other after the touchdown.
You guys want that hypothermia.
Cleveland, there's this huge debate. I was talking to a Browns fan at the arena before the Caps game a couple weeks ago. It was like, what's going on with us? They're at odds. They're bashing heads over this because same thing, the mistake by the lake and the wind and the cold and the elements. And some fans are like, we're Cleveland, man. We love this. DC ain't that. I'm not telling you there are not fans that don't want to go sit in the snow and the weather. They do. But as someone who's got season tickets and my wife, whether she's pregnant or not, it's like, I don't want you to go. You're a mom to like 3 kids, about to be 4. Like you can't be sick all week. You can't just go sit out in the cold rain. And it's just not reality. Face can do that. Frank in accounting. The rest of us can't really do that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like,
of course.
It's just kind of crazy. So you're just going to have to deal with the fact that it's going to be 70 degrees and air conditioned and comfortable, and you might not get snow games in DC. I'm sorry, but you're going to have to find a way to be okay with the amazing comfort.
Do you remember any of your other quote unquote inflammatory takes that got national response?
Oh, I could probably do some.
When you was one about Noah Syndergaard's hair? Did that go? Was that big enough?
No, I wouldn't count. That was that one went
to Noah Syndergaard.
Noah Syndergaard, and then to MLB Network.
Yeah.
So Noah
pretty big.
Syndergaard responded.
Yeah.
It's pretty good. But no, this is like the amount of notifications.
Yeah.
Is like notable from a financial standpoint.
I got you.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I do. So,
It's
like, you,
what
for
in the hell
example,
happened
you
those 2
tweet
weeks?
Warren Fogel's a jerk for cheap shot on TJ Oshie.
Right.
And now everyone in Carolina is responding to it. Something like that is what you mean.
Yeah, and you don't want that. Like, that's not fun.
Mhm.
People are like, oh, these people engagement farming. No. I would like to just do my little thing here, have some DC sports fans banter with me, and never be acknowledged anywhere else. That would be lovely for me. It's not worth the stresses and the anxieties and the whatever else. But the Noah Syndergaard thing was, I can't remember the exact tweet, but I said something like, looking at Noah Syndergaard's hair makes me want to shove a toothpick into my gums or something like that. Or I think I said is more annoying than a popcorn kernel being stuck between your teeth. I'm pretty sure that's what it was. Noah Syndergaard's hair is more annoying because I just don't do the pictures with the ponytail bit. He acts like he's like, what's the guy from Beauty and the Beast? Gaston. He's got like the Gaston hair with the big arms and the ponytail. And so anyway, I said that, and then Noah Syndergaard responded.
I can't look at your dumb hair and watch you pitch, Paulson said. Is that it?
What?
I think I've got maybe that was the audio.
That was another time.
That's a quote. I can't look at your dumb hair and watch you pitch. That's from Grant.
That's when we were talking about pitchers with long hair on,
Here it is.
on the show.
Here's the original.
Okay.
Noah Syndergaard's ponytail annoys me more than having a popcorn kernel stuck in my teeth in a world devoid of toothpicks.
Yeah, there you go.
There it is. Because of toothpicks.
I forgot. World devoid of toothpicks.
Yep.
Because I couldn't. It means I can't get it out. So that it's just going to be there forever.
Uh-huh.
Just cut your hair, dude. That's all you got to do is cut your hair. But then he responded to me. He was like, having the name Grant is annoying to me. Or I don't know, something unfunny or uninteresting. But because he went back at me, MLB Network picked it up on television. And so when they did this show, like Quick Pitch, I don't remember who it was, but like some beautiful woman was standing there next to a screen, and she was like doing all the highlights for the day. And then she was like, and look at this interaction between Noah Syndergaard and a radio personality. And it was like a big thing.
Look at these responses. Oh, they are unkind. One guy was like, the Nats suck. And it was in 2019 in April. So it was true then.
You know what? I got to go back and find that guy. Still think they suck, right? Because they don't anymore.
So
I'm being told they do.
Well, he was right. Yeah, it's come around. He's right about the Wizards sucking, though.
So that was in
2019.
How about that? So I need to say something like that about another player, and then they'll win a World Series. Is that how it works?
I think so. Make it a Met. See what happens.
Meet the Mets. Meet the Mets. All right. The president of the Commanders, Mark Klaus. You just heard him talking about the roof. I think you guys are okay with the roof now, but you can call in if you want to discuss that. 800-636-1067. It's got to have a roof or you're not getting a new stadium. And it's the only way it'll work. The other thing he talked about was the new facility and whether or not they can make it resemble the old one, because it sounds like the owners have all instructed him. They want the seats to shake. And I keep hearing this from people.
Yep.
The seats have to shake. They've got to bounce up and down. I don't think you can do that. Like that was a bug, not a feature.
Yeah.
That was not the design of RFK. It was just like, oh no, the seats are moving. That shouldn't happen.
And it's cool. But again, I think there's like building codes.
Or is there technology that would allow for that to be a thing moving forward? I don't know. But this was Klaus today on that.
In a contemporary, relevant way that feels like you are at the absolutely premier facility in all of sports. And that's the goal. With a view that looks up the mall and that is iconic, but yet, fierce. And that's what we're building. I get, Mitch and Mark and Josh are like, You got to make the stand shake. I'm like, you got to make them shake, Mark. They got to shake. I'm like, well, I'll stand behind your chair and shake it.
You can hear the clapping in the crowd. I mean, that is catnip.
Yeah.
For fans of this team that are older than 45, if you mention the stand shaking at RFK, it's like, everyone gets all horny.
Does anybody here hate the Cowboys?
Right.
Bah! Yeah.
All-time promo, just like, you can't stand up after that. You got to stay seated for a little while for these 50s and 60s-year-old then Redskins fans. 800-636-1067. You want to hop in on either of those clips from the team president, Mark Klaus, today. Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. Guys, you can't procrastinate forever. It is time to face reality. If you need to lose weight, you got to start because you keep telling yourself, oh, next week, or okay, Monday, not a big deal. Tuesday, Wednesday. No. Now is the time. You can change your life. We're trying to do that right now with CoPair. There's good and bad ways to lose weight. CoPair is going to put you on a program. They coach you up. We have a coach named Kurt we meet with every single week over at the facility, talks to us about our weeks coming up, one at a time. We don't go together. And we get these, individual counseling sessions that really help us out. I'm really grateful. I didn't procrastinate. I made the decision to make the change, now down 28 pounds.
Yeah, this is real life stuff, right? Like, I'm in the middle of this. Is actually happening. I'm going through a life insurance underwriting process where they examine me and they're going through all the different measurements, and there are ones that are bad. There are things that are too high in my blood and all sorts of different parts of my body that aren't good in terms of being able to afford life insurance, right? I have to make a change. That's why I'm going through this with CoPair right now. They will help you do it the exact right way. They'll find the challenges, find the pitfalls, and help you navigate around them for a long-term, long-lasting, healthier lifestyle. Do what we've done. Give them a call. 855-888-0180. That's 855-888-0180 or copairhealth.com.
This sports update is brought to you by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. Four-time All-Pro linebacker Fred Warner and the San Francisco 49ers have reached an agreement on a 3-year, $63 million contract extension that includes over $56 million in guaranteed money. This makes him yet again NFL's highest paid linebacker. So it is the second time in his 7-year NFL career that has landed him a contract that makes him the league's highest paid linebacker. Speaking of contracts, the Eagles have agreed to a multi-year extension with head coach Nick Sirianni. We still don't have the numbers on that one, but Nick Sirianni is going to be with the Eagles for a long time. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal. Call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
On wrestling, there is a roof on the stadium, and I think that's going to enable us to bring 30 to 40 world-class events. I mean, we will be the only roofed facility of this side in the Mid-Atlantic, and so whether that's Taylor Swift or the Final Four or any WWE wrestling fans out there, WrestleMania could come, but we're going to be able to host everything that's in the city on a national stage. And because of that roof, it gives us a chance to actually create a pipeline of jobs and development.
Mark Klaus, president of the Commanders, speaking today in D.C. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. We should let people know. So tomorrow on the show at 3 o'clock, Robert White, who's a councilman in D.C., is going to be live in studio with us. So this is the next of the council members on our list that we want to track down to try to get yeses or nos on the Commanders Stadium. The count is still at 4 yeses, and while we've for a little while known who's in the yes column, who's in the no column, there are a half dozen people in the maybe column. One of them is Robert White, who has not publicly given a stance, and he's going to be in studio with us tomorrow. Obviously, we're going to try to publicly get that stance. So we could move 4 to 5. Tomorrow in the yes column, you need to have 7. He is a maybe, but it sounds like a maybe who's open to the idea.
Yeah, if certain conditions are met. I mean, we'll hear from him. And the part of this is and this is the way it should be, every council member has their own sort of set of viewpoints where this one thing I like, this one thing I don't. You can just reject it out of hand, but the whole point is you listen and try to come to the best deal according to whatever wisdom or experience or will of the people that you want to bring forward. And if it doesn't work enough, then you get voted out in theory. So that's kind of the whole point. So I'm interested to hear his perspective, which may be different from some of the other folks we've talked to.
The polling coming back showing just how much the people in D.C. by and large want this stadium was the last thing I needed to see. I already thought it would get done. I thought there was enough will from important people, whether that's the politicians or powerful or influential people who have a lot of money. But now when I see that the everyday folks in the District of Columbia want this thing way more than they don't.
And want to pay for it.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, It goes without saying. Everyone wants it. Maybe not everyone, but almost everyone wants a thing if they don't have to pay for it. But that they're willing to pay for it, important clarification to your point, tells me that it's going to get done. But we'll talk to him at 3 o'clock tomorrow in studio here on Grant and Danny. Let's go to Edwin in Silver Spring on the Fan. What's up, Edwin? How are you?
Hey, I'm fine, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry.
All good.
Okay. About the stadium, I'm going to make 3 quick points. One, there's never been a roof or dome stadium that had architectural style or was memorable or outstanding in its appearance. They all look the same. One.
Well, let me just combat that one really quick, because the most popular NFL stadium right now in the league that everyone thinks is the kind of preeminent NFL stadium is in Minnesota. And it's a enclosed stadium. Now it's, I believe, retractable, or at least partially retractable. But that's considered the number 1 stadium in America right now for football, and it's got a roof.
Yeah, but it's not the appearance of it, or like there's some stadiums where you look at it, boom, that's the stadium. If you don't see any cash or whatever, you see the image, you see the architectural style, something like Dodger Stadium, for instance, right?
Of course. But have you seen you know what US Bank Stadium looks like, right? It's triangular, and then it's got the beautiful, like almost like window look to it. I mean, it's a gorgeous looking facility.
Okay. But and then my second point, we're supposed to be a classic flagship NFL franchise. Putting us making us an indoor team, playing on artificial turf. We're losing our soul with this stadium, I think, honestly. And people are when people wanted to go back to DC, they were thinking of, like he was saying, the stadium shaking, that whole energy, that nostalgic feel. Putting us in a dome on a rug, that's not who we are, And I feel like people will come to realize this thing is not what we thought it would be. It's not even going to be called RFK. People are forgetting about that. It's as soon as possible going to be.
Yeah, it'll have some corporate name.
Bank Stadium.
But so let me ask you this, because it's an interesting point. Yes, it'll have a different name. No, it's not architecturally going to look like RFK Stadium did. And yes, it'll have a roof. But did you think all along that that it would be RFK, that it would look the same, that it would not have a roof? I mean, we've known for a few years this thing was going to have a roof.
Full disclosure, I expected all this. It's one of the reasons I'm against it going back to the RFK side or going back to DC.
Gotcha.
Because I feel like we're losing it's going to be basically exactly,
the identity, essentially.
Yeah, and it's going to be a stadium where all these people are going to be going there to be seen, to be on, take their TikToks or their social media, and it's going to be some priced out, some expensive venue for basically the elites in
wine and cheese crowd
capital area.
It's definitely going to be very expensive.
Yeah, you're not getting around that.
You know
By
what's
the way,
expensive? New stadiums.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think actually everything you said is right. Now, it's not enough for me to say it's not worth doing, because my point is about the identity. Is FedEx the identity? You know what I mean? Like, is whatever that stadium is now the worst in sports? Probably. I don't want that to be my identity. I'd rather have the slick, glossy new thing where, yeah, it's inevitable. You'll have clientele that's not the blue collar roots of the team or whatever. But I think that's part and parcel. That's kind of the deal if you want something new.
I have been making the case for a long time, and I truly believe this, that a better stadium with better options around it and a better game day experience is possible with more space, which in this situation means Maryland, for the record. Losing tailgating for me, I said this before and everyone kind of laughed at it, is a game changer in a very negative direction. I don't like that. It's a massive blow. I would have no problem with FedEx 2.0. Wouldn't look anything like FedEx, hopefully, but out in that location. Because I think the nostalgia of RFK is a little bit overrated for people my age and younger. I think, to his point, a lot of the things you're going to lose that we don't talk about right now every day, which is the parking or whatever else that you care about. Outdoor games. Like, there's a lot of losses in this trade-off. But I acknowledge that this is best for the city, unequivocally. This is best for the fan base. There's no doubt in my mind. I think this is best organizationally. Whatever chance they have to build this thing back into a juggernaut runs through that RFK site, in my opinion. This is, outside of changing the name back, which is not going to happen, the best bullet they have to shoot to try to get the most fans the most excited. And that all outweighs my thing, my wanting the tailgate, wanting the outdoor game or the natural grass or whatever it is. Let's go to Joe in Alexandria. What's up, Joe?
Hey, fellas. Thank you so much for taking my call. I always appreciate it when you do. Couple things. That guy was talking about the stadium. Like, obviously, it's not going to be called RFK. It's going to look completely different. I mean, you can't expect that it's going to be what it was. But that being said, I've been in the DMV for about 23 years now, but I've been originally from Arizona. And I was in Arizona when they put in Banquet Ballpark, which is now Chase Field, I believe.
Yeah.
And that, as you know, has a retractable roof. And obviously, weather is hot as heck in Arizona, so that makes sense. But the thing is, if they put some sort of retractable roof here, it makes it so, let's say it's going to snow. And then we can have that snow game if we want. We can leave the roof open and keep it a classic, gridiron game or something like that. I mean, I just think having a roof option brings so much more to that area and to that stadium, and it's going to make it much more usable.
So, Joe, let me say this, and you can stay on the line. I don't know if you were listening last segment, but they're not doing a retractable roof.
That's
It's
a lot
it's
of extra
full-time
coin.
roof.
Yeah.
I see. I did not hear that.
I think
part.
everybody agrees a retractable roof is what everybody wants because the people that want it closed for the Super Bowl, now you can have that event, get it.
Right.
And the people that want their 73-degree September NFL day, get it as
Sure.
well. It costs another $1
I get
billion,
it.
and they already can't get DC to agree to give them 26% of the stadium, which is the lowest percentage of any new stadium with a deal with ownership, in the league over many, many years.
I see that. I mean, that makes more sense. There was one other thing I wanted to talk to you about, and that's Danny talking about going to Lambeau. And thanks for that information. I didn't know that. That makes much more sense.
Mm-hmm.
So, Danny, I have a group of college friends and high school friends that we do a destination trip every single year for a football game. We're originally Arizona Cardinals fan, but I'm a diehard Commanders fan as well. But we went to Lambeau this past NFL season as a bucket list trip, and I got to tell you, it was worth every single penny. It was amazing. And to the weather debate, we decided to go there. It was in October because we always choose a city once they release the schedule. And it's like, we got to do Lambeau. It's going to be maybe hope we're going to force for some snow. Maybe.
Yeah, that's
perfect. It was
perfect.
cold and wintry. Love kicked our butt. It was a terrible loss against, Murray didn't show up. It was a terrible loss, but the whole experience was really incredible. I highly recommend going when the weather is a little like Grant was talking about, just on the edge of it, so you get that feel. And also, everyone was so dang nice. It was unbelievably.
Oh, they're the best.
You're like, are
people
you
in the
pranking
world.
me? Is this an ambush around the corner?
Thanks, Joe. I mean, we don't get to choose when you go because we're going for the Commanders
It's week 2,
game.
which really the first Thursday after the first Sunday.
That's the only drawback. It'll be a little warmer than I wanted Danny to experience Lambeau, but they are the nicest people.
Mm-hmm.
I've mentioned to you many times the restaurant I went to there where they bring raw cuts of meat to tableside and you choose what you want to cook. And then they put it on a plate for you with tongs, and you go up to what is a community grill in the middle of the restaurant. It's the coolest idea ever.
I love it.
And then you grill your own steak, and there's things there you butter and salt and pepper, and you do whatever you want. But you're just standing there with your drink, your beer. They take the sides to the table, waiting for you. And then you're on the grill with like 20 people shoulder to shoulder, and you're just talking to some guy, Packers game tomorrow. Going to the game tomorrow? That's Green Bay to me in a nutshell. It's just the absolute best. Ben, Silver Spring, you're on the Fan. What's up?
Hey, Ben.
Hey, how you doing? I was going to call to tell you about the the structure of the stadium and things like that. It was actually designed to flex that way. It's done so that you can impart the dynamic loading to the columns without damaging the shear connections. But I'm a 67-year-old guy. There'll always be the skins to me. I don't want a dome stadium, but guess what I got to do? Things happen. Times change. I will adapt just like everybody else. So there's what you want, there's what you remember, but life goes on.
Yep.
And one big thing about me is I am no longer the demographic that they're going after, which is feels kind of
Is
weird.
this future
too, you know what I
me
mean?
calling into the show? I mean, that literally is my entire mantra, whether it comes to rule changes in baseball or otherwise. I understand no one cares about me. I'm not the target anymore. And like, if I want the thing, I've got to take a slightly watered down version of my thing to still get the thing.
Kent in Great Falls. You're on Grant and Danny. How are you?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on.
You bet.
Big Vikings fan. I've been to the stadium up there. What people sleep on are the 60-foot rotating doors that let fresh air into the stadium. And from the renderings I've seen from the RFK thing, that whole top of the roof is going to be that clear, whatever it is.
It's like a
material.
glass ceiling, right?
Yeah. So you feel like you're outside when you're inside. I mean, it's amazing.
Yeah, the technology you can use in building some of these things now is staggering. If it's anything like what you got there, the bank in Minnesota, I would be elated. I'll just tell you outright. Having not been there and just seen the virtual tours and everything and heard so many things about it, hope to go there this year. I mean, it is the best stadium in America for the National Football League right now. By the way, on Twitter, Duck says, FedEx is indeed way closer to our identity to Edwin and Silver Springs Point, outdoor grass, tailgating, blue collar, than whatever this new stadium will be in D.C. We'll react to that next. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Welcome back. We will take you up to 6:30 tonight. No Nats baseball, a rare day off for the Nats after they swept the Orioles over the weekend in Baltimore. C.J. Abrams had himself a series. For C.J., 2 home runs yesterday. Pulled a ball down the right field line for a home run on the first pitch of the game. He's been doing that throughout this early baseball season as the leadoff batter for the Nats, and then went the opposite way for a rare home run to left field for the left-handed hitter. So on the year now, 8 bolts to go along with 9 steals, a 312 average, and a 942 OPS. I was actually thinking about this. Toby and I recorded a brand new episode of Bustin' Loose Baseball last night, which is available wherever you get your audio for Nats fans. But we were talking about C.J. Abrams playing like an all-star. James Wood is also deserving of all-star consideration.
Yes.
He's on pace for 40 homers and 100 runs batted in. Mackenzie Gore is leading all pitchers right now in strikeouts. Is there any way the Nats get 3 all-stars? I would say it probably won't happen.
Yeah, the math usually doesn't help you up there, but there's a chance, certainly.
Like
guys dropping out.
Mackenzie Gore is the least deserving of the 3 right now just because, fairly pedestrian otherwise. He's just striking a lot of guys out. He's been pretty good. But if he got on a heater in June, over the next month, pitched to a 2.93 ERA, he could absolutely be in the conversation.
Absolutely.
For All-Star game. I think Abrams, if he stays healthy and plays anything like he has to this point, would be a lock. He's arguably been the best shortstop in baseball. He's got an OPS near 950. And James Wood, with his power and just the promotability and the way that guy operates and his star power and what he could be long-term for baseball, I think it's a no-brainer to do whatever you can to involve him. And that's not even to speak to the fact that he's just earning it. He's out there 40 and 100. How many outfielders in the big leagues right now are on pace for that? And he's 22 years old. So if I had to guess, I'd say Abrams is the most likely guy as of this moment. We still got time. Wood right behind him, and then a gap, and then Gore. But even if it's just Abrams and James Wood, which right now seems likely.
Still pretty cool.
That's a pretty damn big accomplishment for the Washington Nationals this season if they can get those 2 guys in.
A 24-year-old and a 22-year-old that are your centerpieces. Yeah, but what better showcase than that, right? If Gore gets, as you said, on a little bit of a heater, let's say he turns in 3 excellent starts, a couple decent ones, you'll look up and you'll go, his ERA is probably right around 3.1, 3.2, leading strikeouts. You could do a lot worse in terms of filling out your all-star staff. And then with pitching, you know how it goes. The timing of, did you throw 2 days before, a day, are you scheduled to start a day after, or whatever, when it comes to the All-Star game. So all of a sudden you have to dig a little deeper to find your pitchers. Great candidate right there.
How about CJ would be a 2-time All-Star as a 24-year-old in Atlanta back home? He's a Georgia kid.
Oh, yeah.
This would be his 2nd straight All-Star appearance before he's even 25 years old. He doesn't turn 25 till the end, October, end of this baseball season. Very quietly becoming a star. And I had tabled this conversation at the end of last season when he got into some trouble off the field and the team basically booted him from the team in the final week. But that's way, way, way behind him now in the rearview mirror.
Seems to be, yeah.
He's playing at an exceptionally high level. It is time to start considering them extending him again. And it's going to be, by the end of this season, if I'm not hearing more about it, it's going to be, you're going to be annoyed by me. I'm being a pain in the ass guy about it again. Because at some point, you got to pay one of these guys. Like, I'm doing what I can not to scream right now. But how many of these guys are going to come through here that you do not pay? And it's a very easy excuse. It's a great explanation, not even just an excuse, when it's a Scott Boras-advised player. I watched an interview he did recently about Juan Soto's contract that broke all the records and how he was advising him over the years. He mentioned, I never even heard about this, like a $100 million offer the Nats had made him very early on in his career, that he told him, don't even think about that. And then the $440 million offer, and he said, you're worth way more than that. Obviously, he ended up being right, and Soto just listened to him. He works for Soto, not vice versa. So if Juan Soto was hell-bent on signing any of those deals, he could have done it. But Boras is right there. You hire Boras to get every penny.
Mm-hmm.
You could hire a lot of agents if getting every penny wasn't the most important thing. You hire Boras because you want to get every penny. And it's not just about making money. It's about value and getting what you can and what you feel like you're worth, right? But that's how he thinks as an agent. That's how his players are going to operate. So Dylan Cruz is a Boras guy. He's very likely to go to the market. At a very, very high rate, Scott Boras guys are hitting free agency. That's how you get the most money.
Mm-hmm.
James Wood is a Boras guy. He's going to break records potentially, too. He's going to make all of the money. He looks like he's on that trajectory. It's going to be very, very hard to sign those guys. Now, I guess it's possible James Wood, who went to St. John's College High School in D.C. before he transferred and went to IMG Academy, who's from Only Maryland. Maybe he just wants to be the first lifetime national since Ryan Zimmerman and he doesn't want to go anywhere. And he tells Scott Boras, respectfully, sir, I'm going to sign this deal. That's possible. But again, I think if that's how you were operating, you probably wouldn't be represented by Scott Boras. So in my opinion, Wood, Cruz, those guys, you would look at the FanDuel odds, Danny. You tell me if you disagree. I think the betting odds are on them hitting the market eventually. It's just hard to sign those guys that Boras represents.
Yeah, James Wood would go to the market at probably around 28 years old, having put in a whole bunch of unbelievable deposits in the bank.
At this point, he might have 440 homer seasons or a 50 homer season. Who knows?
Yeah, we could be talking about some ungodly total AAV. So, a guy that's got MVP potential, yeah, you might want to hit the open market.
But the guy who is not represented by Scott Boras, the guy that you might be able to get done, C.J. Abrams.
Let's buy out a couple ARB years, right? Give him a big raise in those so you get the cash in sooner, and then you save yourself money on that middle and the back end. Here we go. Come on. Let's do it.
I'm looking at my watch. Anytime now, right about now would be a good time to start thinking about it. I think Barry Svrluga wrote a piece about doing it a year ago in the middle of the season or maybe right after the All-Star game, something like that. And we brought it up on the show starting then a bunch.
Mm-hmm.
Then after he got in a little trouble, we're like, all right, let's just table that.
Table a discussion.
Let's do it again.
Yeah.
It's time to bring it back. Until you sign one of these guys, you can't do it. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like you have proven incapable of this until you do it, and then we all back off a little bit. But you got to get one of these deals done. And wouldn't it be an amazing message for this ownership group to send? Hey,
that we are actually here. We're engaged. We're doing it.
Like they wouldn't say that we're right. When I say this past offseason was proof that they're not engaged in wanting to spend any money, they might say, we just didn't think we were ready. We didn't want to block any of the kids. Like they can philosophically make a case that it's not about not spending. Eventually we'll spend. We just didn't think it was time. I don't agree with that. We could disagree, but that's what they could say. You know what they can't do is if C.J. Abrams keeps getting closer and closer to free agency and not paying him, there's no good excuse there. So if you wanted to, you could pay C.J. Abrams and say, we told you. We're here. We're serious. We're open for business. And when it's time to spend, we'll spend. I would love for them to send that message. Now would be a really good time to start working on it.
Love to hear a little rumbling, wouldn't you? I just want my rumble. Whether you get it done or not, he might say no.
Rumble.
I just want my rumble. I want talks have begun or an overture was released from the whatever it is. But you never hear a rumor like the Trey Turner initial offer. 3 years later, he's like, yeah, they never got back to me. And I left.
Where did Jaden Daniels rank in the top 25 NFL players under 25 list that came out today? We'll get to that next on The Fan.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. The San Francisco 49ers lost plenty of talent in free agency, but they've spent the second half of the offseason rewarding some of their best players. First, tight end George Kittle. He received a 4-year, $76.4 million contract extension. And then quarterback Brock Purdy got his long-awaited deal in the form of a 5-year, $265 million contract. And now linebacker Fred Warner has He's cashed in. Warner has reached an agreement with the 49ers on a 3-year, $63 million extension that makes him the highest paid off-ball linebacker in the NFL. The deal includes a whopping $56.7 million in guaranteed money. And we may be losing one of college football's most storied rivalries. Notre Dame and USC will square off in mid-October. However, it's the last game on the current contract between these two schools. And according to Sports Illustrated, USC is really reluctant to commit to a long-term extension given the new playoff format, and they just don't know what their future holds. So will we lose this rivalry? College football fans hope not. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Stretch run of Grant and Danny will take you up to 6:30 on the Fan. Show's brought to you today and every day by our friends, the law firm Condori and Murad. They will get you squared away with the important, not fun stuff that they make pretty easy. Last will and testament, living trust, medical power of attorney, all those things. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. If you mention us, you'll get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. PFF dropped a top 25 NFL players under 25 today. Jaden Daniels, not surprisingly, was very high on the list, but I actually thought he'd be higher. He ranked 4th on the top 25 players under 25, behind Penei Sewell, tackle for the Detroit Lions, Puka Nacua, wide receiver for the Rams, and safety Kyle Hamilton of the Baltimore Ravens. Now, before you start debating where should Jaden be, I want to point out this is based on their PFF grading.
Right.
So this is not arbitrary, or it's not like, oh, we think Sewell's, the second best tackle, and maybe Jaden Daniels is the 7th best quarterback, so he's going to be higher. That's not how they did it. It was just their 3-year NFL grade for Sewell, which is 92.8. Puka Nacua's 3-year grade at receiver is 92.5. Kyle Hamilton's 3-year grade is 92.0. And then Jaden Daniels, they give him a 3-year grade, but of course it's a season at 90.6. So for him, it's 1,200 snaps. They're comparing against 2,800 for Hamilton, 1,600 for Puka, and 3,700 for Penei Sewell. So it's not a debatable thing in the sense of we slotted him 4th because we think that's where he is. But I find it very curious that 25 players under 25, Washington, of course, has just the one, Jaden Daniels, and they finally have themselves a top 5er.
Yeah, and that's the guy that I think everybody, if you're starting a team, would take in front of those other 3 guys because the outsized importance of the position. So I'll certainly take that. No issue there. Penei Sewell might be the best tackle in football. There's a debate there, I think, to be had. Nakua is
maybe
incredible.
Right tackle.
Yeah.
Because it's hard to – it's almost interchangeable now. I don't know how you feel about this. I think it's hard to put a right tackle over the great left tackles. But it seems like people care less about which tackle you play anymore.
Well, I mean, think of the number of edge rushers who are on that side now out of preference,
point.
Right? I mean, it's now, it used to be, the blind side. That's where LT's coming from. That's where Derek Thomas is coming from. Now it's, you may find just as many guys coming from that. What would you call that? The strong side or the more visible side?
From the right side.
Yeah, right side, matter of preference.
Lane Johnson, who's played right tackle for years, and it's not like Jordan Mailata's on the dog. I mean, he's a beast now, but the Eagles have kind of run through some left tackles while Lane Johnson's been a mainstay on the right side. And there's some really good ones over the years. I'm not suggesting there haven't been, but it used to be, if you were the best right tackle, you were probably slotting in the back end top 10 among tackles in the NFL. That's just not the case. I think you're right. I think if you did a listing or a ranking of offensive tackles in the National Football League, Sewell now would absolutely be in the top 10, even though he plays right tackle.
Yeah, and Nakua's a star, so is Hamilton, some of the best players at their given positions around the league. So, yeah, no issue with this here. And I think that sample is going to, the bigger one's going to be more kind for Jaden Daniels as he advances. I mean, keep in mind, as a rookie, some pretty advanced stuff in the passing game, but also a lot of things to try to make, rightfully so, by the way, to try to make it, let's spoon feed, let's make it easy, let's get a couple completions, let's get a little bit more of a run game. There's going to be a time in the not too distant future where it's, all right, dude, it's your show, the whole thing, right? Whether it's passing game or, we saw it in the preseason where he's checking to this downfield throw, but there's going to be more and more advanced passing concepts introduced as he's more and more capable, which is coming.
Do you remember when the Cincinnati Bengals made the pick at number 5 in 2021? It was after Burrow's first season when he got sacked a million times, and everyone said, you got to get a lineman, you got to get help and block him. And they were on the clock at 5, and everybody thought they were going to take Penei Sewell. And they took Jamar Chase instead, the wide receiver out of LSU. I think that's one of those rare times where it worked out perfectly.
Everybody got something good
for both teams, right? Where the Bengals didn't go line. And you could say they needed a better offensive line since then at different points. They've given up a lot of hits on Burrow, a lot of sacks, what have you. But they've also been in a Super Bowl, largely because Jamar Chase is awesome. They've been one of the great offenses in the league because Chase, who they drafted there at 5, is special. They just gave him a second contract. But the Lions would rather have had Sewell than Chase, I bet. I mean, he is perfect for their identity. For whatever that Dan Campbell kneecap fighting culture they've created is, Sewell is the face of that operation, basically, at this point. Respect to Jared Goff, their quarterback. Like, Penei Sewell's the guy whose jersey they're wearing there. I think of the Bengals, and Jamar Chase makes a lot more sense for this finesse offense that's drop back, sling it around. They're going to win 40-34 because their defense stinks, right? The Lions are gritty. They're grimy. It's about pounding people, running the football. To me, that worked out perfectly.
I think it did. Yeah, and Jalen Waddle going in between has had a bunch of injuries, but it's not as if he's a slouch either. But it's funny, the guys that go 5, 6, 7 in this draft, I'd rather have than anybody that went up top. Remember, that was quarterback. Trevor Lawrence, jury's still out, has had, but only still one really good season under his belt. Zach Wilson, Trey Lance, worse than that. Kyle Pitts, pretty big disappointment. Isn't that funny? Chase, Waddle, Sewell, the top of that class.
Well, you could keep going. I mean, 5 through 10 in that class were home runs.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Chase to the Bengals. Jalen Waddle to the Dolphins. Now, maybe it's a little bit rich for him at 6, but he's a very, very
really
good player. And I don't think Miami would, maybe you'd go back and you'd rather have Penei Sewell or Patrick Surtain or, some other awesome player from that draft. Micah Parsons, if you did a redraft, would go in the top 3. But I think if you just ask the Dolphins, like, are you okay taking Jalen Waddle 6th overall? They would say, absolutely. He's great.
Yep.
Second contract guy. Then you got Sewell to Detroit at 7. J.C. Horn to the Panthers at 8. Again, maybe that's a little bit rich, but he got a second contract. He's been very good, I think. The home run pick is Patrick Surtain to the Broncos at 9, who now is in the conversation for best corner in football already. The Eagles took Devontae Smith from Alabama 10th. That 2021 draft was awesome.
I think they like that one.
Smith, undersized, tiny, shifty, diminutive from Alabama. I don't know. That's rich. Like, you didn't take Micah Parsons, you could have. You'd probably rather do that. But same question. If you ask the Eagles, are you okay taking Smith at 10? You've played in 2 Super Bowls. You've won a Super Bowl. He's made some huge playoff catches. I'll bet you they're okay with it.
Just a playmaking 1,000-yard receiver opposite another playmaking 1,000-yard receiver. Give defenses different challenges. We'll take that.
All the quarterbacks in that round, and maybe not Lawrence. Lawrence has been fine. But Wilson to the Jets 2, Lance to the San Francisco 3,
garbage.
Justin Fields to the Bears 11, brutal. And then Mac Jones to the Patriots 15th. Mac Jones probably had the second best run with his team that drafted him.
He had a decent rookie year.
He did. They made the playoffs.
And it all came crashing down.
He actually played well in the playoff game against Buffalo. It was the Bills, right?
That sounds right to me.
I'm pretty sure he played pretty well in that game, and they got blown out because they weren't that good. They were like it was a Belichick defensive led, like 10-7 fake playoff team.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, man, that was a loaded draft. And then the Cowboys got Micah Parsons 12th that year.
Shout out to Christian Darrisaw, who went 23rd, who I wanted. But they took Jamin Davis. So we're all set there.
Yeah, you can't keep the theme going for the Commanders in the first round of that draft at 19. Maybe one of the worst picks of the first round.
Well,
a staple of the Ron Rivera era.
Yeah, but he's thrived elsewhere, hasn't he?
Looking at the top 25 under 25 again. So Sewell goes 1, Nakua 2, Kyle Hamilton 3. Kyle Hamilton's such a good player with Baltimore. That's another guy, by the way.
Yeah.
Just like Christian Darrisaw, where if you just took the consensus player that fans wanted, you would have done a better job. And let's face it, it's not like fans are scouting. They're reading Mel Kiper reports. You know what I mean? They're looking at mock drafts mostly. But how often over a 4-year span for a regime would you have just been better off listening to the people that pay for tickets? People wanted Kyle Hamilton. They said, no, thank you.
We're gonna trade. We'll end up with Jahan Dotson around early. And I can't remember the other person that got in that trade. Was that the Sam Howell deal?
B-Rob, I think, ended up being one of those picks.
Cole Turner.
Cole Turner, yeah. That's another one.
So that's terrific.
He's on the practice squad.
Isn't that fun?
He's in the building.
Yeah, that's my thing. It's like, when I can do it, oh, you should be fired. Like, I could have made that pick. I'd be wrong a ton. I'd be wrong all the time. But I would have picked Kyle Hamilton.
2 running backs here on the 25 under 25 list. Bijan Robinson from the Falcons, who we saw last year in Landover.
He was very comfortable against us.
And Jahmyr Gibbs, who thank God didn't get more carries in the playoffs against Washington. But he ate their lunch in that postseason game whenever he got to touch the football. Wasn't as often as it should have been.
He had a running start, didn't he? get past the line of scrimmage with a full head of steam.
The Lions have Sewell, Brian Branch, Jahmyr Gibbs, and Sam Laporta on this list. Oh, and Kirby Joseph. There's no way he's under 25, is he? I guess he is if PFF has him here. Dude, how about that? The Lions have 5 of the 25 players under 25 in the NFL.
I guess that's pretty good.
I mean, yes, you lose Ben Johnson, and yes, they lost some starters on offense, but with what they've built under GM Brad Holmes, they're going to sustainably be really, really good. That's why when everyone talks about, Washington or anybody else has closed the gap, Green Bay or Minnesota maybe, the Lions...
Just that level of talent, man, everywhere.
They do. They're loaded. Now, do you trust Jared Goff with a different coordinator?
No.
With somebody trying to elevate him? You're going to have to... I personally think you're going to have to find a franchise quarterback in the next year or two, because the Goff thing can work for another couple of seasons like this, but you saw in the playoffs with Washington. He turned the ball over a ton. I think he got picked off 3 times and lost a fumble. You still need to help him a lot. What they'd like, what everybody would, is a quarterback that can drag you into the fight, not someone that you're just hoping you can mask the deficiencies of. And it's hard to have that and all the talent. It'll be a fun little experiment. They've gone with all the talent around him, drafting, developing, they'll spend on those guys. And then you've got Jared Goff at quarterback. But they are still loaded with talent. They're really very, very good, very, very young.
Really are. Yeah, and that to me is the hallmark of it. So yeah, whether they miss Ben Johnson or not, maybe they will at certain points, but they're talented enough just to mess around and win double-digit games again.
Tush Push week in the NFL. We started the show talking about this. Let's hit a couple NFL headlines on the way out here. So tomorrow and Wednesday is when teams are going to be discussing this at these meetings. Ian Rappaport of NFL Network was on ESPN today with Pat McAfee. He was talking about what he's hearing on the Tush Push. It does sound like a major change could be coming to that play.
I would say my educated guess is there is a change to the Tush Push. Now, right now, the language has been, I believe, not changed. But I would expect come Tuesday morning or whenever they first kind of introduce things, maybe Tuesday afternoon, there'll probably be some new language aimed at eliminating any player from pushing or pulling another player. Like, not specific to this play, because I'm not sure the league wants to specifically ban this play. It'd be probably more the mechanism that is used in this play. In other words, like Saquon and Goddard and players like that pushing other players. So to me, it feels like there's probably movement there. I think that makes sense, and we'll see where it shakes out on Wednesday.
It's a semantics argument, kind of, to say they're not going to ban the Tush Push. They're just not going to allow you to do the Tush Push. But that's kind of what he's saying.
It's a huge point of distinction, though, I think.
Yeah, but what is the Tush Push? It's a quarterback sneak where you are aiding the quarterback by shoving them from behind. If you're saying that and then in the next sentence saying you're not going to be allowed to shove them from behind anymore, then all you can really do is a quarterback sneak. And if that's the case, the Tush Push is gone. It's like saying you don't have to leave, but you can't stay here to me. Like, I'm not getting rid of the tush push, but you can't push him in the tush. What the hell is the tush push?
Right.
They're getting rid of the tush push. They just don't want to come out and say they're doing it.
Well, because it's the best case you've made against getting rid of it, if everyone followed that double negative, is it feels like you're just punishing Philadelphia for doing something well. And it feels like sour grapes. And my point is, yeah, to a degree, but the pushing a runner from behind should not be allowed. That's how you solve it. That's how you solve the problem. So it's not just targeting Philadelphia, right? So you're not just saying, well, the Eagles do this one thing that nobody can stop. And again, my counter to that counter is nobody stops quarterback sneaks either. It's north of 80% effectiveness. Depends on the year. Sometimes you get as high as 90. Sometimes it's as low as like 80 or 81. It is still a wildly effective play that will be wildly effective for Philadelphia, who runs this already unstoppable play with a great offensive line and a quarterback that's strong as an ox. You'll be fine just quarterback sneaking it.
One of the defensive players who was most famous for trying to stop the tush push last year was Commanders linebacker Frankie Louvu, because over and over again on the goal line, he would just jump over the Eagles' offensive line to try to time his leap to tackle Jalen Hurts, to the point where in the NFC Championship game, officials said if he did it again, they would award the Eagles a touchdown. This was Frankie Louvu today on Good Morning Football on NFL Network.
My personal opinion, I think they should bet it. You know what I mean? But I know the argument is going to be about like, hey, well, you guys have to stop it. Don't get us in short yardage and whatnot. But I mean, it's kind of like a cheap little play, man. You got Jordan Mailata on the right. You got, it's pretty much a scrum in rugby. That's how I kind of look at it. And we got to have a scrum too on the other side. And the scrum is, we have a cadence where we all go at once. It's not like you hard count and this and that where, now you're getting us or myself jumping over the pile thinking that they're about to snap the ball. And that's just my own personal opinion, and I'm going to leave it at that.
Basically suggesting they got all these advantages. You got to give us one too. You can't have multiple snap counts. You just got to go on one. They're not doing that. They're not going to even the playing field for the defense. The only way that they can even the playing field is by not allowing this play at all. And it sounds like that is what's going to happen. They're going to use semantics to do it, but you're not going to be allowed to shove a player forward if Ian Rappaport's right, and that's how the vote comes down this week at these meetings in West Palm Beach. My question is, what is the wording? Are we getting rid of pulling players over the goal line, which is now okay?
Mm-hmm.
Are we getting rid of the linemen that come flying into the TV frame to blow up a running back up who's being held up by a defender to knock him forward 2 or 3 yards with momentum? I think you got to get rid of all of that if you're getting rid of the push.
That's my view. Yep. I think that's what should happen. The old sort of John Runyon Memorial spear defenseless players type stuff. I want out of the game.
So I want to talk more about this tomorrow, Danny, but another of the big sticking points in conversations at the meetings this week is going to be the possibility of changing how we seed the NFL playoffs.
So this is long been discussed and now seems to have some momentum. It depends on who you ask, but it's basically that instead of the division winner automatically being the higher seed, it now turns to record. That's all that matters. So you don't go on the road if you have, say, a 9-8 division winner versus a 12-5 wild card team. The 12-5 team hosts the game. Wild card division winner doesn't matter. You still have automatic entry for division winners, which I love, but this is kind of the best of both worlds. And the part 2 of this is you reseed after every round, which I think is the way to go about it.
I love this. This is a long time overdue for me. Look, I know a lot of people think winning the division has to be as valuable as possible. And I think getting an automatic bid to the playoffs is plenty valuable. I think coaches will hate this. Every coach I've ever covered, interacted with, dealt with, loves this idea of prioritizing division games more. They all use the same mantra, slogan, adage, axiom, whatever you're using, which is, if we win the division, we get a home playoff game, and that would go away. But enough with the Ron Rivera, both with the Panthers and here in Washington in 2020, 7-win division champion of the worst division in years, who then gets to host a 10-11 win playoff team. That's ridiculous. So the best team should be seeded highest to lowest. You get in automatically. If you're a 4-win division champion, you still get to make the playoffs. You just don't get to host the game. I think it makes conference games more important. Everyone's going to focus on, well, doesn't this water down division games? Not really. Every game's significant. It's going to make the Washington-Detroit game more important, the Washington-Minnesota game more important, because if you're a wild card team and you're are playing another club who in the second round is a wild card team who had the better record. That's where you're going. I think this is a very, very good thing for the NFL.
So the reason why I think this one's going to pass, I still don't know about the tush push. I'm hopeful, but I don't know. The reason why I think this one will work is with the new playoff format. Try to follow me on this. You're going to have more games with this current format, not the better record gets the home field. You'll have more meaningless games potentially with the bad division winner, right? The NFC South division gets wrapped up for the sake of argument. If Atlanta finished 7-10, Tampa's only 10-7, but they're probably done the week before because they beat Atlanta twice. I'm just making this up, right? Versus if every game matters for home field, I think you're going to see more pedal to the metal for longer in the season. I think that's the reason it's going to pass. I think that's the argument that's going to be more compelling to the owners. You cannot have too many meaningless games, and they've added that seventh team to the postseason to try to prevent that. I think this is the next step where, you got the division wrapped up, you got the 2 seed wrapped up or the 4 seed wrapped up or whatever it is. They'll probably be less wrapped up heading into the final weeks of the season where you had a Detroit at 15-2, Minnesota at 14-3, Philadelphia 14-3. The various records will be that much closer where you go, listen, I got the 2 seed no matter what because I'm a division winner. The wild card team is going to be 5. That's that. You won't have that anymore. You'll have more competitive games.
Lastly, huge contract doled out today in the NFL by the San Francisco 49ers. They got the Brock Purdy deal done, their quarterback of their offense last week. Now it's the quarterback of the defense's turn. Fred Warner getting a 3-year deal, $63 million, $21 million AAV, the highest paid off-ball linebacker in the National Football League. Remember, it was $265 over 5 with $181 million in guarantees for Purdy. Record-breaking contract for them with a quarterback. Now they're giving a guy who had no guaranteed money left $95 million in guarantees in the last 2 contracts between him and Purdy given out here over the next couple of seasons. But no guaranteed money left for Warner, who's playing week in and week out as their heart and soul. They didn't want him to go into the season like that. Oftentimes, that's the beginning of the end between 2 players and ends up leaving the following year. 4-time Pro Bowler, 4-time All-Pro, maybe the best linebacker in the league. He's been a first-team All-Pro 3 straight years, 4 of the last 5. Fred Warner gets paid $21 million per year at that position. You just changed the way that linebackers are going to be paid for years to come. So good for him.
Yeah, he's a star. San Francisco's in such a weird spot right now where they're kind of having to shed a couple of guys. See Deebo Samuel leaving and maybe some others.
They're definitely reworking that roster.
Yeah, but they've got several, by my count, quick and dirty, 4 or 5 Hall of Fame type guys making top dollar. Then they just add Ayuk to that, a huge deal last year, and now Brock Purdy to it as well, to go with like Trent Williams, Warner, Kittle, McCaffrey might be a candidate if he has a couple more healthy seasons. But just kind of amazing where they are, and people are more bullish on them maybe than you and me.
Busy day in the NFL. More of it, I'm sure, as the meetings kick off tomorrow. Tomorrow on Grant and Danny, got a great show planned for you. 3 p.m. in studio, Robert White, I almost did the Congress thing again. Yeah. Council member in Washington, D.C.
Maybe
4
future
p.m.
congressman?
Tickets to Offspring at Jiffy Lube Live. 5 p.m. Jordan Ta'amu, quarterback Defenders. They're playoff bound. He'll be in studio with us, and we're expected to catch up tomorrow with the GM of the Capitals, Chris Patrick, for a look back at the season, look ahead to the offseason as well. So you'll want to be listening starting at 2 o'clock. Big thanks to Darius, Ryan, Toby, everybody for their hard work on the show. For Danny, I'm Grant saying so long. Linnell's got overtime coming up next on The Fan.
Thank you for coming.